Welcome and thank you for volunteering your time to the EMEA Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. 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 Thing.
Nations.
Good time zone to everybody. Welcome to Null Signal Games 2023 EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa Continentals. I am joined with a panel of fantastic commentators. Let's give a quick introduction because rounds are already underway and we don't want to miss any of the action, huh? First of all, we have Jai, nothing special, just, runner-up at the APAC Continentals, Hermes Tau. Nothing big. That's alright, you don't play Defense Construct, so... next we have Miles, who is on, oh, I'm sorry, I know you've been on an AMT or a Continentals, but, that's right, I'm gonna start getting them mixed up, I'm gonna have to start keeping a list, and first time on one of these, tournament streams, apparently, is, Sanjay, the wonderful and lovable Sanjay. Alright, oh, my goodness. Y'all, let's not... We're gonna get to the games. I'll give you a chance to introduce yourselves again. It's, 6 in the morning here.
Oh, no worries. We didn't switch scenes?
Oh. Oh, interesting. My screen has decided that it doesn't want to, and let's get right away with the commentary, and we'll take a second after the round.
All right. Hello, everyone. It is us, Jai, Miles, and Sanjay. We are going to introduce ourselves later because we are hopping right into the action. We got Wikinometry versus Swifty in round 1 competition. How's it going, y'all?
Oh man, I'm excited for this matchup. This is some really top tier players right here. Swifty's been around forever. Wikinometry's been around for like 10 minutes, but just won North American Nationals. This is a great match. This is exciting.
Yeah, Wikinometry was absolute. I was TOing that tournament, and Wikinometry was absolute class. Really showed her skill as a player and crushed it. And right now we're seeing Ob versus Hoshiko. What do you expect when you see an Ob versus Hoshiko matchup?
I expect this matchup to not take very long, if I'm honest with you. Like we've got a pretty hardcore, what looks like a rush deck out of Ob so far. This is a fairly, we're seeing a border control, we're seeing a sandstone, we're seeing res on HQ, and I'm guessing we've got a Rashida in this remote. And Hashika's got a great starter, and this looks like very much like the QTM Hashika that we've seen a fair bit of over the last little while. Just good stuff, Omakua, and this looks like a fantastic start for them.
And I think important that even though it's just op and everyone's seen op super heavy logistics before, it's not immediately obvious what kind of op we are looking at just by seeing this first couple of turns. I mean, we do see Sandstone, we see Border Control. These are, I mean, not uncommon cards to be seeing out of this ID. Border Control, of course, everyone's seen it before. You res it for 4, they bump into it, they break it, you trash, you grab a Sandstone, you grab an Afshar, whatever it is, breaker that they don't have, and you kick him out, you protect your Rashida or whatever it is in this server 1.
Yeah, one thing that's exciting at the moment is that we have both the Corp and Runner absolutely broke at the moment. We'll see what happens. If this is a Rashida, it is...
Oh, and that, I was going to say, is Wiki going to spend 2 credits here? Because that's a bummer. I mean, you get an Omakua token, but you want to force that Border Control to be used, and that's not what's happened here.
And the funny thing is that there was the option for Wikinometry not to break both subs on Border Control, right? She had the option to just break ETR, let Swifty gain a credit, to keep that credit to access, I mean, what is quite a reasonable shot of being a Rashida in that remote, being that Swifty did go down to 0 credits on that res and on that runner turn.
Yeah, you wouldn't probably go to 0 to defend that if that wasn't a Rashida, so maybe a bit of a different read from Wiki there.
Yeah, because if you expect that to be an agenda, it's way better to spend 2, because you're losing the credit regardless because of Hoshiko next turn. So I think based on your read, breaking or not breaking the Border Control is, or the credit routine on Border Control is better or worse. That's an interesting situation.
It is, and we're seeing, I really like where this is going so far. We're seeing some aggression on both sides of the table here. Swifty pushing Rashida behind Border Control, early Omakura running all over the table, but the Fermentor's still there quite menacingly, with 6 credits on it so far, and a lot of objects around at the moment are running 2 or even 3 Maviruses, and I would expect to see that play quite a big part in this match.
Yeah, harkening back to Atman Kate days, we got AI Breaker and a Data Sucker, or now it's a Leech, just threatening to get through anything that is put in front of them. What do you think the biggest strength besides Sandstone we're expecting to see on an Ob suite of ice?
My guess,
Sandstone, as you mentioned, starts at 6, of course. You bump into it, it gets smaller. Although, as you have mentioned, with Mavirus floating around these op lists, very common splash just for 1 influence, just to purge counters, maybe pull Marigam Skunkworks. So that could just get back to 6 strength and paid ability speed, right?
Oh, that makes sense.
And we get an above the law scored and a Paladin down. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, the Paladin got okay value so far, but that's supposed to be a econ piece all game. Bit sad. I guess we also have to worry a little bit about Stavka. How strong does Stavka get? Stavka is...
that was what I was going to raise Sunday. I think the highest strength we're going to get is 7 once.
Yeah, 7's a lot.
For a brief moment in time. Oh, and we get a hostile rip off the top. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Wikinometry's aggression finally rewarded. Getting to see a lot of cards.
And we've got a little bit of a tough spot, I think, for Swifty, because right now, there's the virus. See, we did talk about that, purging the virus, because it looks like Swifty is probably gearing up for a purge here, or was considering gearing up for a purge with this triple ice. Mavirus in Archives is really going to help with that, but now Swifty needs to get to a position where they can res on R&D, or he's going to run into some problems with that Omakura and Leech getting out of control.
Yeah, you see, to score out this early above the law, Swifty, and to protect HQ, Swifty has gone pretty low on credits. The only econ card that he's been able to use yet is Rashida Jaheim Pop. So, you res a few ice, and all of a sudden you're pretty low down.
let's not forget actually that archives or even like the whole board actually is harder to protect than it looks, even with this Mavarice in archives, because Mavarice in archives does perch on access, right? But, Omakua gains its virus counter after the run is completed if you didn't trash or steal any genders during that run. And which means that you almost always end an Omakua run on archives with at least one virus counter, and look what strength border control is on that reward.
Oh, that's a great point. And speaking of making things hard to defend,
hello, Banha. Captain Banha in the house, here to come through. Faust on a stick. Oh, we're not getting through that with border control, but I mean, I don't know. Swifty's econ situation is just absolutely rough as guts here. I don't know, unless he's got maybe too big to fail or something in this list. Unless it's credit hedge next turn, it's not looking. It's dangerous right now.
Maybe extract could be coming soon.
Yeah, extract is one of the best ob cards, I would say. Very satisfying. Do you guys play much ob?
I love ob. It is such a blast. Wikinometry getting the read that HQ is the place to be.
Ripping it.
One interesting thing with Banhar is that you can only use it once per turn. So even if Wikinometry wants to go hammer HQ more, until that sandstone gets small enough, or the Amakua gets big enough, or the credit total gets big enough, it's a once per turn trip to HQ for her.
And there it is, what we were saying.
Hey, look at you!
Because we're getting the reads, and because the thing is that sandstone was small enough because of that leech as well. And we're hitting a regolith, so Swifty has decided, hey, time to solve this econ problem. Let's suck on the mining.
I suspect that Swifty's economic problems have just been permanently solved.
I agree.
Yeah.
You basically do this once, and you're good for the rest of the game. So right now, what do you want to do if you're Swifty? You want to be scoring, right? This looks pretty clearly like a rush deck to me. It looks a lot like your Sangren's deck from the Cascadia Continentals. And you can't be mucking about right now. You need to be pushing those agendas out the door.
Now we see the choice of Wikinometry's console in this Hoshiko deck, Hermes. And we've seen like a bunch of like console choices from Hoshiko over the previous meta bleeding over into this one. Traditionally, you've seen Keiko, the classic and the natural law-friendly console choice for Hoshiko, and then more recently in this big Hoshiko list we see more as well, and now most recently with the release of Automated Initiative we see the new criminal console Hermes, 3 influence, 2 costs. Whenever agenda scored a stolen, add one unrest card to HQ. And I mean, in case you haven't been following the previous part of this Continental season, I mean, this card has been absolutely tearing it up. Whether it be in Hoshiko or in Criminal, its original home faction, it's everywhere.
Hey Jai, have you ever put Hermes in a deck?
I mean, now that you mention it, yeah. I can attest to the fact personally, it's pretty reasonable card in Shaper as well. Yeah, now that you mention.
All Shapers? Equally reasonable, would you say?
One in particular.
Yeah, the combination, for those of you not picking up the references here, the combination of Tao's ability and Hermes that Jai identified and piloted in APAC is absolutely impressive. Yeah, really good stuff. And I think, we just saw some accesses on R&D in this game, and had Wikinometry seen an agenda on top, that would have really opened things up in a very chaos-like way for her. I think Swifty is probably thanking that R&D didn't let up there.
Yeah, so we saw both players take a bit of a turn off to set up here. Swifty pulling out a Malapert Data Vault into the right, which is very interesting. Definitely signaling an intent to score, hopefully in sometime soon, and keep rolling. We've got a Tithe on R&D just to mess with Banhar, really. Just to put something cheap in front of that Hortum so you can't just run through it for 2 cards. Leech and Omako are going to make short work of this Hortum, and we're really just trying to snatch up those single accesses and start dismantling this court board.
Yeah, so again, I call back to the fact, a few short turns ago, Swifty on 5 credits, not a lot, but 1 extract and 1 entire regolith mining license later, up to 22. Extremely comfortable spot econ wise. Now, the only question is whether you can get the board stabilized enough against this Omicron, against this Hermes, long enough to start pushing a scoring plan out of this Malacca data box.
Yeah, and I would guess Swifty's thinking very hard about purging right now. We might even see a virus coming down in server 1 and trying to maybe bait a run, something like that. Yeah, we've got a couple of upgrades coming down. Swifty's certainly trying to make a push for something here. And that remote doesn't look too hot, I've got to say, unless there's a virus on the table. Unless there's a certain configuration like Stavka would be great to see here. Stavka into not even Afrin, you wouldn't even need it. So if there's like something on the outside and then a Stavka, they can kind of deal with the breaker situation. But I don't know. Otherwise, that remote with Banhar and a effectively 5 strength Omakura on the table, it's looking a bit dicey. So we'll see what Swifty's got up his sleeve here. What would you like to see in that remote if you're a corp?
I think maybe I guess depending on what I had in hand, I'd love to. So I would want to see maybe just a Rashida and a virus. I think I want more fuel. The fact that it's not advanced, because what I really want is a Project Atlas I can double, triple advance to get through. But it can at best be a 3-2. What actually with Ob is a little tricky because I don't think you by default know exactly their agenda suite. Swifty doing us all a favor. Letting people know.
Yeah, if you are watching and attempted to get in here, please don't watch the stream. We love you. We want to.
Though if you're listening to us now, you already know. But yeah, public service announcement in general.
Don't go in the other rooms. Okay, so we didn't see any reses in the remote as well. If Swifty's playing around Hermes and there's an agenda in HQ and there's something you can res in the remote, you might see this right now. This is something that's tripped me up countless times. Not pre-resing to play around Hermes. So let's see. We've got an open HQ. We've got a 4 strength Omakua, and we have something in the remote.
Yeah, this also puts Swifty in a tricky situation, right? In terms of if that's an agenda in server 1, they have to, or he has to give up so much access next turn to score out that agenda, as opposed. But if he slows down, is that agenda safe? Can they take an extra turn to get the agenda to score the agenda in a more safe way?
Because if there's an Atlas, you want an over advanced Atlas, really. That's the goal. Like a blank Project Atlas is not doing a ton for you other than getting you to 4 points, which is non-trivial.
And conversely, conversely, hippoing this ice on HQ is kind of important because this is the second ice that's already been trashed by the cop player. There's already 6 ice on board, so how many more ice could you possibly pull out in this op deck, such that you're able to defend all 3 centrals?
Yeah, so it looks like we're pulling an Azif protocol score here in the Malapert data remote, just based on what's going on in the chat. So we're not using Ob to pull anything on HQ. Like I was thinking here, if there's a virus, maybe you can pull a white space out of your deck and jam it into HQ. It's not great, but it's something. But looks like we're just going for a blind Azif score just to get some points on the table.
Swifty running into the kind of complicated rules background behind scoring an Azef protocol. You pay the costs first, and that triggers op. And so if you trash a tithe, you're installing the Rashida, but you haven't finished scoring the agenda yet. So it looks like Swifty initially went for trashing a tithe to get a Rashida, but is now saying, "Oh wait, I don't want to." Yeah, I believe you are allowed to install the
can-
Rashida over the Azef. You then don't score the Azef, which is a weird situation.
Yeah,
Um,
it is a really weird one. It just
you can
goes
say
into the bin.
yeah, but you're allowed to do that if you want to. If you just want to trash your stuff and tell the runner you have 2 points in archives, you can. But
I think what's going on here is that Swifty has already selected Rashida as the zero cost card that he wanted to pull with the op trigger. However, because of the fact that you can't put it in someone without not scoring the Azif, he's asking Wikinometry to be able to take back so that you can pull a Spin Doctor instead, which is the other zero cost option.
Yeah,
But
which
of
makes a
course,
ton of
outside
sense.
server one into a new remote, which
And that
Wikinometry, of
meat
course,
damage
graciously accepted.
hits an Ormaku and a Hermes, which you just don't care about at all. They're dead cards. They do nothing.
Yeah.
So who cares?
And let's not forget,
River and Kyra
because
in the chat. APAC gang, what's up?
hey,
What is up? Great to see y'all. Okay, so 4-3 in this first game. It's a pretty good game so far. It's Rush Ob versus Hashiko with a nice fast start.
and
I think Hashiko kind of favored here, unless Swifty's outs looking increasing like it's Audacity and Hostile Takeover are basically like your outs. At this
let's
point,
not
it's pretty
forget
hard to
that
score on a remote.
there was a card tutor of this Malapert data vault, which was what was it?
What was it? Yeah, actually, he
oh,
didn't
great
use
question.
Or declines
Decided
to use
no.
Malapert
Swifty
data vault.
declined to
Alright.
use. Interesting choice.
I'd say that's because of the fact that the Spin Doctor was installed and res of the op trigger, bringing it up to 6 cards in hand, as well as the Hermes, let's not forget, bouncing the other upgrade in server 1, which means that Swifty had to discard 2 cards from his hand at the end of that turn. And I think the decision was that having to discard a 3rd card if you had to tutor one off of the Malapert would be too much of a hassle.
I agree. And if I can just do a big brain read, I reckon that means Swifty is a good chance Swifty already has the Audacity in hand from declining to use that.
Oh, what a nice read. That makes sense. Because, yeah, you'd grab an Audacity. That sounds great. One question,
because it's your entire win gone.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar about Hoshiko post-rotation. What is she using for multi-access at this point?
So it
I
looks
think
like this list is a little different. It's on Banhart, but it certainly wasn't a twinning. Oh, we see a slash and burn agriculture off the top. That sucks. I think it was just twinning.
Yeah. Like so the other like native Anak option would be of course Stargate, which we saw multiple times last meta. It was all over the place. But I mean, I suspect that in a rig with both Hermes, which is a single MU console, as including the fact that they're also on Omakua, which takes up even more space. And let's not forget all the support programs that need to come into Omakua, the Leech, and so on and so forth.
Virus
That
huge.
Besides the
Sorry.
Taylor's version of Speak Now coming out, that's the best news I think Swifty's gotten in a bit, hitting that virus.
Oh yeah, and I've
That's
just
right.
checked the list. It's actually Wake Implant was the multi-access. If this is the same list, which it looks very, very
Oh.
similar to.
How does the influence for that? Isn't Wake a bit pricey?
Wake's like
Wake is
3.
influence.
Oh, so we just got
all
the influence spent on.
Wake, Hermes,
It's just
we've
blue
got a long
cards.
storied history of Anak importing good blue cards, so nothing new there.
And it looks like Swifty's jamming, unless that's an NGO front, but that's a good jam. And now is when Hermes can really ruin your day if you rip a hostile take. If you rip an agenda off the top, you don't win. You just get to put that advanced card in server.
It is quite
back into
perfect
hand.
timing coming right after that virus access. So
Yeah,
Swifty making the most of this opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what do we think this is? Is this the Atlas?
I think so. I don't think despite Hermes, I don't think you advance any other agenda. It could be a slash and burn if if Swifty
That's a rough
didn't
one.
get the right.
If it's the
Oh
only
yeah,
agenda
yeah,
left.
yeah.
Oh,
there
it
it
is
is,
the
the
Audacity.
Audacity
This could be a
Oh.
5-3.
Ooh.
Could be a really interesting 5-3 play, maybe.
I'd be surprised to see a 5-3 in a deck that has Oaktown and Slash and Burn and Azef and Above the Law. And we haven't seen an Atlas, but surely you have Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you, Sanjay, but I think if you're Wiki, you have to at least consider the possibility right now. Like, you could be on SDS.
Yeah.
And if you got an Audacity in hand, you might be trying to Audacity out, like do a sneaky, make it look like an Atlas, but it's
And I'm
actually
pretty sure
5-3.
Wiki is doing that exact same agenda calculation math in her head
Yeah.
right now. Like, what are the odds that this could be an SDS? I mean, just looking at the agenda spread, as we've mentioned already, hostile, Oaktown, Slash and Burn. Like, there's already two different 4/2s that aren't offload office, in score areas already. So, like,
Mhm.
I mean, do you think this could be an offload office in someone? I don't think so. Most likely, it's a Project Atlas, and
Yeah.
probably Swifty's plan is to over advance this Atlas with one token, survive one more turn on R&D, and then close out with hostile takeover for the win. That's my read on the situation.
Oh yeah, look, I think that's pretty likely, to be honest, because you're hold, says Swifty, hold. R&D holds, and you can't run this remote last click because there's a border control there. Let's see what it's going to be. It might be the Atlas, and we just see what happens. Oh, Archives, interesting call here. There's two Mavirai in the bin, but maybe Swifty's trying to pull a fast one and sneak an agenda into there.
Yeah.
One
And
Mavirus.
it's not even like this Mavirus is that an amazing perch, because we've already got both Cleaver and Buzzsaw out already. So you're still slightly weak to Stavka, but I think it's a risk that Wiki has to take at this point, at this stage of the game, and considering.
I think I'm on. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, we know Swifty has not drawn an agenda because we knew the top card of the deck. And we're seeing a big pause before we score what we think is an Atlas. Is this an NGO? Is this the wildest NGO front play? Or is this the sickest NGO front read on Wiki's part?
There is a consideration, even if it isn't an Atlas, whether you use the Audacity on the Atlas anyway.
Oh, just to get a huge.
Sorry,
good thought.
Because if you are, if this is an Atlas, and your last score is going to be a hostile, this Audacity is not worth anything to you, right? You might as well get the extra tutor, and maybe
just so that
it
you can
saves
maybe
you
save
from
an R&D run.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant thinking. Yeah.
I think
I haven't
be considering the Malapert line too.
Right. What can you get?
And should you get? And you probably honestly shouldn't, because you need to think about. Okay.
Oh, are they getting a Tucana?
Oh, they're getting a Tucana. Oh, tight.
Very cool. Nice call.
Very cool. Okay, so Tucana, new card in the later set. When agenda is scored or stolen from the root of this server. Oh, you may search R&D for a piece of ice. It's all in res. It is. It's the Mega Atlas. Look, Jai, great call. On fire. Well done. And we got the Skunkworks going to HQ. Oh, look at this play. That is brilliant. Oh, that's fantastic. What a play.
And last click install, probably.
Skunkworks onto R&D. Oh, that's fantastic. I love this play from Swifty.
Amazing line. Amazing line by Swifty.
Such a cool line.
Yeah, so Wikinometry really just has this one turn to find any agenda. She can do it, but it is tricky.
Already now, honestly.
How many agendas are there? Okay, so we've got 11 points on the table, so there's 9 points left. We've got one hostile takeover and most likely 4 2-pointers. So pretty decent odds. Okay odds to hit. We don't have the Wake implant in hand, clearly. We've decided not to install it. Getting a leech counter there just to help deal with this envelopment, which is just outrageously expensive. But that Skunkworks, I think, is going to get a ton.
It's like 8 credits to run R&D by my math with a single leech with single leash counter and cleaver buzzsaw.
And then there's a skunk.
Ooh, hippo. Is that
But
going to be
hippo's not
enough?
good. No, hippo's not good because you can't. Then you can't deal with the skunk works.
Will this overclock do it?
Overclock probably
No.
would, but I don't think this does. Oh, I guess we'll see. Goes down. I think it just makes it.
You can get past with it's 4 to pump with cleaver, 3 to break, all subs.
But then you can't
And
with
then
the skunk works.
another-
I mean, no, it's there unless. Yeah, great line from Swifty. I think it's just a guaranteed win.
I think maybe there was a way to get like a single access on R&D, but it's hard to say like from the start of the turn. And of course, here comes the Skunkworks res. 1 credit to break
Yeah.
bottom.
But then you're just dead in the water.
Yeah, dead
And
in the water.
I think maybe if you'd like, I think it's on Hippo, you could have like clicked liberated once and run and double click the skunkworks. Maybe haven't checked the maths, but
I wonder if you could have Banhard through the
envelopment.
envelopment
Yeah,
and taken
also-
10 million
also-
damage.
Yeah, just take the damage. Yeah, true.
And it's very important that you
So-
not let any of the envelopment subs fire, because it's not just the end event that will get you. The Trash This Ice program sub on envelopment will fetch another border control, and then the run is over anyway.
Oh,
And
that's a really
Swifty-
good point.
Yeah, absolutely. So Swifty pulls it out. Well done. What a line from Swifty to see that pull from a
Absolutely
tough spot
beautiful
to a
combination.
really tough spot.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw
Yeah.
some absolutely
Aggressive.
great. Yeah, we saw some absolutely great aggression from Wikinometry there, and had I think the access is broken in a different way, we could be seeing a different result. But very good play by Swifty to claw out of a hole there. It seemed like.
Yeah.
Really impressive court play, and of course, really impressive runner play too. I don't want to take away from Wiki there, but that's a great last couple of turns for Swifty there.
Yeah, I think Wikinometry definitely gave herself the outs to win that game. It's a shame. I think it's a shame that she didn't see her multi-access that would have turned those that impressive central pressure into more accesses.
HQ completely open by the end of the game with this Hermes, with this Hippo. Yeah, Waking Plant would have and could have made all the difference right there.
I can see that on table 55, we could join the same people, or on table 55, Odol has just started a new game. I'm happy to.
Why don't we jump into let's jump into the other side.
The other side, watch the rematch? Sure.
Yeah.
Grudge match.
Yeah.
45 Swifty. Okay, very good. Swifty and Wiki. Just waiting for everyone to get in.
Congratulations, all commentators not accidentally joining the game, just joining as spectators.
I had to double take. I will not lie.
Oh wow! So I'm just gonna, just briefly, the side, the Corp and Runner breakdown is up, and wow, how things have changed. The outfit again top. The outfit is again the most highly recommended. Represented, I should say. Hashiko, the highest represented. I don't think anyone's surprised there. But the second most represented runner is Arasana.
Yeah.
I think that just rules.
I do want to just call out everyone attending this tournament. This is a negative call out. Nobody's representing Ampere today. Shame on you.
Cowards.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else can we say?
Come on, guys, you can do better.
Ooh, we got the violinist virtuoso herself, Sable.
Sable versus Ob, and this is a UK special. We were talking about this before the stream and the special secret stream, and saying that the UK has been pulling up a lot of Sable numbers lately in the Nottingham CO. Just aggression, full send, try to win before the Corp does. Classic Crim gameplay.
And I mean, I think this is like kind of representative. Like we're seeing this like demographics from the Nottingham CO bleed over into like the larger player population over here at the EMEA Continentals. 18 Sable players today, and the third most popular runner, and I will admit
That's
I was
unreal.
not expecting to see a runner, especially a non-419 runner, like third most popular in a 142 player event. Shout out to that one as
Yeah,
well.
we have more than 10% of the field on Sable, which is pretty amazing because you see like one or two sometimes. But yeah, we're really seeing this meta shift a lot. And like I was saying, Arasana's meteoric rise has been part of that. We've got 8 towers in the field. I think you can take credit for that one, Jai. We've got, and the outfit's just doing really well. Ob doing really well. R plus. I think the Corp one's at the top. But one thing that's jumping out at me that we haven't seen, we've got 11 Ag infusions in here. I don't think we've seen any Ag infusions so far in these Continentals, really.
Gary, anytime you're going up against Ag Infusion, it can do a lot of different things. You don't know what you have to worry about. Actually,
Yeah,
speaking
and
of that, when I pair up against Ob, I have no idea what they're doing.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that-
Ob could be
yeah.
anything. Ob's one of those fantastic IDs where you could just be like, is it acid spam? Is it glacier? Is it rush? Is it what? It could be anything. You never know.
Can we pump the brakes a little bit, because I think someone has brought up a very important point. Runner fashion. What do you think about that?
Ooh,
Sable.
that is
Look at that drip.
it's very
It's
good.
good, yeah.
And not just the style, but also Sable has done some good work with her hair. You know, that kind of braid does not make itself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
you got some
I've
cool
always
some
wondered,
tattoos.
that is an electric violin. That's correct.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
cyber electric violin. It's not
It's a
just
Cyber
it's got
violin.
some
All right.
special. It's got some extra properties. As the strings vibrate, so does cyberspace.
And I do believe that is the console, correct? Virtuoso, or is Virtuoso the violin case?
Oh, I think
It's-
it might be the case. Oh well, it's not. It's not here. It's Hermes. We're playing good consoles today. Sorry,
Ooh.
to the virtuoso apologists who are watching.
I think if I'm a hacker virtuoso, I'm not gonna be compromising the acoustics of my violin by putting a bunch of hacker equipment in it.
That's
I think
very
it's the violin
reasonable.
case.
Incredibly hackery to put a bunch of stuff. Oh my goodness gracious!
The audacity.
Right out the gate, it's again. Wiki saw Swifties play and went, yeah, I like that. I'm doing.
I want some of that.
I want to do that play too. And
Yeah,
Swifties mark roll just on point. Rolling HQ, getting the diversion of funds. Can you ask for more? You cannot, ladies and gentlemen of the stream. That's how you play criminal. Simply roll your mark where it needs to be.
we also see the pre-install of the Spin Doctor, some heads-up play, so that if there's other agendas in hand when that Audacity was used, Wikinometry is not going to have to, slash and burn them over to Sable's score area.
Yeah, we see that came down like turn 1, I think, and Swifty just wasn't worried about it. And wraparound on the table is good, but man, Swifty's loaded.
I think this is really interesting, actually, because Wayland you normally associate as a faction of bears, but here we are importing a 1 influence NBN barrier, 0 strength in the run, +7 strength if there's no fractal installed. And if I had to guess, this is probably just a response to the number of Omakua that we've seen around just all over the place, whether it be in Crim as we saw last game, or imported into in Anak as we saw last game, or in Crim where it starts off. And that is an interesting point that, for Wayland, for all the tricks that it has, it doesn't really have that much AI hate, and this is like a very cheap influence-wise solution, actually.
Yeah, and it's not just Omakua, because notably the hot new Shaper AI breaker, Slap Vandal, which installs onto the ice, is strength 6, which I'm sure was extremely intentional on Null Signal's part, with wraparound just sitting there in the core set waggling its eyebrows at you.
Yeah, thanks.
And here we go. Swifty mark is R&D. But here we go, mutual favor, going for almost certainly the Fractor. Let's not pull Omoko, now that would be pretty bad. There we go, Kurupira. New Fractor for Crim in the Automated initiative. And I mean, this is of course one man's take on it, but I do think like the two breakers that we did get for Criminal in the Automated initiative, and here, that's an intensive rip. Yeah.
And you will note Swifty again correctly rolling their mark on R&D to counter out of HQ. Great trash there. Rashida, oof, just tearing this core board state apart. We're seeing the power of Hermes here.
Yeah, just again, Hermes just taking small openings that the corp leaves and blowing them wide open. You see this the one barrier on R&D turns into just suddenly the corp doesn't have any board whatsoever.
Yeah. I will say, even with no board, I think the heads-up play for Wikinometry to get the Atlas with a counter on it so early, like I don't know what side I would pick. If I could either be put in Swifty's position or with Wikinometry's position, it's hard not to turn down an Atlas with a counter on it.
That's true, and hopefully we see some use out of that soon. But Wiki really having to shore up centrals, and we saw the Omakua come down. Swifty correctly rolled archives again, got a couple of counters on that turtle. This is really a classic UK method, just playing the heck out of some criminal over here. Just strong, aggressive gameplay, putting Wiki on the back foot. That's what you want to be doing as Crim, right? It's the classic maneuver. You just keep putting on that pressure, make the corp react to you so they can't do their game plan. It's turn 7. Wiki wants to be on like 5 points by now.
So, looking at this corp board and what we see here with this wraparound, and having noted what we already have about Wayland having like no natural anti-AI technology. So we have talked about how wraparound is like a cheap way to get some AI tech in here, force the runner to get their factor, which they have to their credit. And I'm just thinking, is there more? Could there possibly be some other kind of like AI punish? Maybe virtual service agent, I think, is the very common one that we've seen out of NBN, although it's a much bigger question as to whether Wiki is on any kind of tag punishment. So that's a bit more of a question.
Yeah, so far it looks like a mirror match almost. We've seen pretty much the same plays, same cards, except for this wraparound is really the only different. We've seen Takana, Envelopment, and Extract and Audacity, and similar agendas. So it's looking similar. Thrantar pointing out, Wayland has Hordem as AI hate. Has anyone ever triple advanced Hordem in the history of Netrunner? I don't know.
I've allowed a corp to fire a triple advanced Hordem. I know that.
Wow.
That does not sound healthy.
I did not win. If the corp result, I have both lost extremely hard to that because I think when you fire a triple advanced Hordem subroutine, you lose the game, and I have also lost the game after firing a triple advanced Hordem subroutine.
Shout out to Saran running a cube draft for when I resolved 2 subroutines on a triple advanced Hordem, and he said, "Oh, that lets you pick 2 cards. This wasn't worth it at all."
Yeah. And hold up, we see another Audacity score off the table, this time for AZF Protocol. And again, backed up by another Spin Doctor, which is
and
crazy.
Almost killing Swifty, by the way, who only had 2 cards in hand. Came within a hair's breadth of an accidental kill there, which is nice. But Turtle, Bankroll, Open Centrals. We've still got an Atlas counter. Undoubtedly shoveling some agendas back in here, but R&D is still wide open.
I mean, let's roll back a little because I think this is quite interesting because the AZF Protocol actually trashed the wraparound, which is why we don't see it anymore. And of course, the wraparound kind of like not really functioning as a gear check with this massive armor core as well as this cool period around.
Atlas off the top.
Yeah. And there we go. Wiki back
And,
to having no cards in
Oh,
stock.
Oh,
down
another
at the
one.
top. Oh no.
Wickedometry making the gamble of letting a little bit of core progression for this turn in exchange for getting 4 points on the board, which is not a bad, which is actually a very solid thing to do given the criminal board state, but it is not paying off with 4 points off the top there.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. An interesting thing I've noticed here is there's a wraparound and a magnet in the bin, so it looks like this deck is even more all in on rush. I would say if you've got magnet and wraparound, trying to grab some botuli onto them, grab some slap vandals, whatever those Trojans. It looks like we're trying to gear check pretty hard to victory.
Yeah, you see that many
Uh,
Harden and the runs, you wonder if there's also some component of rig shooting in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've got, look, maybe next turn is the triple advanced autumn. Maybe it's time. Oh, my virus is
Oh.
huge.
Who needs it?
My virus is huge here.
That's
We love to see it.
such a clutch Mavirus
That's
access.
so clutch.
Yeah. Now because the Mavirus is in archives, it's so difficult for Swifty to farm back the required Umpro counters. You
Yeah,
need to
still
go
going to
back
get to
four
1.
complete this bottom again.
Perhaps it's time. Is it time? Is it triple advance time? I think Wiki might be thinking about it, or is it? Oh, is it hostile
Oh,
off the top time?
it's the-
Hostile off the top.
Oh, you can have all the accesses to HQ if you want. You can access this ice 17 times if it
Oh my
pleases you.
goodness.
All right. And
All
once
right.
again, Swifty correctly rolling HQ as a mark.
Correctly rolling HQ, yes. Okay, so Swifty can build up a couple of 3 total counters here if he wants. He seems to be drawing really hard. I'm not sure what. I'm guessing for a code gate for a Dakota.
Oh.
Wiki has outs here. Wiki could top deck a biotic labor.
Yeah, she was able to
Audacity
shuffle.
Audacity's not going to do it because not enough cards in hand.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
with the mandatory draw.
Yeah, that's right. I think.
Yeah,
It's because
true.
you have to install the agenda. She was able to shuffle one Audacity back in with the last spin
Yes.
doctor. So
one's live.
yeah, you can really see here because I think that one of the hallmarks of like really good play is thinking about, hey, how am I actually going to win this game? And Swifty got off to such a strong runner start in terms of keeping a remote threat from being a thing, getting a bunch of money, and Wikinometry identifying that one of the weaknesses of Crim is that they cannot stop the fast advance, and playing in a way that leans into that win condition maybe a little bit more than trying to sneak one out of through a remote, because realistically that's not happening as easily.
I think it's very cool that you make that Wiki can make this like macro read at the beginning of the game and say something like, "Oh, it's I can fast advance this 4 points. What's it going to cost me? Literally my entire board, but it's fine. It's fine. I can get a hostile, I can get an Atlas token, and it's good enough."
And Swifty went for a single access of R&D, decided not to challenge HQ, even after seeing the border control in HQ. Made the read that maybe something scarier was there, because obviously you can break the border control. Decided not to challenge HQ after Wiki spent all of last turn drawing. Wiki not doing much, maybe hasn't. Is it time? Is it Audacity time? We're seeing it install.
Now,
the single rip didn't get Swifty there. Maybe
now
only get 2 sick rips a game. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, I was talking over you. Of note, we do have 4 3/2s accounted for. So there's just maybe another ASF, maybe a Project Atlas, maybe a Above the Law left. So the fact that 2 of the 3/2s, 2 of the agendas in Sable Swifty's square area are 3/2s is relevant. What a fascinating turn. What is in server 6?
It's like a Mavirus and a Manigon, maybe
5
like
minutes
that.
says it's a Rashida and a Mavirus.
I like that. I think you'd win that bet. Swifty incorrectly rolling archives a couple of turns in a row there. Very unfortunate for him.
Skill issue.
Skill issue indeed. And probably maybe scared of Stavka, maybe. I'm not sure. because we saw a lot of aggression, but we're not seeing as much now. And we've got wheels and choosing not to challenge that remote at all.
Oh, interesting.
All right, I was wrong. It wasn't
Very
a
interesting.
Rashida. I would have lost my
It's not a
credits.
Rashida.
I mean, there is the third spin doctor still floating around, and I think it's a reasonable cut to keep unrest, at least for one turn cycle. There we go.
It is the spin doctor. So no doubt drawing for that audacity, because we have seen. Was it two separate ones, or was it the same one that got? It's the audacity. Yep. I think she got it. Oh, well played! Wow, well done, Wiki. What a clawing back from that horrible start. Just criminals all over the place, and what a wonderful win there. Well done.
Yeah,
just
Wickonometry
play in this round.
Yeah, Wickonometry paying tribute to Sable by absolutely threading the needle there. That's my little joke.
Well put. This is not meant to be a fast advance deck.
I'll remind us. We'll remind us. At one point, Wickonometry had no cards installed on the table and just 7 credits, and all she had to name was 4 points and an Atlas token, and I believe it was only 1 card in hand. And
that's the beauty of this game.
Incredibly
just recognizing what you need to win and taking that line. We saw that really both times there. Both of those Corp games, we saw the runner really huge advantage early, and the Corp recognizing an incredibly narrow line to get the win. So awesome first round there. Love to see
it. I think most of both of those games, you were just looking at the runner and thinking, I want to be the runner here. And we had a Corp sweep there. Impressive.
Beautiful stuff. Shall we jump into another game?
Yeah.
Right. Let's hit it. What's still going on right now?
Quite a few games, it looks like. How far along they are, I don't know.
So probably we want to be watching some games that
near the top
more recently started. Yeah. So let's see.
It looks like table 52 may not have started yet. So that might be a good place to go.
Okay, why not?
Let's make sure we ask if it's okay.
And table 52. Cobra Bubbles against Rust Rider. This is probably game 2.
Rust Rider's around. Fantastic. A very long-standing player, I believe.
Yeah. And I do think that both of these players are on HB and Anak. So it'll be nice to see some HB after we've gone through 2 odd games.
Yeah, and this is an interesting Essa deck straight away. We're on Banha Shibboleth Ika Essa. I mean, we were talking before about how weird breaker suites are. Now, this is not one I've seen before. Shibboleth and Ika out of Anak. Very cool.
And I see the appeal. I think Essa gets a big burst of accesses often. So I think Shibboleth is probably not turning off until the late game. It's a very powerful early game breaker. And I don't think Anarchs have a decoder that's an automatic include, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think you're right. There's Buzzsaw, which is quite common, but even then, I think Omakua is the Anarch decoder of choice at the moment.
I mean, after Buzzsaw, the options fall off quite dramatically. I believe the next option is Abasi.
Yeah.
Yes,
probably
Abasi,
not where you want to be. But here we go.
I haven't played a lot of precision design in a Hermes world. I wonder whether you get annoyed by having extra cards added to your hand in addition to the card you're getting back yourself, having to make a lot of discards and whatnot.
Yeah, it's probably a bit tough. Rush HB and Hermes are not the greatest of friends. These are coming down to draw up, and the Vitruvius counter is obviously huge against Essa. Just having that ability to snatch an agenda back on tap.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Here you're seeing that for this ESA deck, a lot of the econ or a lot of the influence can be spent on breakers and maybe some generic economy because ESA kind of has all the tricks needed. Like sort of the kind of thing you want to be doing is already in faction.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks. I'm liking the fermenters here, ready to go. There's a lot of danger represented. We still can't really break barriers, but there's a lot of potential credits on the table. And Rustrider making good use out of Tranquility Home Grid here. Low key, probably one of my favorite null signal cards.
Yeah,
Shout outs to,
a modest.
Zoe. This is one of my favorite arts. Just something about the colors of Tranquility Home Grid really is tranquil, you know?
You feel calm when you go to the grid.
I mean, it's grass on the moon. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is grass, isn't it?
Meditation grid. And we have a full suite of breakers down now, charging down this remote. Sending it up the guts.
Good old Corona. Nothing beats Corona,
huh? Apparently now that Paperclip's gone, now nothing beats Corona. And people are playing it again. How cool. Melting through walls like we used to in ancient times. Rustrider thinking hard here. 8 credits is not a lot of credits when you have a completely unres server.
And that is an answer which is just going to get bun hard through. Although
it's
only has 2 cards.
Yeah, I hope you've got a hope there's a steel skin in hand. Otherwise, it costs. Eka can get through, but it's not cheap. It's 6.
2 to host, 2 to pump. Yeah, 2.
Also, maybe some interface issues happening. There we go.
You could opt to save a credit by taking 1 subroutine of damage if you're so inclined.
I think that might be happening. Yeah, losing a click, of course, that does the job too.
A lot of different options there.
Netrunner, it's a game of options.
All right.
Baram Wu, what's up in the chat? We love Baram Wu.
Yeah.
What is up? What's going on? In before ganked, let's see it. Oh, Luminol. Oh, enormous. Oh, it's ganked.
There it is. It's ganked.
Oh,
it was
no.
Called. Felix H called it. Oh, it's ganked.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's
right.
board wipe time. Oh, Felix H calling it in the chat. Well done.
Now, thankfully, I think this is not going to wreck the whole board. I think Ika is strong enough to boost and break, and so it actually doesn't do much here. It's credit perfect for because you can say, "Hey, I'm not going to. I'm done stealing." Cobra Bubble's doing well to come in with just enough to survive the ganked. Though, had the cards been accessed in the opposite order, this would have been a safe score because ganked could have fired that. And the runner cannot steal.
Unable to steal. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Cobra was playing around the ganked there because it was credit perfect? I guess you the
missed
50-50 on the access.
That much.
Yeah. I bet Rustrider had the same reaction that we did. We were like, "Oh, it's ganked, it's board wipe," and then wait, no, it isn't.
Yeah, I would say, without giving away my own personal preferences, if you see precision design, I think you should be worried about ganked. I think ganked is incredible in precision design. You should play it.
I'm convinced.
And let's not forget, there is still that Vitruvius token lying around.
Yeah, so I think we could see a ganks go back into that remote at some point. Cobra Bubble's back in the money, probably thinking about hitting this remote and playing aggressively. We love it. Shibboleth now on 1 strength. You do not want to meet a gatekeeper right now.
Right.
And it looks like we might be gearing up for a Chashtushka.
Can we shout out this boomerang and Essa? That's not a kind of
yeah, we love that.
Oh, okay, but let's write it. Advanced seamless launch.
It says
Architect deployment test.
I love this card.
And Solon Res 1, ignoring all costs. Who shout out to firing blind accelerated beta test, by the way. This is good, but man, shout out to accelerated beta test.
Always be testing.
Always be testing. That's what they say. Rust Rider having a look here. Probably deciding what to install in res. If anything, you can do agendas too.
Yeah.
Please be
So,
tier.
of course,
Please be tier.
if
Please
you
be
choose
tier.
agenda, yeah, if you choose an agenda with architect deployment test, you can't res it, of course, but you can still install it, and of course, you will be able to install in Trend Grid to gain your Trend Grid trigger, whether it be card, your draw one card or gain 2 credits. It can't be res, but then your opponent will know that it's an agenda.
And it's
But
a
there we
Rashida, the value, the value of that ADT. No tier. Sorry, y'all. Hoping to see a tier res for free on stream. We saw a Rashida res for free though.
It was me. I was the only
Incredible.
one who was thinking about it. I've done it
You're
before.
the voice of the people,
It's-
Mondo.
Feels good.
You are the voice of the people.
Seamless
Truly.
back in
Well,
HU, by the way.
What do we reckon the most expensive ice in this is likely to be? Ansel, maybe MIC.
Yeah, I reckon these like the two like top end mid-rangey, like kind of chunky ice that you see out of HB. Both kind of like fit what PD wants to do, which is just to push agendas with seamless launch, get like an ice that is like chunky, annoying to go through multiple times, especially with Madagam Skunks and maybe another defensive upgrade like the classic being Anoetic Void backing it up.
Yeah. That said, if we see a Mwanza City Grid, I absolutely think that there are tiers in this deck.
Yeah, I'm on board with you there. And we're seeing a finality come down the pipe with a Banha on R&D. Cobra's trying to end this game. Cobra's trying to end this game right here, right now.
Now, of note, if we see a ganked off R&D, we can do some pretty gross stuff.
It's a ganked. You call
Oh,
it.
it is a ganked.
Because
But no, we can't afford it. No, we can't afford it. Wait, how does this card work?
it's free.
It's free. What? Okay.
Oh, there's an Ika again.
There is. Hey, though, do they have an ability window?
It is.
Yes, they
It
do.
is
Okay.
5 credits.
Yeah,
It
they
is-
get it. They get an ability window when ganked.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's encounter.
Okay.
But yeah, it is quite prohibitively expensive to like rehost. To rehost Ika
Yeah.
across and to pump and to break 5 credits in total.
Eco against
just
ganked sucks.
Look, I know it's a rules nightmare. I know it's creates some really negative play experiences, but gosh, I love ganked in HV. It's
Always
so
be
funny.
ganking.
Yeah.
And I think importantly that that second drafter encounter like forced Cobra Bubbles back down to like 1 credit total, and this time he doesn't have any fermenters to back him up.
Yeah.
That was a real aggressive. I want to win right now kind of run. Now Rust Rider's just, I believe, drawn through that R&D. I was going to say R&D lock. What was seen off the finality has now all been seen.
Yeah.
Of R&D here to protect themselves.
Yeah, for those of you not familiar with the combo, had Cobra Bubbles not broken the drafter, Rust Rider would have the option to return the ganked with the second subroutine of drafter so that it is accessed again, and then you fire it again and again and again, thereby resolving the first subroutine on drafter. You may add 1 card from archives to HQ as many times as they want, which is pretty sick.
It is pretty
It's
sick.
quite sick.
Like all the Vitruvius counters, all of them.
Yeah. Just return all 12 cards back into hand. Do whatever you want. Build your own CI.
Your
What's in
digital
the
life.
remote? What's in the remote? I reckon Rust Rider would love it if it was a 5-3 in the remote right now. Ecore projects would be pretty safe, and you can score it if you have a
I
seamless
think
launch in
you'd
hand.
love it if it was an Icor project, although I would imagine that the existence of bifurcation in this list indicates that it's more likely to be just another agenda. And I
Great
don't
call.
think you have the space to run both Icor project and random
It looks
5
like-
random 2-1s, I should say.
It looks like there was
in
an
an
agenda in archives just being rescued there, and we see a Takana in archives as well.
Tucana.
Oh, I love what Rust Rider is doing here.
Yeah, this is just it's hard rush out of PD instead of ob, so it's a similar game plan to what we saw in the previous game actually, but just these like horrible ganks. And Are we seeing a 4-2 here, or perhaps another Vitruvius? Off-world. Okay, so in the money, ready for that final push.
If I had to guess, I'd say that the agenda that got into archives got there because of the sabotage of the finality, which means it was the top 2 cards of R&D, which means that if Rust Rider had trash from HQ instead of R&D for that sabotage trigger, Cobra Boss might have won right there on spot.
Yep,
oh, interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Sabo giveth, Sabo taketh away. Once more, just be Hishiko. You would have won there. Question mark.
Not on my stream.
That's not analysis. Okay.
Yeah, both players on game point now. Essa a little bit low on money. Cobra Bubbles on just 3 credits, despite those fermenters have been spent, but has some pretty powerful resources to get into places without money. Though getting into places without money is terrifying because, of course, we have ganks running around.
So Cobra is sending it with a finality, hit the steel skin scarring like a god with that core damage, and we're just finality again. We're doing it.
So second finality is definitely like extremely hype. I am just thinking about this boss state, and here we go, finality.
Yeah.
We were looking at this sabotage. Rust Rider was thinking about this, and this time he does choose to trash on HQ.
Magnet saves the day. Oh my god, maybe.
You can ban how through it, but now you can't
let the drafter
break this. Yeah, because there is a Managam Skunk in archives. You can't let this go through. You can't pay for it.
You're right. There is a skunk in archive. Oh, Magnet, hero, Magnet. Yeah, you can. I mean, you have. There's not much thinking. You still have to let it fire.
I think.
I think you do. You have to jack out.
Oh, that's devastating.
It's an absolutely massive res there. That Magnet.
Now I'm just thinking if maybe it was worth it to just go for HQ. Go get a single access on HQ instead, because you do have that boomerang, which means that and you do know that Rust Rider did pull back an agenda with that Vitruvius counter last turn.
No, they do still have that option. They have 1 click remaining.
Yeah, I think we're probably likely to see that. Are we going to let this go off?
That's
one way to look at this is if the Managarm's on R&D, it's not on the remote. Is a way to look at it.
All right, draft the fires. All right.
Interesting. Maths.
So Managarm will stop the access, I think, which is probably the optimal line. But the cool line is to put a ganked on R&D, and then you can have all the cards you ever want as long as you survive these R&D accesses.
Yeah, the real play is to let the stream see the ganked drafter interaction.
Yeah. As a public service.
As a public service, exactly. That's what these tournaments are about.
I'm not always the strongest. I'm not always the strongest player, and I think I would probably miss that. I would probably miss the Mavirus and just put the ganked on there, because it's so exciting to put up a ganked on there.
Because it's fun.
All right, exactly. I guess it's decided then, Rust Rider. Chat demands ganked.
Chat demands ganked. That's all right. We can look but not speak. We're behind one-way glass. We can't interact with these players. Even when Swifty is, playing to the crowd like he was last game, which was very satisfying. Time of the round is up, apparently. Having a look in this announcements.
All right, Rust Rider adding a face down card back into HQ.
That is
now, as we have noted, there is the option for Cobra was to go for Hail Mary last click run HQ. So even if this R&D run whiffs, there is still a chance for him to get some accesses before the end of the game.
Yeah, one thing.
Sorry, no, go Sanjay.
Oh, so one thing to note is that even though the Managarm might shut down the finality on R&D, there is still the issue of securing HQ. Yeah, because you still need to secure HQ. Oh,
But now you get
wow.
a finality. So, okay, and this is what I was thinking is because maybe there's enough agendas in HQ that Rust Rider feels like their odds are better here if this finality
Yeah.
goes
Because
through.
don't forget, PD is an 18-point ID, and it's
Yeah.
11 points on the board already. There's 7 remaining. You can probably assume there's a second bifurcation. Second
Yeah, and
bifurcation, Offworld
One-
Office, Vitruvius.
yeah, there could be like 5 points in hand. And
Mm.
Rust Rider's just gone, look, you know what? I think my odds are better. And it looks like it's paid off.
Oh, incredible heads up
Wow.
play there. Thinking about where the agendas are.
Yeah, I
That
think-
is impressive.
I think that might be it. I think that was what the maths comment was. I think probably they've got, you know, maybe 2-3 agendas in hand and just going, I think this is better. And
Yeah,
forcing the res here, but it looks like
absolute-
Rust
Yeah.
Rider.
Absolute coldest read from
Yeah.
Rust Rider.
Great read,
No,
and I think
yeah.
Rust Rider wins on
Letting
time
Cobra
here.
Bubbles get four accesses on R&D and trusting it to hold. And there we go. Install, advance. There we go.
And the scores
And
for
they
that
actually
protection.
have
Beautiful.
Oh, what a decision tree for Rust Rider to navigate there.
Yep, there you go. All in HQ. Wow, fantastic.
So what you could have done instead is if you install the ganked on R&D, then you pad out HQ really nicely, because there's just you add 13 cards there. It's a lot safer.
Yeah, now that's odds. That's wow. Well, what a great first round. I thought, and I don't want to take anything away because again, what we've seen here is 3 aggressive runners playing really well, and we've seen 3 court players picking just sick lines. I don't want to harp too much on it, but man, we've seen some cool court play in this first round.
Oh yeah, and I think they've needed it, right? Like
Yeah,
those runners were putting the screws on.
They were.
So yeah, I mean, in case we're forgetting over here, this MIC play onto HQ, and just previously before this, we were seeing Wikinometry against Swifty, where Wikinometry fast advance, I believe it was all 7 points, and against an extremely aggressive Sable. And I believe at one point, Wikinometry had no cards installed, and the only thing she had to name was like 4 points and an Atlas token, and somehow we claw back from that position. And before that, in the previous game, where Swifty also on op, got that amazing Audacity Tucana. What was it even? Audacity Tucana.
To get both the Managarn
Malapert?
and yeah.
Audacity Tucana Malapert onto R&D to set
Yeah.
up for a fast advance win of a hostile. That's amazing.
All right, y'all. Let me just sneak in real quick. Interrupt you talking to make you talk some more. Because when we started the stream, I had somehow not unmuted Discord. So I want to give y'all a chance to introduce yourselves. Let's try this again. We have the one and only Jai. From you might recognize Hermes Tao at second place at APAC Continentals 2 weeks ago.
I mean, you make run up at one tournament with a weird idea and no one lets you forget.
Yep. You're never living it down. It's defense construct all over again. We also have Miles, who I now know was on APAC commentary, not an AMT recently, but always happy to have you back.
What's up? I'm so happy to be here. I'm Miles. I didn't come second in any major tournaments, but I did have a website called Sneak Door Melbourne back in the day that people liked. That's my claim to fame.
That's like being the runner-up in life. That's the runner-up. That's nature's runner-up.
Thanks, I think.
And last but not least, we have Null Signal's own Sanjay, the lovable, wonderful Sanjay. How's it going?
Oh, it's going really well. Thanks for that kind introduction. I once got second place at a GNK using Mutate in NBN. I'm very proud of myself for that.
Ooh. And I also
That's a claim to fame for sure.
I also want to give a quick shout out to... I think
it was like a dare. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to to Cobra Bubbles from that last game, if I remember correctly, his meta is currently doing a LAN party for Continentals, and I'm all about that. Shout out to the Norwich meta. Good luck to y'all. Have fun.
Yeah. Also, while we're shouting out Cobra Bubbles, I think not falling into gank traps requires a lot of foresight and thinking. I would have loved to see some ganks going off, but the fact that we didn't is a real credit to him.
Oh, ganked is a card that gets me every time. Like I've never ever played around ganked. I'm constantly surprised. You know, I know it's a thing. It's definitely a real card that you should play around, and I just don't ever.
I mean, it's so hard. It's so hard to play around and just to have that kind of card to keep in the back of your head when you're seeing an answer or a drafter on server one, and just one innocuous install, and then they go, "Oh, you gotta go get this Rashida," and then oh boy, there goes the board.
There you are. You're in the bin. Your cards are in the bin. Everyone's in the bin. How are we doing for round 2?
It looks like a couple of tables are still finishing up here.
Okay.
Let me just peek in and see.
We're starting in 8 minutes. Okay, very good.
Okay.
Veronica, you forgot Ganked was a card. Me too, but congratulations on winning your first round.
Oh, congrats! Oh,
Nice.
Crushing it, Veronica. Good for you.
Yeah, hell yeah. How's these standings looking after this one round? Who's 2-for-1ing their way through the entire tournament? That's my question.
Veronica, I told everybody to play around ganked when they see precision design, so I hope they keep giving you credit for it, even if it's not in your deck.
Yeah,
It
you
looks
gotta
like
play.
there are no 2-for-1s in round 1, which is, I guess, good news.
Look at these casual players, not even 2-for-1ing, even though it's clearly the correct choice. That's sarcasm, by the way. It is not clearly the correct choice. I did see some math suggesting that if your expected win percentage is below the win percentage you need to make the cut, so like if you need to be 7-3, for instance, in a 10-round match, you have you need a win percentage of 70, and you expect versus the field you have a win percentage of 60. You should be 2-for-1ing from the very get-go. And feel free to ignore that information if you want to play Netrunner tournaments. Like,
imagine doing maths in Netrunner though. Like, come on.
Humans were not meant to be doing double-sided Swiss.
Netrunner is a vibes-based game.
I agree. Just be cool. Just play your games.
Just be cool, man.
Just assume that you have a win percentage of 80%. I'm sure you have it in you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you just gotta pull it out. Just believe. Heart of the cards. Always heart of the cards.
Every single person
like I can make that sober.
Every single person in a tournament has an expected win percentage of 80%. I believe in all of you.
So by my maths, you should be doing some kind of 8-for-2 or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you can, usually you can only get a 2-for-1, but if you can get an 8-for-2, that's good value.
That is really good value. If you just go, listen, mate, if I lose this, I will concede my next 4 rounds for you.
Just, when you're like, hey, yeah, we'll give you 3 points for this one. It's all arbitrary, right? Like, my friend won 2 games, so she got 6 points. Why not 12? Why not 20? Get a point for each agenda point you score.
Yeah, I can barely count above 5 in a game of Netrunner, so above, 6 plus, basically the same thing.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the reason that threat is they tried to limit it to 3 and 4 is because counting past 4 is hard. I mean, crows can do it, but can humans? I don't know.
No one's proven it. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 100. I think.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. I'm not a mathematician. I am an engineer. Don't go on any bridges in the Melbourne area.
Don't quote me on this, but I think I have it on good authority that in the next rules update, NSG is gonna make an amendment to the how to win the game section, and it's just say threat 7 win the game, and I can only hope that our beloved players can count all the way up there, because it seems we're having some difficulty so far.
If you need to know how many agenda points you have, get a Corvid and ask them because they can count very well.
Mm-hmm. They make very
Secret
cool
Bros
sounds.
always
Sometimes they go like "woo" when they're very excited. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure about the update with the new threat wording because threat applies to if you or your opponent has 7 points. So let's
Ooh.
throw that into the comp rules and absolutely brick the game.
We
You
should
wanted
add
2 for
some more.
ones, you've gotten IDs.
We should
As-
add some
as-
more threat 7 abilities to the game.
I'm sorry,
think.
I ironically want to see some like threat 5 or 6 abilities. I think you can get pretty spicy with that one.
They have to be coming down the pipeline, right? We got the
Surely,
3s and 4s, keep it simple. I actually want to see some more I want to see some 1s and 2s, and I want to see more cards like Shibboleth that get worse as time goes on. Also, I'll say it again, Threat X. It's possible.
X.
Just put it on a card. I don't care what it does.
I'm
It
sure
could be
Threat X
banned.
is
Just
coming.
do it.
Come on.
You just need to see
Hopefully.
the words Threat X on a card, and it
I
maybe
know,
can have some
yeah.
like some sick what's that guy I'm thinking of, the like 90s X-Men kind of art, lots of belts.
Yeah, I know threat doesn't work like this, but I want to see because it's equal to or greater, but I want to see a threat -1. So it's if you took a Nightmare Archives, it's like, oh, now my cards turn on. I deserve this as compensation for what I'm dealing with.
Interesting.
Honestly, just
Yeah.
give a card a data dealer ability if the threat is below 0.
Oh my god, I would
can
have loved the
completely
data
see-
dealer in the last rotation.
I can completely see like some kind of threat 0 ability, and then the ability to add itself to your score area as -1. Like take -1 points to your own self to get some kind of benefit in your score area.
That'd
Oh
be pretty
yeah,
wild. Yeah, actually, yeah. I guess that's interesting, but I feel like that puts you. I feel like there's potential for some really disgusting decks. Like if you put it on runner side, sure. Corpse side, alarm bells.
you could actually
Yeah.
make a threat 0 ability that turns off something, so then you get the ability if your
Yeah.
score goes negative. This is genius design. Put me on the
I mean,
design
it's like-
team, everybody.
I think you're the one with the connections to do that if you really wanted.
I mean, I don't know how they recruit people besides just listening to people say, "Put me in, coach," on No Signal Game streams. That's not true. If you're interested in working for No Signal Games, positions get posted on our website. Check it out. I think we're looking for some people.
Wow,
I don't know the
Sanjay,
details.
What URL can people visit to?
You can visit google.com and search for No Signal at nosignal.games. Did we post the newest? I know we are looking for people to join the standard ban list team and to actually be looking at startup as well. So that's something we're looking at. And I think we are working on posting some new stuff soon. So, keep looking. We appreciate the help.
And it looks like round 2 has been paired.
Ooh.
Oh, we've got some bangers. Let's see. We got some. There's a lot of really fun matchups. We got Rotom versus Bridgman on table 7. That's
Whoa.
hell
yeah. Come
yeah.
on, that's massive. We got to poke our heads in there. Absolute clash of the titans on table 7. I'm gonna go into the wrong stream by mistake. It's bad when there's too many games being created. It's very hard to join one on purpose.
Yeah, so let's take a look. It looks like Rotom Appliance on Asmari and Sable. We saw that last round already. And Bridgman on PD and Hoshiko. Right. So looks like PD probably going to see something similar to Rust Riders deck last round. And he'll be up against Rotom Appliance's Sable.
Have we double checked that they're okay with us streaming?
Not.
I have not seen the table go up yet.
Oh, I thought I
Yeah,
saw
it's flashed
Oh,
up
no.
and down a couple of times actually.
Yeah. Gotcha.
We had a nice
7, right? Yeah. Cool. No rush.
7.
There are apologies for the delay, chat. There are literally 70 tables today
Yeah.
with a record turnout of 142 players. It is one, yeah, 142 players, which is, if I am not wrong, the second highest ever for NSG online event, behind only Worlds 2021. I think.
I believe you're right. Okay, we've got neither of these guys on the no stream list, so we should be okay.
Oh, do we have the list? Sweet.
Okay, it looks like we are good to go on this stream. This should be. I reckon I don't want to hype it up, but this could be fireworks here on the stream because these are some of the highest level players in the game right now.
What IDs are we looking at today? Ooh, Precision Design for Bridgman, Asmari for Rotom, an ID that Rotom is very familiar with, and of course the Violinist and the Dragon Lady on the other side of the table.
Oh, more Sable. More Sable games
Looks like
today.
Rotom will be Copic first, Asmari against Hoshiko. And this might actually be the first time I've heard anyone refer to Hoshiko as the Dragon Lady.
I mean, her toy is sometimes is big.
It's big. It's true.
Can I? Yeah. So let me tell you the deep Hoshiko lore.
we
My
got
friend,
time.
I'm still ready.
Please.
my friend Osklet has a kid who and she plays Hoshiko a decent amount of time, and the way she describes Hoshiko as because on one side she just has her like stuffed animal, and on the other side it's like the full dragon, and so she describes it as the toy is little side and the toy is big.
Damn.
When she was a little kid, she was like, "Mommy, dude, the toy is big." When the toy was little, to sort of. So you can refer to the two sides of Hoshiko as the toy is little and the toy is big if you want. I'm not stopping you, and I am encouraging you. So right now we see Hoshiko, the toy is little. But if you access at least one card, you might see that flip, and the toy will be big.
All right, Hoshiko versus Asmari, and this was probably the matchup of the right at the tail end of the last meta. Hoshiko versus Asmari was something you would be seeing a lot because we had some pretty clear decks here, and looks like Rotom's starting hard, pushing out what looks to be a Rashida turn one. Could be a Gaslight, even could just be a next level bait.
Richmond going extremely strong right now. Right out of the gate with gamble, sure gamble into Dreamer, into Dirty Laundry, ending turn one on 11 credits. Nice, healthy number.
And a flip, just lightning fast start here for both players. Rashida turn one, always great to see. Live DreamNet and a bunch of cash turn one from Bridgman. Very, very good start from both players here. Are we expecting to see anything spicy out of this Asmari? Any intel that you guys know about?
I don't know. There's a lot of different flavors of Asmari. You can have the 6 agenda, all 5/3 Asmari. That's pretty solid. Maybe something you want to play in a Hermes meta. But then there's also some other Asmari flavors with artificial crypto crash. Do they want some of the new cool agendas? It's a tricky idea to figure out.
My spicy pick for cards to play in Asmari, especially after this turn 2 triple install turn from Rotom Appliance. My pick for spicy splash card would be fully operational.
We do have a sweet fully operational board just at this moment.
We do, and I'm going to give you another pick based on that attitude adjustment. 3 words: Ginger City Grid.
That's hype.
I reckon we're 6 Mari on here.
I will say I will eat my hat if Patrick is on fully operational.
Think about it. You go fully.
It'd be great.
Draw 6 cards. Your digital life twice. Come on.
Yeah, busted. Yeah. You have your digital life in faction.
And Rotom's going absolutely rogue here. This is a really strange board state. You don't see this kind of thing very often. No ice on centrals at all. One single ice remote, one double ice remote that is something that's been sitting there for 2 turns advanced. This is a really interesting play pattern from Rotom here.
What do you think is at server 1?
Bologna? Rolls. Echo Chamber, it's
maybe.
totally 6 Mari.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
The jig is up.
Yeah. Alarm bell. Everyone knows the score now. Everyone knows what's going on. If you're watching the stream and maybe haven't seen this archetype before, what we're looking at here is almost certainly a 6 agenda deck out of his Mari, 6 3-pointers, probably 3 Bologna, 3 Degree Mill, and they're just trying to build a huge Glacier server, huge disgusting Glacier, score 6 points and use an Echo Chamber to score the 7th point, and probably exploiting a relative lack of Mad Dash in the meta right now.
Correct. We have a last click Bravado into server 1. And now it's a tie, which doesn't end around, which means I guess we'll get to see what card this is. It's a Regolith,
It's
all
just
right.
a regolith. It's just cash. You trash?
I don't know. At 5? Well, we're about to get $7, so
Probably. I mean, you already came in here. Maybe. It's not great.
No
Yeah, it
trash.
doesn't want to do it. I think there's good argument either way. Let's see what comes out here. Bologna, probably. Yeah, that's nice. That's what you want it to be as a Rotom. You don't want to be scoring a Degree Mill here.
is Degree Mill the other 5/3 of choice for 6 Mari? Or, I suppose they could play Send the Message. I just don't happen to know.
I think it's the most commonly played one. You could definitely play Send a Message.
I mean, there's the alternative of playing another very spicy out of faction 3 influence operation called Neurospike.
Yeah.
Re-education
yeah,
is another
true.
5/3.
Nope, that's a great point. I didn't think about that one. Re-education, you can do a very spicy kill combo here. Great call, Jack. Didn't think of that.
Oh man, look at it. It's turn 4. Brisbane already has its full rig up.
Oh, and Rodom says, come get it.
Come get
God,
it.
what a great, full rig, 9 credits, loaded Pomu ticking along, a couple of credits under daily cast, and a DreamNet going. Rodom says, this looks a lot like an NGO. Better come find out.
This is one of the best decks or best archetypes in the standard format to be playing NGO in, probably just because like everything you do looks like an NGO. But man, there's more coming down.
Yeah, Bridgman says, you know what? I'm not interested in playing this game. I'm just going to tear your hand to pieces.
Seeing a pop-up window in hand is so interesting because clearly Rotom had options to like, hey, these centrals are open. I could just put this down. But just really playing towards what he sees as like the best line, not wasting a single click on a suboptimal play. That's why, again, we see the best players as the very best players. There's so many opportunities in a game of Netrunner to give up tiny advantages. No one plays a perfect game, but some of the players that we see at these top tables sometimes come close.
Yeah, and I think that click efficiency is the biggest thing with the top players, because when you think about it, sometimes a game of Netrunner, I don't know what the average turn time is. I think people say around 10 turns. That's 30 or 40 actions. It's not actually very many. Using your clicks correctly or efficiently is actually such a huge part. And look what Bridgman just did with that click. Look at that, with that moshing that he just played.
That's good grief. That's a draw
click.
5, gain 7. Is that legal?
So, someone called Judge Bridgman. Bridgman put a ultraviolet clearance in his deck. But look at this is what I'm talking about here. Look at that click efficiency. 1 click, draw 5, gain 7. So many options opened up here, and start building that board state out. No wasted energy here.
Oh, interesting to see the Mystic Mamie. I think it's not always. I don't think you see it in every single Anarch list. It doesn't always make it.
Yeah.
It says a little bit about what other cards are in there. I think Bravado, makes more sense with Mystic Mamie, which we saw already. Interesting stuff. It also lets you play all those strike funds and the prices and little one costs. There's a lot more painlessly. A lot less.
Shout out to that card that Bridgman installed on his last turn. Ice Carver. Haven't seen that in a minute.
Yeah, that's an ancient card. Got the sick full art from Worlds like 2016. Very, very nice. And this is just the most vanilla Hosh in the world. It's great. It's just good stuff. It's money and breakers. We're coming down to start tearing that hand apart like we talked about earlier. Noticed here, Strike Fund. We talked about it a little bit, but it's not a card we've seen a lot of.
Yeah, I mean, just one of those printed in automated initiative. One of those cards which benefit greatly from all the trash synergy that Anak has going on. And I guess the biggest strike against it is the fact that the other highest trash synergy cards in Anak have just rotated out just as this card was printed. Namely, of course, everyone knows the Bin Breakers, Paperclip, Black Orchestra, and MK Ultra. So leaving that, those cards leaving the pool just as Strike Road enters, I think it's a knock against the card, I would say, just because there isn't that critical mass of synergy that we have previously seen in the last meta.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're not as inclined to play the cards that dump all the things into the bin in quite the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, Bridgman does get this more trigger this turn, knocking Attitude Adjustment, which is the last card out of Rotom Appliance's hand. Just going for credits. Now, of course, leaving that Regolith in server 1, not contesting, and this server 2, which is, of course, looks a hell of a lot like NGO at this point, so Rotom clearly not stuff for credits.
I was hoping it wasn't, but it very likely was.
Tollison asking in the chat, is this a surveyor list? Very well could be. We've seen exactly one influence in this deck, so we have no idea what's going on influence-wise. This runner deck looks like it's built to beat that ob deck that we saw in the first round. That's sort of my read. This is a fast list. It's got 2 Unity, 2 Calm, and I'm guessing 2 Cleaver, Ice Cover. Looks to me like it's just trying to pull a rig up fast and efficiently. No frills.
That is a lot of value we're getting off a single HQ run, huh? Steve Cambridge, Dirty Laundry, getting your Hoshiko flip, of course. You're not accessing any cards, so more doesn't trigger, of course. But and of course, Bridgman deciding what to take, and so looks like Rotom has decided to give him another Dirty Laundry, and now. I mean, Bridgman with this rig and this setup right now probably can just break most eyes on this board, even the classic Asmari barrier, which would be Endless Eula. So you can go through it for 3 credits with this cleaver. But the question is, do you check other centrals? And RD has gone completely unchallenged this game. There's a new card in server 2, of course. And here we go. Just more centrals is the call.
I think one question that Bridgman can be asking right now is, how is Rotom Appliance going to be closing this game? And is it possible to shut that down? Because, you've seen Bridgman take a few clicks to just click for credits, because if they can keep their money up and they can challenge the remote, how does this Asmari deck win? And I mean, that's not quite a rhetorical question, because the answer is, I'll run you through the remote so many times that you do run out of money. NBN has a certain way of just draining credits from high numbers to low numbers. But it's with Rotom Appliance only on 3 points, I think it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, and I think it's draining the run of credits is reasonable, because this reads to me like a deck that does not have liberated accounts. But the Steve Cambridge is going to make things tough. We've already pulled back a gamble and a daily cast. If you just keep, you can get a lot of value off this DJ Steve on the decks here, pulling back all that money, because ultimately Rotom just has to drag Bridgman through this server 100 times if he's going to have any hope of pulling it out.
Yeah, of course we haven't seen. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I mean, I was just going to point out it is only turn 9. And Bridgman only has 8 cards left in the stack, and that's just Hoshiko for you, right? That's Hoshiko, that's moshing, and that's the price.
Yeah. We also saw an early DreamNet, which means that they've been drawing 2 cards a turn for every turn of the game.
Yep. Oh, there's a Bologna in the bin. Oh, it's just gone.
Just
Oh,
discarded off of the
off the more,
of the
almost
more hit.
certainly. Yeah. And again, this is just such a small thing, but the fact that Bridgman ran archives before installing the daily cast, so he gets the Paladin and promo credit, just those little things that make.
That's disgusting. I don't
I know,
think
isn't
people.
it?
I don't think people should be allowed to be this good at Netrunner.
Just lovely, tiny little details of the game. Yeah, happy spot for Bridgman. Stargate might be on the table soon. Twinning, we've got a lot of companions here. Twinning might be coming down soon. We've got a remote server. We
All
have a
right.
large remote server.
I think this survey is a much likelier shout right now.
Yeah,
Nice
the
call.
survey's looking good. But Rodham's just spent 7 credits installing ice onto that remote.
Rotom's
HQ is
coming for
wide
those
open,
daily
giving
casts.
TJ Steve value.
Yeah, of course, Carmen is not the card you want to see when you're trying to tax people out with a Surveyor. It will cost a lot of money, but Carmen probably gets through Surveyor better than most with the 2 to boost for 3. It's
Yeah.
not bad.
I think you're right. And here's the Stargate.
And
Bridgman says, let's
last piece
close
of the
this
ring.
thing out.
Pop-up window, no problem. Just pay the 1. Not even breaking with Unity.
Doesn't need to.
Yeah,
And you can.
of course,
And a magnet. Oh, this is not a very good RNT. Oh no. Oh, there's a send a message. He is on send a message.
oh boy,
Oh,
This
is it
game-
mad dash?
Yeah.
immediately over if there's even just 1 mad dash in Richmond's deck.
Hydra.
Bridgman, he does, yeah. Hydra question mark. I mean, even Carmen's kind of okay against Hydra, right?
Not bad. It
At
breaks it
7
for.
credits, I think. Oh well, Ice
7?
Carver
I mean,
actually.
I guess
No,
it's
it's
pretty.
5.
Oh, Ice Carver, yeah, it's okay.
I just like to highlight that that pop-up window play just now, and this is like another reason why these people are so good at the game. Pop-up window, you let the cop trigger the subroutine and you pay the 1 credit because you don't want to close your own window to hippo another ice if you choose to run one of these remote servers later on in the turn.
Oh, that's a cool.
Wow, yeah, great point. Just
Yeah,
options.
and it didn't come up here, but even just like making those decisions, having that habit, so that you're predisposed to making optimal plays later in a turn is really neat. I think one thing, Netrunner tournaments are incredibly mentally taxing, and I think it's pretty important to internalize a lot of the things that you want to do. So you're spending as little of your mental energy on small decisions as possible.
Yeah. Bridgman strikes me as someone who's got those small decisions internalized. I've just been looking through the log. I don't think we've seen a single run on a central this game that hasn't had extra value attached to it. Like Dream right at the start there was DreamNet runs because I think Bridgman thought this was a rushy list. And since then, literally every run is like Steve, it's Stargate, it's Dirty Laundry. There's always something more going on.
I think this is a very interesting install on archives, considering that Rotom knows that there isn't a single ice that can stop Bridgman from getting in and accessing that sender message. I mean, my hot pick would be a Ablative Barrier, actually.
Oh,
If that's an
yeah,
Ablative
right.
Barrier archives, it goes straight
Yeah,
into
and now there's a Spin Doctor in the bin too, so that would save you.
Is the Blade of Barrier threat 3 or 4?
Ablative Barrier threat 3.
3.
Nice. That's cool, if so.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits to playing it in an agenda suite like this is pretty typically after one agenda goes, a Blade of Barriers live. They should have made it a sentry just for kicks.
What do you reckon is in server 2?
It could be an Echo Chamber. It could be a Biovolt. It could be a Mavirus. It could be a Spin Doctor. We just haven't seen the need to, I don't know, use it, but
It has been
Yeah.
there when the Bologna got taken, so
true.
That'd be
That's a good call.
goodness, 31 credits. I'm a gigantic Rotom Appliance fan, so I will say I am rooting for Rotom Appliance, and I am not liking this situation right now.
So I mean, if we're right on like the read on what Rodham is playing today, so he would need to install advance, and score another 5-3 out of this admittedly massive server 2 remote. And then stick and resolve an echo chamber if that's like the fake points solution that is elected for. Okay, and looks like the call is reinforced R&D again. Richmond says, come at me. I don't care. I don't care what
he
I
says,
have.
I'll just delete this toll booth for like 2 credits.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oof.
So yeah, that toll booth cost more to rest than it did to break one time, even after the on encounter trigger. And
Yeah,
there you
that's not
see
good.
Brisbane using the one credit from unit to break pop-up window now that the hippo trigger is no longer required. That's just the mental shortcuts that you've got to have when you're playing at this high level.
And we did indeed see a Surveyor go in the bin. So as suspected, this is a Surveyor deck, but that big 5 ice finger is just not going anywhere, unfortunately. There's no reason for Bridgman to go down it because he's not letting agendas get through to Rodham's hand to begin with.
And dirty laundry.
Border control. So this is a full glacier, as we suspected. Border control, Surveyor, toll booth. You make a huge filthy remote, but unfortunately Bridgman's just locked down the flow of agendas into that remote.
And I think I would say, and of course we have seen some amazing court plays already, and it's only round 2 today. But I dare say if Rodham makes a comeback from this position, I think this might be the best court comeback like that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, we can only hope. It's been certainly an incredibly tight game of Reg Hosh on the runner side, I would say. And Bridgman probably having to think about whether he wants to go and touch that, send a message in archives and allow something nasty to get rezzed, maybe a Hydra on the remote, so that Rodham could push. Because 18 credits looks like a lot, but when you need to res 5 ice worth, 18 credits goes away very, very quickly.
Yeah, of note, well, 2 things of note now that I'm looking at it. We did see a NGO front on the top of R&D, so Rodham has been unable to draw Bridgman through that central server or through that server 2, but maybe that can do it. Though at the same time, Bridgman saw the NGO, so are they going to take the bait, or is Rodham going to say, "Oh, I know you know about the NGO, but I also have this 5/3, so don't worry about this. It's just an NGO." So that's one thing. But then also, R&D is getting very small.
There is a liberated account.
If I think Rodham is also needing to worry. Probably they'll lose the game from agenda points first, but you might run out of cards too, which would be a disaster.
Yeah, they technically have enough turns to win by scoring out, but it's not going to be easy. And that liberated account's there as well, just to add that extra little bit of well, not even little, an extra 16 credits worth of econ. Bridgman sitting very, very comfortably on 25. Tollbooth's going to do something. Tollbooth is not a lot. It's cost 5 to break out of your Dragon's Horde of credits, but it's still something. Unity making pretty light work out of this. And there's the Bologna, so I think we're going into archives.
I'm excited to see this ablative barrier play. The sad thing is that it might just prolong the misery.
And it's a bravado, just in case the game's not over. Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Makes a lot of sense. Incredibly tight. Well played game by Bridgman there. Rodham, of course, as well, but maybe not much that Rodham could do to get out of that hole.
Yeah, you can see how they set up. Yeah, you could see how oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, please continue.
So one thing I think we saw in that game is that Rodham prioritized making rushes on the getting the 5/3s out early. I think the line there is that you need to get some agenda points on the board so that you can force the runner to run through your big central servers, because you don't win the game otherwise. And as it happened, Rodham didn't get the 5/3s that he needed to really put the pressure on the runner there and their econ.
Oh yeah, if Rodham had been on 4 points rather than 3, that's a different game. It's a very, very different game.
And I think the call to play Surveyor is very interesting. It's not a card that we've seen like all that much like previously, and of course that's when back in the days of, for example, Big Hoshiko, when they're playing stuff like Botulus, and you stick a Botulus on the Surveyor, you don't really care what its strength is. You break the end of the run, you break 2 tags if it's relevant in the matchup. But I think it is a kind of interesting that we see like this kind of like big ice stacking card come back into the meta, and especially now when like people are still struggling with their breaker solutions, and we've identified that Carmen is probably the one of the better icebreakers to go into Surveyor, but a lot of the rest of them probably struggle quite a lot.
Yeah, I know if you're playing a Numb and you get that Surveyor
Five
pass,
ice.
yeah, you really question your life choices at that point.
Just one big boy, that's all you need. And we have a we're back live, back on, and we have Rotom with a 47 card Sable. Very likely something similar. This is what we might have to start calling UK Sable now. I don't know. Up against Bridgman.
I don't know this for sure, but I think it might have originally been a QTM invention.
QTM with a bunch
QTM,
of card draw.
QTM, not biased.
This stream brought to you by Neutral Signal Games. And look at that, 47 cards. We got Turtle, we got Omakul, we got for a bounty and Sure Gamble in the opening card hand with 47 cards. It's just that easy, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you do it. This is how you get to world champion.
I will say, I know Rotom Appliance won Worlds with big Max, but run-based, aggressive, sort of econ control-y Crim is, I think, Rotom Appliance's bread and butter. It's actually nice to see Rotom Appliance back on Crim after having to sully himself playing those Anarchs for a bit.
Orange cards.
Ugh.
Orange cards, my god, we do blue only. It's under the sea with Sable. That's why her name's Sable. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why Sable's whole theme is nautical stuff in Borealis, and nobody has a more pronounced nautical theme than her.
Absolutely
Exactly.
not. Can't think of a better example.
Y'all know nothing about
econ
birds.
control. We're trashing unres Tranquility home grids one after another. This is econ control. We love it. Essentials rest.
Kristen knows what's up.
Now what?
All right, let's go find a different game, y'all. Good luck to Rotom Appliance in this one.
And suddenly, Purge. It's a Purge.
That's a snap. Ice into Purge, Richmond. I think the identification that Rotom is like deliberately going to such low credit totals, just in the effort to deny this board-based asset upgrade-based econ from this trend grid, and then Bridgman very correctly identified, oh boy, that's a Hagen.
That isn't a flip switch.
Flip
calling it.
Flip switch.
Pretty cool.
Wow.
I don't see a lot of flip switches.
No, I wonder if that's a response to Stavka Terror. I assume it's not for Hagens, but it certainly does the job.
Coming in clutch there, saving a turtle.
Yeah, the product protected the turtle, protected your leech possibly as well. But I mean, that's not to say that Rotom is in a great spot right now. Only one credit to his name. Sure, you've got this info bounty, but until you find a way to like bust open the central and get value runs off, like this run economy is not seeming too hot against like all these like extremely spooky HBIs to gear check.
Now, anytime I see Greasing the Palm, it's a decent econ operation as is, but it makes me wonder, are we seeing a taggy HB here.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, they do have the Jaguar, Jagarundi, the new ice in the Automata Initiative, which hands out some tags in addition to some core damage. Um,
Yeah, and we
it's
didn't
We
see this in Rust Rider's deck from last round, did we?
No, I don't think so.
we didn't. I
Um,
wouldn't be surprised because it's essentially just what's the name of that I'll call lateral growth. It's very similar, which you did see in like Jammy PD. But I choose to believe that Bridgman is on Oppo research and full tags. I
Oh
will not be.
boy.
And you know what? Bridgman's on 3 snares. That's my call. You heard it here first.
I mean, Behold is the same amount of influence, I think.
Oh
Though,
man,
and both are sick in precision design.
absolutely. You heard it here first.
So I will say one of the best cards to install with Greasing the Palm, especially an upgrade on a central server that Bridgman just did, is Ganked.
Does look a bit ganky.
I don't think there's a ganked. I
Ganky
want there to be a
pseudo.
ganked, but I don't think there's a ganked. Could there be something as old school and mundane as a Crisium grid?
That's an interesting
Look, it
shout.
could be. Prisium Grid certainly a card that exists. 1 influence. People thought it was going to be the new Spin Doctor when it came out. Didn't quite work that way, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know what?
Is it
It's
it
pretty
good
good.
at the moment?
It's fine. I don't know. It's pretty good. Miss Bones is pretty good too against HB.
So yeah, one thing I wanted to shout out. So Rotom did fire off that bravado on archives, which of course incited Bridgman to rest this magnet, which of course it's a decent rest, right? You stop the runner from gaining a credit and all the random stuff that goes along with them getting successful runs, the leech counter, the Omakua. But now, Rotom with that armed with that info is now getting neutral value for Shibboleth, which breaks magnet for a cool cost of exactly 1 credit. And at this stage, with this board state, it doesn't look like the threat for activation will be anytime soon. So if you get that Shibboleth down, if you start rolling Archives Mark like a world champion, I mean, you can get back into this game really easily.
We're
And
seeing
there
some
it is. It's the archives mark. It's just that easy. Shibboleth's really good. Shibboleth is really good against Magnet, which is great because Magnet is really good in the meta at the moment.
Oh, that's a lot of value.
Ooh, that's good. How good?
We're seeing
yours-
some.
I
Yeah.
can get
Oh, go ahead. We're seeing some really nice synergy between precision design and your digital life. You have a 6-card hand, so when you draw, you just get a lot of money. That's neat.
Yeah, and we have 3 seamless launch in archives.
Huh.
That's a lot. You want those cards. That's a good card. So are we flooded? Maybe?
What's an HQ?
I think we might be flooded. I think
Yeah,
certainly if you're Rotom, you're going to have some alarm bells going off if you see 3 copies of Seamless Launch in the bin and 0 agendas scored. That is very sus.
and the fact that there hasn't been any ice installed for the past 3 turns around thereabouts.
Yeah, and it looked as though Bridgman, your digital life is a bonus, but I think, Bridgman reses the Magnet. Bridgman sees the Shibboleth get searched. I think you probably think pretty hard about trying to find ice for archives there. Or we see a jam into server 3.
I think that's reasonable. If, like, for example, if you've only a single ice in an 8-card hand and you're contemplating trying to jam in a new remote versus icing your archives, because I mean, let's face it, you don't know when your next ice is going to come down, and you can't really just be stuck here trying to draw your way into them. Not when the runner, like, it looks poised to put some more pressure on you, especially after they found this Shibboleth for archives. And let's not forget that that Leech combined with Omicron is now enough to get through this Hagen at least once.
And we're coming into HQ.
That is not. I have seen Gatekeeper attacks a runner a lot more than that. We're about to see what that. It's just a virus, which
pretty good. And there's a void, the classic, the PD special.
Of note, that Gatekeeper is going to be pretty porous to the Almakua next turn. So, if Bridgman has an agenda in server 3, unless it's a Luminal, he has to start thinking about, is it worth scoring it now, or should I shore up HQ more? A lot of tough decisions ahead for both players, really.
The good news is that there's probably not going to be any more central accesses this turn, if only because of the fact that Mavarus access means that it's extremely tough to just get through a gatekeeper with a rest gatekeeper with just a shibboleth. But here we go, Rashida, and surely now Brisbane's going to be drawing some more ice.
Yeah, maybe even another copy of Your Digital Life. Get all the money you need for the rest of the game.
I mean, it's a 40 card deck. Usually you play like maybe 8 agendas, 9 agendas. Those could all be agendas. It'd be pretty bad. Okay, all but one.
All but one. That's
all but two.
All but two. Okay,
two.
Seven agendas in HQ.
Yeah, let's see. Agenda number 7 going to the server 3. There it is.
Okay, so 12 points in hand. 2 more in server 3. And Rotom again, world champion tier. Mark rolling. Let's go.
Is this world champion tier Mark rolling on HQ? Don't know. Yeah, let's see.
I guess this turn you probably want it to be on archives.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. So you can power up the turtle before you go into HQ. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you got my bias. Okay, we got a boomerang down. Here comes the diversion. We love to see it. Going to get an extra click out of this thing. There are 3 subroutine cards now, right? There's like MIC. There's
Ansel.
Ansel would be pretty. Actually, Ansel doesn't do very much here.
No, that's true. It is always funny to see Rotom get owned by Ansel, given that it is his card. So this would not be the situation where he'd be totally wrecked by an Ansel, though.
And we're seeing again the beauty of Sable here is when this Doof connects, that's a brand. That's all right. That's pretty good.
So you have to break end the runs here. So this is actually pretty interesting because like the third sub firing could possibly stop this diversion from going off.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, so we're going to see a clickless install of an ice behind that brand most likely. And because you're Sable, you are now going to get a click back, and you can go hit this remote. That's huge.
No ice to install from HQ.
No, because
how can there be
agendas in HQ?
Exactly.
We figured it out, and Rotom's probably going to check this remote, I would guess.
Oh, what happened to all the money?
Oh, it's
That's
all
incredible.
gone. There was so much. There was 16 monies a minute ago, and now where is it? Somewhere else. No one knows where. Someone else's bank account.
All right, so we'll see if any of these ice is another gatekeeper. Probably is the only thing that would really annoy Rotom at this point. Maybe Drafter, I suppose.
Drafter would be okay because you could potentially do a little tricky maneuver. Are there any? There's a ablative barrier. What strength is that? 1?
That is strength 1.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not going to do great. Drafter lets you potentially, if that is an agenda, you could potentially like last click install a Rashida over it and get like a moment of saving grace kind of thing. But I don't know.
Yeah. Also, innermost drafter is a.
Wraparound would be great. Yeah, good call. Gatekeeper, pretty okay. Can get through it, but it's not cheap.
Interesting to see that Rotom Appliance values the leech counter more than
the 2 credits.
2 credits, yeah. Because that's a tough decision point.
Yeah, I think maybe thinking about what's ablative barrier might even be a consideration, or border control or something like that. Just those 1 strength barriers. So it looks like we're through a very pricey gatekeeper, and we're going to try and see what's in this server here. Ooh. Do we have is Bridgman around?
I will say that I would not have expected Rotom Appliance to be able to get into that server. That was some.
That's why he's the champ.
Yeah, that's why he gets Ansel.
That's why he's got his face on a card and we don't, and we just have to draw our faces on with textures. Or at least is that just me?
Right, so Bridgman, 7 cards in hand now, 0 credits. Your digital life is on the menu, but doesn't appear to have that in hand. Of course, not like really not an amazing spot for him to be in right now. Not least the fact that because server 3 like exists now, the very fact that it exists and has a 0 strength ice on it and another unrest ice which you obviously can't afford to rest, means that farming turtle tokens is actually not that big of a deal if it wasn't already because of this shibboleth, of course.
Oh, yeah, good thinking. Especially if you could like bravado in there or something. Gain money while you're doing it. That would be a pretty nice way to pick up tokens.
All right.
Oh, my baby's awake.
Rotom coming back in. So both players very low on resources here. But Bridgman does have at least some ice resed, which is a good spot to be. If you're poor but you got some ice resed, I guess you can sort of fight out of that position. The Magnet on Archives is a bit of a liability at this stage, but the other two centrals are looking pretty good at this moment. That could change pretty quickly, but it's looking okay right now.
So a Kurupira install from Rotom could open a door to start running R&D. That will bring the Hagen down to 3 strength, and that will make it a 4 credits to break. Not an amazing rate by any means, but at least the option is on the table right now. And I think Bridgman clicking for 3 credits this past turn. Mandatory draw now, and all right, 3 more credits, which means that
2 turns of clicking for credits.
There's no hedge fund in his hand either.
That's hard. That's a hard spot.
Okay, Rotom's done it. He's finally wrote Archives. He's finally figured it out.
Yeah, he's got the dice out. He's making it happen. I think there is a virus in Archives, so
yeah, there is a virus. So
there is, but you still
trade 1 leech counter for 1 Omakua counter.
Yeah, and you get like your 2 credits and a click. You can credit in a click, so it's it's fine. You get value out of that. Maybe it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but I've got to agree. I feel like Bridgman is signaling flood. I think.
Oh, you have the info bounties, so you don't even. Oh no! Info bounty doesn't work. Oh, right. Cool. Oh, that makes sense because it does cost 2.
Okay, here we go. Dirty Laundry and Bankroll. So again, we're just eking a lot of value out of this click. Getting a Bankroll credit, getting Dirty Laundry, getting Info Bounty, swapping your token from Leech onto Ormakua.
Oh no!
And
I think Vitruvius. Oh, I think yeah.
Everything we've seen is consistent with Bridgman having quite a few agendas in hand. Which you don't like to see. Yeah.
You really don't. Yeah, this is a pretty strong flood signal, I would say.
If you were feeling like I need to go for the juggler, and I don't think you do, you could run through a brand right now, click, install something, I don't care. I don't think that's the right line, but it is an option.
I think it's definitely not the right line, if not simply for the fact that we see now there is an Ansel in Archives, and so if you click, the first start file, you go Ansel, rest Ansel with exactly 6 credits, and then you could run into some issues there. So Rotom is taking it easy, like knowing that Brisbane currently not in the best of positions, and like the onus is on him to dig his way out of this. And I think Rotom, like once he finds his Hermes, which he just has, and his Kurupia or whatever other fractor that he has in his deck, could start putting some pressure on R&D, and by extension, get ready for the deep dive, which I'm sure is in every Sable deck.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
true. Though, one thing that defends against deep dive really well, having 12 points of agendas in HQ.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. One thing that is maybe worth considering is these kind of crim decks don't typically run a lot of sustained decon, like maybe, a liberated accounts, something like that, but they don't typically run really long-term econ solutions. It's all very much run-based, so it's possible that there are lines where like Rodom gets dragged through a pricey remote a couple of times and can't afford to keep contesting. It's possible.
Interesting note, because the Vitruvius was in archives, Rodom did not get the Almakua counter. I don't know how relevant that's going to be, but I think I was thinking of it as an easy trade leech for Almakua, but it ended up not being the way things went.
It's also interesting that Brisbane elected to put that seventh ice not on archives, where it's the weakest central by far, but on Servertree instead. Not scared of this diversion, okay, which is definitely coming as we speak.
Interesting. I wonder if it could be. So this could be maybe a Luminal in server 3 or something like that. Are we going to click through this? Yes, we are. So just going in hard, making sure that the corp, obviously Rodham will not be able to capitalize on this money immediately, but just making sure Bridgman has to claw out of this hole again that they've just spent so many turns trying to claw his way out of. And there's a Vitruvius for no value, except for your digital life. That might get him out of it.
That is pretty value, I gotta say.
That's money.
So you discard another card. You discard another card from this Hermes trigger. We did talk about this earlier. It can be pretty annoying to have to, even in a 6-hand size ID like PD, because you are playing around being able to take back a seamless launch, as the case may be, or your digital life, as we see here. Just having that extra one card in hand from that Hermes bounce is kind of annoying.
It's so annoying. Hermes is incredibly annoying, right? We're going to check in archives, which makes a lot of sense. And
third mark in a row, by the way.
Third mark in a row. Yep, you're absolutely right, Chai. It is correctly rolling archives for the third time in a row. We see an MIC in archives. That ain't getting rezzed anytime soon. Yeah, and you'll note here there's 15 cards in R&D only. 15 cards and only 4 points showing on the table. So if you hadn't read Flood from the Vitruvius discard, you got to be thinking about it now. Where are those agendas? They are sure as heck not in anybody's score area.
I mean, we've been talking about how, there's a bunch of agendas in HQ, but if that's the case, Bridgman has definitely played in a way where that is not as much of a liability as it definitely could be.
Yeah,
they've really
choice to not. Sorry,
go ahead,
Sanjay. No.
Just that they've been, playing in a way such that their attention, or that Rodom's attention has been diverted away from HQ. They've been severely taxed getting into HQ. Just Bridgman's been playing in a really powerful way there to mitigate it.
And this brand is doing some heavy lifting.
Ooh.
Bones does work, make short work of that. And I think Bridgman would like to see that.
Particular point which bears mentioning, which is, I think, will be quite of interest. Go ahead and count the influence on Rodom's side of the board. And in the heat. You see 2 nukers, 2 diesels, a twinning. That's 11. Mystic Mamie 13. Leech 14. Where's the deep dive?
No deep dive. A lot of people don't believe in deep dive in Sable. I don't know. Certainly Rodom doesn't.
I wonder is Rodom on any multi-access at all? Maybe a Wake?
There's a 20 in the bin, but that obviously hasn't come down. And
the good news for Brisbane is that finally he's managed to resolve this your digital life back up to 7 credits. Pretty healthy amount, unless we see the third diversion come down as well, of course. So if we don't see this diversion on this coming turn, and I will note that Mark is on HQ, like the eyes on Silver Street is reservable. And there we go. Click, click, click. Wow, what is this?
This makes sense. I like this. We're just going straight in. The marks on HQ. We did click back, and there's arguably a pretty good odds of a Hermes trigger here to help you get into that remote.
All right.
So now
Yeah, here we see Skunkbook's pre-res.
Rashida, okay.
All right. Pre-res, of course, playing around the Hermes bounce.
Yep.
Yet again,
Good
we're not seeing the agendas in HQ, but every sign says that they're there. The Managarm res definitely says there's at least one agenda in HQ.
And Rodham's been drawing pretty heavily with the class act, so you've got to assume that he's got access to a barrier breaker, the third doof, or all three. I can't count again. Barrier breaker, second doof, sentry breaker. You got to be thinking it's pretty close now. Like 9 cards left. You've been cycling through with class act, but again, that sustained decon is not going to be there necessarily.
But I mean, it's entirely possible that you won't need it. You won't need it like if like the next couple of HQ runs strike and actually hit this agendas that we all assume are there. I mean, it's entirely possible that Rotom might just win before Bridger manages to stabilize.
Yeah, it's hard to stabilize with only 11 cards left in deck as well.
Yeah,
You can.
16 turns, and the score is only 2-2.
Unbelievable. That's a long game, and PD never wants to see a long game, especially one like this. Laundry coming down into archives. We've got the mark there. We're getting some value. We've got bankroll, etc. All of this value coming through. We do lose a virus counter in the process, but I don't think that's the end of the world right now. And we might see a Kurapira or something come down soon.
One thing that's interesting is that the fact that Rotom didn't just say, "Oh, there's a virus in archives that server's off limits to me," has been so powerful in terms of not letting the run economy get turned down.
We're getting an access on R&D with an extra click left, trashing a Rashida. That's great to see for Rotom. Do we go back in and try and control the top of the deck? Probably.
We are seeing a little bit of the power of Kurapira here, where those Hagens are not the most expensive to break, but the Bran is. But if you break enough Hagens with Kurapira, you get to skip a Bran every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I don't think I've ever seen everyone actually use this Kurapira ability, so I'm excited to see if it's relevant here. It's certainly starting to look like it will be.
I think the biggest thing I've ever seen Kurapira used on was a ping. That doesn't feel good.
Hey, save 1 credit every
That's a buy 3 get 1 free.
Look, frequent shoppers should be rewarded.
I can't argue.
That's what they say, Sanju. The bank of Kurapira. That guy looks like he's maybe the Kurapira art is pretty exciting. You know, it's a neon guy sprinting through the forest. It looks like money's coming out of his head. Maybe he robbed a bank. I don't know. But yeah, Rotom's going to start punishing R&D pretty hard now, I reckon, and HQ after that. It's got to shut the door.
So 9 cards left in R&D. So I mean, they are basically only 9 plus 5 plus server 3, 15 cards where there are 14 points remaining. So like every access is down, but the expected value of each access is pretty high right now.
It's enormous.
Nothing again on R&D.
Into the remote. Now, Ansel is threatening here. And Drafter is great. Drafter's really nice here.
Drafter's fine because
although you can, of course, break it.
No big deal. 4 credits left from Richmond. Magnet. Not really what you want to see.
Yeah, Magnet's not going to do much here.
Gatekeeper.
2 clicks left for the Skunk.
And with Miss Bones to defang this Managarm, if and when the run goes through, that's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Good call from chat as well. We've seen, yeah, there it is. We've seen a bit of influence, and this is the first spin doctor of the game. We've only seen 7 influence before this spin doctor. So that mill victory, not looking quite as likely now. And seamless launch and digital life, pretty good cards here.
Yeah, we are seeing both Runner and Corp again on very low credit totals, though of course one player has 10 credits sitting in their piggy bank on this bankroll. Oh, and actually Bridgman clawing back from low credit totals with greasing the palm very effectively.
So how much does this reward cost to run? That's like 2 credits, 3, 4, 5 credits, and one leech counter. But here we go, sure gamble up to 9. So you can run this remote, like assuredly.
Oh, falsified credentials. And it's a void. Okay, we will not be going in there.
All right.
So that's the
swing and a
second
miss with
void.
the falsified.
So we've seen 2 voids, Mavirus, and your digital life. So this server's looking like,
You have to
I don't
imagine
know.
that
I don't know.
Brisbane's on
It's not
more than one
great.
copy of digital event. Yeah. There we go. YDL, gain 7 credits, and stop.
Mhm.
So this is honestly not over, right? Because just because of the fact that Void is so effective at keeping the runner out from PD because of their increased hand size.
I mean, if you were so inclined, you could just run 4 times on server 3.
That's true. That's true.
True.
Like
Just
bankroll
first
lets you do
force
it.
them to clear the hand. Nothing off the top.
So that was a free run because of the mark and the info bounty.
And Rodham might be considering that run 4 times line. It's just force them to throw their whole hand in the bin. Or force Bridgman to throw his whole hand in the bin. I think it could be quite a good line here. Just force the issue. Yeah, and Rodham sees it and Rodham's going for it. He's going to punish this. It's a thin remote too. Only 5 credits to break through.
Yeah, and that bankroll is going to come in clutch. Rodham has been in tough economic spots this game, but he did not pop that bankroll, clawed through it, keeping it on the table, having it gain even more value, and we're seeing the benefit of that here. Bridgman has the resources to fire a Anoetic Void 3 times, but
Does he
it's
want
not going
to
be enough. Yeah, does he want to? Is it going to be enough? You could get a little spicy if you don't feel like running it the last time. You could run archives and see if any agendas have been put in the trash because of the Anoetic Void.
Or even run HQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Every time Hagen gets broken, Kuapira is a whenever. So anytime Rodom goes to check R&D, Kurapira is building up. Like, one more run and it's going to bypass that Brawn, no problem.
And I reckon that is when we're going to see that third doof that we haven't seen yet. I think.
Ooh, that'd be brutal.
Wouldn't be surprised at all if that's what Rodham is lining up for. And Bridgman thinking pretty hard here about whether to just give up this, whatever this card is in the remote, or pitch 2 more cards to the void. And we've been talking about it all game. Bridgman has been showing signs of flood, and it's probably not an easy decision deciding what to put in here now.
I would really, really not want to be in Bridgman's position of having to decide whether I'm tossing my hand in the bin to save what's ever in server 3. I think I might have done the math wrong insofar as I think they at least get to keep whatever's in server 3. Rodham does not have enough credits to run in 4 times.
But what Rodham can do is run archives.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and then Hermes is just going to bounce it straight back.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Like, you've got to imagine at least one of these 4 cards is you discarded is an agenda, and like even if it isn't, HQ has got to be like chock full at this point. There
Oh
we go.
yeah,
Brisbane.
maybe this could be a spin
Relay.
doctor. It is the off-world office that makes a lot of sense, and I think Rodham probably thinking pretty hard about running the bin and maybe just closing out this game.
Yeah, you can also
Denying
run
that Hermes value though.
Yeah, you can also run HQ. You have the leeches to do it.
Just yeah. Rodham is now out of money and doesn't have an easy way to make more.
How many
And
bravados
finally-
are in the? Yeah.
Finally,
Yeah.
Shibboleth threat is turned off. So a purge right now is actually like reasonable at getting
It's an
yeah, I was
double
a
advance.
purge would be pretty good at actually like slowing down Rotham's like run economy. But this is an install advance, very brazen Bridgman.
So we think that might be an Echoa project. That seems very hard to challenge if it is.
Echoa project, I mean, it's entirely possible that that the deck is on NGO as well. I mean, it is I mean, after pulling Rotom through this remote 3 times in a turn, I mean, is he going to go in again? Is the question. Right, Bravado R&D.
Absolutely free bravado from Mystic Mamie. Really clutch here.
Of note, not using
Right.
Kurupira.
Deciding to challenge this remote. Yeah, not using Kurapira there. Could have been using it to charge up to get past the brand, deciding not to. But is deciding to deal with this and has the money to take an Equawar if it is one.
Yeah, that bravado really letting Rotom do this, and that closes the game.
20 GG. So we saw some runner chokeholds there. You know, runners really putting
Both
the beat
games.
down on some co-ops.
Of note, we never saw a single agenda accessed in HQ.
Yeah, or R&D. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Rotom, same read, 3 seamless in bin early.
Yeah, so it's flooded, but somehow, yeah, as you mentioned, no accesses from HQ, which is honestly crazy, considering that this is a criminal after all.
I mean,
Great,
who
James.
needs accessing agendas when you can diversion those funds?
That's right.
All right, do we have time to catch another game? I'm not sure.
Time. How's
4
that
minutes
time
until the
looking?
end of the round.
All right, probably not.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're going
I
to see.
mean, we could take this time to just go back and look at the demographics because I think there's some
Yeah,
stuff
let's
to
do that.
talk
Let's do that.
Yeah.
That sounds fun. So looking at these, we have almost 50 Waylands.
more if you count all the
more than 50. Yeah, we have
Emerson.
First and second most popular corps are the Wayland Initiative. Certainly fits how big that the consortium is relative to other megacorps in the lore, but still pretty impressive.
Yeah, shout out to the players for being representative. We love to see
I
it.
mean, we see 1 Earth Station, 1 SSO, 2 Jemison, 2 Built to Last. Well, I mean,
Epiphany Analytica, how you've fallen from your. Oh no, less popular than Thule or Thule. Sorry.
Don't worry. As a Miramore fan, I'm incredibly sad.
Epiphany's less. Yeah, no disrespect to Pravdivost, an ID I love and respect. Pravdivost outdoing Epiphany even. Mercury outdoing Epiphany. That's sad. But good luck to the 1 Epiphany. If you are on a 1 of ID, I'm rooting for you. I don't care who you are, what you're doing. You have my respect and my support.
Yeah, shout outs to the people playing Loop and Alice.
Ow!
And also the people playing Freedom and Essa.
Yeah, Freedom was a runner that we saw a lot of in the first Continental, especially because he got some shiny new toys, but it seems to have fallen off a bit. Essa, I think, is entirely. I mean, I might be just making this up, but I saw that there was an S that went 5-0 at Nottingham or at Cascadia, and I think it's just all off that. And like the deck hasn't even been published, but some people are just hype because of that, I think.
Oh, well, our luck in the chat. Sorry, I butchered your name there. Is pointing out that Epiphany is 2-0 currently, crushing it.
Hell yeah.
We love it. What
you
I've really
definitely
enjoyed recently. Sorry, no, Sanjay, go off.
Oh, you definitely see the justification for all these big Hoshiko decks to become normal sized again with only 2 PE in the field. Though PE players, Hoshiko's not playing big decks anymore. Come on back. The water is fine. There's blood in it.
Yeah, there's no way to mess with mitosis, is there?
I mean,
Hermes is the biggest thing, I suppose.
yeah.
And that is an extremely big thing.
Yeah, that was what I was getting at.
Does PE tend to play mitosis? I sincerely don't know.
No, I don't think anyone knows what PE is now, because all the old builds are like kill people, Obokata.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone knows what PE is.
Speaking
The
of
floor is
Obokata
open. If you want to be the hero that takes PE and figures out PE.
Yeah, the
Speaking
total
of Obokata,
guarantee. Yeah, go ahead.
Egg Infusion, 5th most played call. Can I shout out?
That's a
Yeah.
mystery. We should try and watch one next round and figure out what's going on.
That's a good idea.
I'm almost certain that probably half of those are QTM members, I would imagine.
Oh, did QTM brew a sick ag infusion list?
I think that might be the case.
They were teasing a villain. They were teasing starting their villain arc.
I mean,
you love to see it.
They're here playing Hoshiko. They've been in their villain arc from the get-go. I've been trying to tell them.
They're just so lovable as people, and they keep putting out a good podcast, so it's hard to see what's right in front of your eyes.
Podcast.queryingthemessage.net.
Hit Moss with Egg Infusion, New Chance Girl like Egg Infusion, Chris Drivers, as well as Tuno, of course. Yeah.
I mean, when you see Egg Infusion, you've got to have a bit of an alarm bell that says Keeling, right? Dr. Keeling showing up, and noticeable lack of pinhole threading in the current meta. So it might be Keeling time.
Who needs it?
Who needs it? Not me. I also want to talk about one thing that is jumping out at me at these standards, and that is the second most popular runner, Arasana. Now, when Arasana was spoiled, I was not a runner believer. I was not a believer. I was like, whatever. It's another Shaper. I haven't played Shaper in years. Who cares? And I am so converted. I'm the biggest Arasana evangelist these days, and I think people have really come around to it. She's so fun. She's just really fun. Great runner. Aggressive Shaper. You get to be aggressive and build an engine. You get to control the game and do a whole lot of cool stuff. It's great. I'm really happy that Arasana is sort of popping off because so much fun to play. So satisfying.
Yeah, turns out all you need... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say, if you haven't tried Jeff's second place Arasana from Cascadia last weekend, and you haven't tried Arasana with Prognostic Q Loop, I think you should do yourself a favor and like go a few rounds of it. It feels amazing. Like
if you haven't,
control you have, if you have the amount of control you have over the top of a deck and your lily pad triggers to draw the, for example, the shell gamble off the top, so you can Q loop your simul chip, blah blah blah. I mean, it just feels good,
Yeah. If you haven't played Q Loop yet, also, that card is a delight. It's a little fiddly with triggers, but
Q Loop's the best card that's ever been printed. Changed my mind.
It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah. And I mean, I dare say that I mean, it is a card that historically has only been seen in as McCaffrey. And I do think it might be even better in Arasana than it is in S, just because of the fact that the S draw triggers with your masterwork and the hardware draw when you flip it off the top gets a little bit clunky because you almost always have like a class act installed, and because of the class act, there's no way you can ever install the second card of your deck.
Right,
because you always flip it to the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Arizona does that so easy.
Yeah, and environmental testing showing up as well. It's not a card we'd seen a ton of, but it's just bananas here. Like you install it and then you trigger it like next click. It's wild.
Yeah, 2 turns for 9 credit for a better daily cast. Pretty sick. Yasengrin did say you can cut some Gachapons and put in more Q loops. If you haven't played Q loop, you should, because cut those Gachapons. They're fine. Play the Q loop instead. It's so fun. Also, not this deck, but you can play Q loop in Criminal, and you can play Chesvas, and the Chesvas can pay for your install costs. It's sick. It's great. Prognostic Q loop fan, me.
Same.
Number 1 fan right here.
Don't
congrats.
you
Fun little
you
Star
wanna
Trek
go?
reference in the flavor text. It's nothing. It's like a solid 8 out of 10 flavor text. You love to see it. I will say, you play it in person, it's a little fiddly with triggers. The first time each run begins, a turn of run begins, you don't want to trigger stuff at that point. Though, a cute thing with that is that with Arasana, you get you want to install stuff before the corp reses their ice. Sometimes, like if you're putting down a Cubon. So it's kind of neat that the triggers kind of happen at the same time. In the run structure, they don't, but you like it.
Yeah, and you're also having a lot of fun. This is one of the great benefits of playing Arasana in person, and indeed Netrunner in person, because it's much better, But when you play Arasana in person with all these Trojans, you spend a lot of time just like with your hands on the corp side of the table, just mucking about. And that's very fun, getting all up in their space. It's a good psychological edge. So you're like, hold on, wait a minute. I approach the ice. I know you want to wedge, but I'm just going to slap a thing down onto it first.
Yeah, and
Slap
you
a
can
Vandal on it, maybe.
Maybe.
And since your hands are over there, you can even just slip a agenda out of their score area, put it in yours. Just a little bit of misdirection. Misdirection rotated, but the core of misdirection doesn't have to.
Exactly. Sleight of hand is a skill, a Netrunner skill. Can't do maths, can do grifting.
Yeah, there's a new exchange of information. Instead of saying if the runner is tagged, it says if the corp is distracted.
Oh.
I was just talking the other day about how
Runner
Flavor
is
Judge
looking over
should be
their
printed in Netrunner.
What's that?
I was talking the other day about how Flavor Judge should be printed in Netrunner. Just like,
yeah.
ask a bystander as to whether or not the interaction here makes sense. If it doesn't, end the run.
It's the pub test.
I mean, how does that work for like cyberspace though? I mean, are you asking if it makes sense for a paperclip to beat the Great Lighthouse over the top of the head or what?
Exactly. See, you're getting it.
It just sort of staples it down, I suppose.
Just like, what is it?
Paperclip.
Paperclip? Why does it comes back from the bin? What? That doesn't make sense. Put it back there. Remove it from the game.
Yeah, what's that about? It doesn't even look like a paperclip.
No, it totally makes sense that it comes back from the bin. I mean, have you ever seen that damn Microsoft Office assistant? You can't get rid of it.
But he just wants to help.
I wonder if that's where it came from. That's where they came up with that joke, and they were like, all right, we need to come up with like
100%.
a slightly better flavor justification so we can do the full cycle.
100%.
Yeah.
I don't know how Paperclip. I don't know how Microsoft Clippy and MK Ultra, the go look it up content warning, ended up in the same cycle.
Oh, 100. Yeah, it's because they came up with this Clippy joke, and they were like, oh, we need some more conspiracy theories for Omar, so we'll pretend it's Operation Paperclip, but we know what it is. We know.
If Operation Paperclip was the operation to make people think that Clippy had nothing to do with Operation Paperclip.
The real Operation Paperclip.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Clippy was birthed out of a particularly fruitful MK Ultra session. You never know.
Rest in peace, bin breakers. We're so much better off without you.
We really are. I liked him, but come on.
Yeah, we just saw a Hoshiko deck with more trash synergy. Do perfectly fine without him.
I know. Imagine if the bin breakers were in that. It would have been absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, RCG Shorty pointing out the conspiracy breakers are like real things. Unlike,
Oh yeah,
you know,
100%. Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
One of them cool with Nazis, one of them not so cool with Nazis. Feel free to look it up and educate yourself. Though I don't understand why graffitiists are like, you need to look up MK Ultra, because if you look up MK Ultra, like, it really doesn't change your life. You know what I mean?
Is MK Ultra big in the graffiti community?
I see all the time people will like write on stuff like, hey, look up MK Ultra. It's the most common one, like, and
That'll wake them up. That'll wake 'em
yeah,
up.
like I mean, maybe we're off on too much of a tangent, but like, it,
Is it
I
like
think
shorthand for "don't trust the government"? Is
It's
it like
it's
Yeah.
very much like it's the most, I think, like ubiquitous in the general zeitgeist, right? When you're talking about
Yeah.
the act of the government, you know, performing subliminal messaging, MK Ultra is the straw man for that, right? It's the
Yeah.
So, and it's also a very good Periphery song. Back when they
Ooh.
still made good music. If you're into prog metal, go check them out. You ever want to talk about
Shout out to
prog
Periphery.
metal? just hit
Yeah.
me up.
Yeah, hit up Monty guy.
How much time do we have left
got some good
before
music.
next round? 5 minutes?
It's not long. I think it's like
Yeah.
5 minutes. Not long.
I think I'm gonna force our commentators here to take a break, because
Yeah, why
otherwise
not?
they're just gonna keep on going.
I'm gonna go hug my baby.
Yeah, that sounds good. Everybody, we're going to be back in 5. Take this opportunity to refill your water, get a snack, get up, do a stretch, use the restroom, kiss your
Don't
beb.
forget to hydrate.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of getting the water. I assume you get the water and then you drink it. So,
Don't
and yeah,
assume.
make sure to kiss your bebs and your cats and your dogs and pets, birds, what have you. We'll
And
see
your
you shortly.
parents.
Yeah, whoever you got around. If it makes sense to give them a kiss, give them a kiss. If not, you know, just support them in a different, appropriate way. We'll be back in a few, folks.
Keep it locked.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are just getting ready to start up on round 3 of EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa Continentals 2023. We are looking at spectating Sebastian versus Freedon for some interesting identity choices that hopefully are going to be a good match to watch here. I assume Sanjay is still attending to his family, as is good and true. Jai, Miles, how you feeling?
Impressive by the fact that the runner looked to be like, running away with the game at that point, and they all clawed it back in very different ways. And round 2, we saw, the runners strike back, actually managing to finish, get the chokehold on the cop and managing to finish it off this time. But I think it is interesting to note that in all 5 games that we've seen so far today, the runners have been having the advantage, it seems, on the board at least.
All right, looks like the game is starting up. Miles, do you want to repeat yourself now that you are not on a mute to the stream while I pull back the curtain?
I was on mute to this. Have I been on mute this whole time?
I mean,
have I just been speaking into the void.
Not the whole time.
The last 2.5 hours.
3 hours later.
2.5 minutes tops.
An elaborate self-care, an elaborate therapy session.
Listen,
an intervention.
Listen, don't go back and watch the VOD and the introduction because there isn't any. just cut that. But yeah,
it's fun. What do I think, man? I think we've seen some high-level netrunner today. It's been really fun. We saw some really awesome corp lines in round 1. We saw some crushing runner play in round 2. It's been exciting. And we're about to see the mysterious Ag Infusion. We've decided to join Sebastian K and Freedown. Sebastian K, I think, 3rd in APAC, something like that. And on Ag Infusion and Arasana.
I know he wasn't...
5th in APEC, I suspect.
5th? Okay,
yeah,
5th.
Kira was... Look, QTM's Kira was 3rd, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Well, because we can't all be QTMs.
She's still not letting me live down that I prevented Jai from dropping during the Swiss, and now she was not the top Singaporean.
Oh no, the secret is out.
I don't know how I haven't been kicked out yet. Looks like we might have to switch to a different game here.
Yeah, we got some JNet issues happening. Okay, that's fine.
Well, we'll leave them to that. Y'all want to?
I do.
Table 6, we have got at table 6 we have an Arasana versus our Ag Infusion as well. We could ask them.
Yeah, give me if y'all want to hop in and just see.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll ask him.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, Sebastian K, I believe, was on Restoring Humanity with a very spicy your digital life bacterial programming and I believe it was a punitive Counter-Strike deck. It was an APEC.
Yeah. So we're good to go for table 6.
Yeah. Let's switch to Ag Infusion now. Unfortunately, we won't be watching this game. We're switching to table 6 now.
All right, let's pull this back up again here. We have Porco Bolo playing Arasana Rohanahu and Chris Drevis playing Ag Infusion.
Arasana versus Ag Infusion is kind of interesting too, because the Trojans, you got to be a bit careful about your Trojan installs. You often want to install your Cuban before it's rezzed, but our Ag Infusion can really punish you for that by just yeeting you straight into the bin. And we see Vampire and Asa doing quite a lot of work here. 4 subs. Slap Vandal breaks 1 sub. 1 is less than 4. Everybody, there's some mats for you.
Oh, but that's a good value right now. Oh, that's a turn 1 bacterial
Oh,
score.
turn 1 bacterial and the Cuban dating too.
All right, so it's going to be a second here while Chris fiddles with some menus. Basically, whenever bacterial programming comes up, it shows you the cards, and then when you have to arrange them, you have to click each one individually and then confirm that everything's correct, and it just waits until the end for the log to show. So we're seeing a couple of draws. We'll get
It's
here.
like,
Yeah, this is the go get a sandwich agenda.
Dang, I can't believe I let y'all take a break. Now's a great time. Get out of here.
all right. Any your digital lives coming? Possible. Okay, maybe not. Ice install credit.
We're jamming.
Discarding a card. All right.
We don't have any Vermisages down. Porcobolo's going with a nice aggro opening, just coming in jamming some Trojans down straight out of the gate. The Corp, Chris Drevis, Mulligan, kept their hand. I'm sorry, Chris Drevis kept their hand. Porcobolo, Mulligan. So looking for and a Magnet, Heroic Magnet, doing a lot of work here.
That is some good value on that Magnet, I have to say.
Grabby.
I feel like Magnet, you're going to be saying or hearing that about Magnet quite a bit in this meta. And I love it.
Oh, it's Magnet meta. Oh, we got Cuban. Very nice here. We're happy to see that. Cuban. Yeah, the timing's a bit iffy there. So technically what has to happen here is the Cuban needs to be installed on approach, at which point the Corp can decide to Ag Infusion you. You can't. So like what can happen on Jinteki.net is like you press the button, continue to movement or whatever, where the Corp decides not to res, and then you have time to like slap the Cuban button and it'll still trigger, but it's not correct.
Yeah, so the runner has to make all their actions first. In this case, it's
yeah. So Chris Drew was making the right call here.
Yeah, so you can't install Cuban with Arisana after you decline to res. Correctly pointing out.
Yeah, it gets a bit more funky if they do res, but if it's a no res, yeah, your window has already passed.
Yeah, so
we might need a charge on this table because
hopefully if one of the judges watching will be able to. We're not able to rule on this. It is so because this occurs within a paid ability window, and Porcobolo as the runner starts with priority. He is given, the first option, and once he passes and it goes over to Chris, if Chris does nothing, then the paid ability window closes. And so Porcobolo goes straight from the, approach, that window closes, and then goes to the movement phase after that.
So it looks like Chris Drew is letting them go through because they're on 0 credits anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's worth knowing because it's probably going to come up in this game. And I only know this because I started playing Arisana a week ago and I was forced to realize that my knowledge of the timing structures is not as good as I thought it was.
Yeah. I mean, it is a relevant question because as you've pointed out before, if you use Arisana's ability and slap a Cuban or whatever else down on an unrest ice, the Ag Infusion specifically does have the option to, in that window, boop you over to something else, which doesn't appear to be happening. All right. So Chris valuing the existence of the ice on server 1 over the ability to boop them into this Vampiro.
Yeah, and Porcobolo are getting essentially a 0 credit magnum opus there.
It makes me very. Yeah, it makes me. I'm back. Everything's going great.
Oh, what's up,
it makes me.
Sandra?
It makes me very excited to find out what is on server 1. What is that ice?
It smells spidery to me.
Yeah,
smells an ish.
I'd let the Cubons stick around for a spider. Yeah.
Flux capacitor. Ooh, what are we charging? We're charging cold site server. Oh, we're prisoning.
Whoa.
Uh-oh. Welcome to the prison. Okay, Flux
cold site
capacitor
server.
is interesting.
I love seeing cold site server. I know versus Hermes, a lot of corps are saying, "Hey, I'm going to be doing some weird scoring patterns," and this and Ag Infusion. This Ag Infusion list is saying, "Yeah, I'm here for some weird scoring patterns. Don't worry about it."
Scoring patterns? What scoring patterns?
Yeah, simply do not. And we're rich. Corpse back in the money. That magnet's gone in the bin and taken a couple of Trojans to a watery grave or a Martian grave, I suppose. Ag Infusion's on Mars, right? It's an agrodome.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I'm actually curious. There's a comment by Porcabolo, sick of seeing ag keeling cold site server. I'm wondering if Porcabolo is just way ahead of the meta, or that's a joke.
It's been played a couple of times.
That was a big deck towards the end of the last meta.
Was it really? Oh wow!
Yeah, very much so. But I think the avocado ban has meant we haven't really seen very much of it. But yeah, very much was a deck in the last meta.
Gotcha. Terrifying.
So already we are seeing 2 cards installed on the runner side of the board that can be charged with Flux Capacitor. Dr. Nuka.
Right.
Oh, and the third card.
Poison Vial.
Poison Vial.
Oh, that means Slap Vandal breaks almost anything.
Yeah.
Cool.
Slap Vandal plus Poison Vial plus Flux Capacitor can do it almost indefinitely.
And we're seeing the environmental testing here. So we could... We're dirty laundering archives right now. We could actually see that environmental testing get popped right now. From 2 credits, we could see it go because there's so many cool zero-cost programs and instant speed tricks you can do with Arasana. We'll see. Maybe not. And in the bin, Magnet and Anemone. And there's the Killing.
Here we go.
Dr. Killing in the house.
QTM's collective wife. Everybody loves Keeling at QTM.
Character-wise or gameplay-wise?
Both, I guess. I mean,
that's a good question.
Keeling is
by character. Do you mean like she's pretty?
Keeling has some good lore about her in the Isuak, I think, lore piece. I forget who wrote it. I want to give Shoeflower credit for it, but that might not be correct.
Let me go look that up for you.
Yeah.
Brand. That's not an ice you see every day out of Ag Infusion, but we do see. Oh, here we go. Slap Vandal and Poison Ball going to work.
Slap.
You definitely see. Yeah. You definitely see the force of this 17 influence out of Jinteki coming to play here, being able to spend it on some taxing ice. Not in that instance with Slap Vandal, of course, but go look at the Vampirinessa.
Yeah, go encounter this. Go deal with it. I wonder if Brand's more popular too because people are on Cleaver or whatever, I guess. We don't know about Breaker Suites, and Brand sucks for Cleaver. You don't want to do it.
I mean, but I do think we may just be looking at the most efficient 2-piece rig in Netrunner standard to deal with Brand. To be, of course, Poison Ball Slap Vandal. We will see. We are breaking 2 net damage and lose 2, gain 2.
Letting them draw. Interesting.
Yeah, Chris will be drawing 2 cards. Two cards.
No joy, no ND, and
Right.
we'll go back in to
And
try
here
and
we
deal
go,
with
one
this
more round.
killing. This poison vial is already depleted.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
this is
but
this.
that's
Oof.
like 2 influence down the drain. But I mean, and where it going? Of course, Chris will be discarding here.
So
So that's the secondary defensive upgrade that Chris has elected to pair with this cold side server. I mean, who knows? We still may be seeing some more combination of maybe Adrian says, which is another fairly common one we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Both in and out of Jinteki, I would say. But over here,
Just real quick, you were correct. It was Shoeflower who wrote the Vientiane Keeling Regenesis piece, as well as the Ampere piece, and a couple of really good works for Automata Initiative.
Because I can.
Sorry, Shoeflower. Someone's playing because I can.
Huge tech.
I don't think. Let's see. Void does stop it.
Yeah,
but it does save you a lot of money on trash costs. So,
yeah, if it works, it's 5 credits. It's just that the Void is gonna have something to say about that. Yeah. Oh, Void's pretty good. Spin Doctrine Server 3, maybe.
I mean, that was 4 cards being thrown away there.
Yeah.
Unlikely that they would be agendas, but you gotta respect it.
Ooh,
Rashida
powering up the Void in a big way.
Oh boy, that Void's...
And drawing another ice possibly to slap on top of server 1 to boop.
Yeah, and if you're running Poison Vials, that's 2 influence you're not spending on pinhole threadings.
Yeah, you can really see how well positioned this Keeling deck is, insofar as Chris Rivas making a read that there's probably not a lot of pinholes right now, and taking advantage of it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm certain this deck doesn't just immediately fold to a pinhole threading. And it looks like it's got a lot of resilience and lines, and Chris is a good player, so you'd expect that. But it certainly helps that this Keeling has to be dealt with the old-fashioned way. Because I can.
Connection. I like that. Going for the JNet disconnect out. Potentially. Yeah, I mean, if you got to assume if Pokeball has a pinhole, they're going to rip it. Oh no, we've got some connection problems. Oh no.
Right.
Looks like things are going through now.
Okay, Spinny. Going to use probably, what are we pulling back? Just money. Do we reckon this list is on Loki? I'm seeing 3 anemones, or are they just there because anemone is good?
I bet it's just on. Loki's a lot of influence.
Magnet and Brand, cold side server.
True. We have seen a lot of influence.
I mean, 17 is a lot. One thing I just realized is how absolutely disgusting the install subroutine on Bran is in the context of Ag Infusion.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, because it's essentially it's a free boob.
Yeah, sure. Come on. You can come on in as long as you immediately leave.
Like a excessively upmarket pub. This is I reckon Chris is shutting the door on this game right now.
Now, Porkable does have a Gauss in the heap, so that Bran can be gotten through a little bit better than with a Slap Vandal.
Ow, that is gonna hurt.
That's hard to deal with. Is it? I guess
Uh,
Ika can just edge you through.
Yeah, it
the-
does depend on what that one card in hand is. Is it something
and
that
of
can
course,
deal with
there is
this?
always the option of simul chipping your SMC to go grab your Ika.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Joe. Simul chip the SMC, grab
Oh,
the Ika.
nice.
I think it's
Yeah, but
credit
then
perfect, maybe.
Bran is a big issue
You could just
afterwards.
hush the Anansi and let it fire.
Yeah, sure. Or Echelon. Oh, that's
That is
I don't think you can actually break it. Yeah, too short. I think that Anansi is going to get the kill.
mm,
Now, yeah.
Yeah, done. Wow,
Okay.
half. Okay, killing, getting it done like we said.
Oh, that was impressive.
Yeah, just really shut down that board state really quickly too. It's only turn, and we're arranging the top 5 Baron deck.
Yep. The game is still
it's turn
going.
10.
and there we go.
Okay, there we go.
There we
The
go.
damage.
Flatline on turn 10 for the terrifying Ag Infusion deck.
This Ag Infusion is a pretty exciting meta call, I have to say. It's for the reasons we've touched on, the pinhole and so on and so forth, and also because I mean the other criminal card that we've talked about all day is this Hermes, right? And Hermes, along with pinhole, is like kind of the death sentence for like the original version of the Killing deck, or at least the more recent version of the Killing deck at the tail end of the last meta on that we saw out of PE. But Hermes in combination with Pinhole kind of just shuts that down completely, right? At least the PE version of it. But the Ag Infusion deck, as you've already noted, doesn't want to score that much. So with less Pinhole and Hermes not being really an effective like card against the deck, it looks pretty well positioned.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jay. It's a good call. Something that I've noticed recently is that even though we've got like Hermes is something that in theory can disincentivize scoring corps, right? Like in the last meta and overall the Borealis, we saw a lot of corps that weren't trying to score out, they were just trying to set up these prison locks. Now, Hermes is a card that theoretically disincentivizes rushy scoring corps, but that's almost all we've seen. We've seen like Ob, we've seen PD. Over the last couple of Continentals, we've seen NBN trying to score a lot. Really, Atea trying to score a lot, like really aggressive. And I was a bit worried that we would see these prison corps come up. We saw one dedicated kill deck pop winning Cascadia, and it looks like this might be bubbling to the surface now. Because the last few weeks we've seen a lot of scoring corps, even with Hermes in the meta.
I mean, they make you put those agendas in your deck, whether you want them or not. So the temptation is there.
FFG causing problems again. They've not remade their game yet.
Still plenty of time left in the round.
Did we want to try and jump into another game if it doesn't look like they've remade yet?
I'm happy to see the other side. What do we have cooking on the other side anyway?
I believe it's Sable.
The other side is
Sable and Restoring Humanity.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
if that game's going up, I would like to see it.
Let's see it. We'll wait for them to make.
Yeah, we got the Jinteki special to this round.
Yeah, while we're waiting,
Yeah.
shout outs to Have Fun and Jackmaid. How's it going? Love to see people participating in the chat. Thanks to Lord Mandos for subscribing with those Bezos dollars. You gotta take them where you can get them.
Yeah, we got 100+ people in watching today, plus people watching the Zaka stream.
We got 100+ people playing today. Holy cow!
Yeah.
Oh, Koga says this is the second game between them. First one must have been.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
thank you, Koga. Let's
Thanks,
catch something
Koga.
else.
Cheers.
Did I?
Oh,
Um,
if playing RH, I think a lot of Restoring Humanity games are ending on like turn 2
What?
because
ah,
they're all punitive decks. So you like run
Bacterial
archives.
punitive, yeah.
Yeah,
Invisible
bacterial
Life
punitive. I think there's a lot of games ending on like turn 2.
Well then.
that makes sense.
Let's
So let's
see.
pick something else.
I was looking at table. Which one was it? Table 7. Is that still going?
Table 7 is still going. Lost streak against MO.
Yeah, it's.
I would not mind seeing that at all.
Yeah, let's
let's
see if they're all right with streaming.
I believe this is going to be a 419. We have not seen that flavor of Crim today.
This has all been Sable up to this point, actually, despite the fact that 419, I mean, is quite a showing. Fourth most popular runner, 13 players on it, compared to the 18 on Sable.
Yeah, both 419 and Sable, I think, from the EMEA region.
Yeah.
I think that's true. I don't know where Sable is exactly. The time zones are weird in the Arctic Circle.
Okay, so it looks like so calibration testing. So this is going to be some kind of dedicated, a very dedicated fast advance of it looks like. We saw an old player playing fast advance by accident in round 1, unintentionally, and we're going to see an intentional fast advance deck now, maybe.
Is there anything? What's the sickest thing you can get with calibration testing in the process of doing a fast advance turn out of ob? I'm just wondering what on 2 is
2 cost wage workers.
Ooh, Tucana, wage workers. Those are both great answers. Nice job, both of you.
I gotta say though, deck building for ob is so hard. I'm always really happy for like other people to build ob decks, and then I just play them and have a really fun time.
Oh wait, hold on. That's a slash and burn.
Slash and burn into Above the Law, getting rid of the class acts, not wheels. And we got a Spin Doctor on the table. You love to see it.
Oh, you could use that slash and burn again.
Yeah. So
it's true. Recycle that bad boy.
Slash and burn. We've seen this card twice already. Both in this game from Lost Geek and I believe in round 1, and I think it was it Swifty on Slash and Burn? I think it was.
He was, yeah. Swifty was. And wow, I've got to say, great flavor text on Slash and Burn. I haven't read that one.
Oh yeah, it's devastating. I will say, this is maybe too dark, but there's a tiny bit happy to know that in the future there's still rainforests to lose.
They still exist, yeah. It's optimistic, really.
There is a lot of, I think, optimism in NSG's version of Netrunner that is a lot closer to current events and in a way is still kind of hopeful in that regard. Oh, there goes an Ajef.
I mean, as much as science fiction is written in the future, it is for the present. So having the world be completely unrecognizable is not what you want.
People are talking about Oberth protocol in the chat.
Yeah, you could calibration test into an Oberth.
Get even more advanced encounters.
Yeah, you could score anything.
I don't know. I can't count that high. I don't know how Oberth works. You could probably score a 5-3.
I think you could. I think you could.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not think about it too hard. Extracting, getting some value. Oh, Iceborne is huge.
Not R&D, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, in front of a border, already a 1 cost barrier there, or 1 strength barrier. Cal testing can summon a Mani if you feel real mean. That's neat.
Whoa.
That is neat and mean.
I'm glad I asked. These have been some great answers.
This is great. I'm learning so much about Netrunner.
Arella Salvatore, although maybe not as great in the world of Hermes.
Yeah, Hermes makes Aurora very sad. I do love Aurora. All right.
One thing I
so-
remember from old days with Leela Patel, if you're feeling really frustrated about Leela, you start to really eye all the things that install stuff resed or let you res things, and it's cool to see Tucana as this low key, not counter but counterplay to Hermes.
No, Loki's a
like-
corp card.
But
I mean, Tucana, yes, for sure. And I do think, I mean, Op in general is good at like resing stuff unilaterally, right? Without the runner intervention.
yeah,
yeah, and it's good to help
Hostile
this
case or
eat the 419 triggers as well. Ob is quite good at that.
so hostile, of course, represents 1 point and 5 credits net for Lost Geek on Op. But this Hermes trigger on R&D could potentially represent a window for ML to get some
Ooh, a
Maker's Eye.
Maker's Eye.
Hell
Good
yeah.
time for it. And that's a rip.
Yes.
And it's a
And
virus.
You're not
Getting it
too
done.
unhappy about that. You clear out the top of R&D. Get what score 1 point. Build script, okay.
Ooh,
Oh,
Emil
okay.
going deep in the. It seems like we got a real event oriented econ package here. It's cool to see, and you got the nice synergy with Class Act giving you a bunch of cards, and you're gonna turn those cards into money.
Build script.
Yeah,
apparently
right.
still exists.
This card
guess that
costs
makes sense.
influence.
It's from
Yeah.
Mars.
Yeah, it has come a long way.
I do find it quite cool and like very underplayed. I mean, the fact that this Maker's Eye, a card all the way from the original Netrunner core set all those years ago. It's got to be what 11 years at this point. Still seeing play right now. And I mean, once again, if I haven't done so already, shout out to CTC who did so well with 419 at last week's Cascadia, who did, of course, play a single copy of the Maker's Eye in his deck back then, and we are seeing that reflected in the 419 decks that we're seeing today.
Yeah, CTZ definitely making the rumors of 419's demise seem a little premature. 419 had a rough time at APAC, but got into the cut, fueled by the power, the magnificence, the wonder of CTZ.
Yeah, I feel like 419's always got a reasonably high floor of just being good. It's just a pretty good runner. I don't know if you have the giant value pile that you might have in Anarch, but you can still go a very long way on just crim fundamentals.
I mean,
what-
on the Q. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, what do you reckon this server 3 is?
Oh, good question. I wonder how many calibration testings this deck is on. Actually, the calibration testing has been shuffled back in.
It has, yeah. So at least one.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate installing calibration testing right now. You could just push out a score here. That Sandstone is pretty tough.
I think even scoring something like an Atlas without token is just good enough, because then you're just threatening to close with Audacity or Cali testing or whatever other fast advanced tools you have in your deck. And with this turtle being on 0 counters and a Mavarus in the bin, it's going to be somewhat complicated for ML to like try to put together a contest in this turn.
I guess we could probably suggest as well that, like, if they're on Kali testing, pretty good chance they're on a couple of Audacity. So maybe scoring an Atlas without a counter, if that's what this is, maybe you're pretty okay with it. Maybe you've already got the tools you need.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
but
see a double S on HQ as well.
Ooh,
Ooh,
border
the
border
classic.
Man,
border control can stop this, but ice wall cannot.
that is one
Boomerang
way to
inside
crack the
job.
remote.
There's such a disgusting combo too, isn't it? You just glide through this server, and it's a Rashida. You're still pretty happy to trash that.
Yeah. Although ML, of course, now only on 3 credits, dripping 2, of course, from the daily cast at the start of turn, but still 0 on this Omakua. And of course, now you are able to, like, now that the this ice wall on server 3 has been revealed, your single Omakua token that you can get from running archives is sufficient to break it. So any boomerang now, or any like kind of trick that 409 can pull out of his sleeve is enough to crack server 3 once again.
I am surprised to see these ice walls, I gotta say. I wonder, are they just there to be very cheap ice that says end the run? Are we on Trick of Light? I would be surprised to see Lost Geek on Trick of Light, but like, is this a extremely all in on fast advance ob? Possibly.
I'm kind of a fan of I like Icewall in Ob, honestly. I rate it. You've got like you can pull it off Regolith or some other 2 costers. You can turn it into a sheet or a spin doctor. I just rate it. I think it's good in Ob. It's just solid.
Oh yeah, just as a card you're not sad to see that costs 1 that you're not sad
I
to
guess
see leave.
the
Yeah, you
opportunity
extract it, you
cost.
get
The opportunity cost of Ice Wall is you're not playing Tithe, which would be the other 1 cost ice in that slot, and which I think we have seen like Tithe out of Orb a couple other times today already.
yeah, sure.
Uh,
It's feeling
so-
slightly Ice Wall you can push an agenda behind too, which is that's can be pretty significant.
Okay, so ML getting his 1 mandatory Omakua counter off of that Mavarus archives. So not able to contest server 3 again this turn, and do note that that purge also purged off that one virus counter on that sandstone back to 6 strength.
And Mavarus is a card that's done a ton of work recently as well.
Mhm.
So
Lost
today
Geek.
we've seen a ton of Mavarus action. Drawing up
Discarding
quick for credits,
2
nothing too
cards?
exciting. Interesting.
I mean, that's an interesting turn, considering the fact that also has something in server 3 that's not rest. So I mean, odds are more likely that this is like a Tucana of some sort. Tucana, Kelly testing.
Could be a spin
And-
trying to pull off the same play that we saw before with the slash and burn.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, good thought. Yeah. Yeah, I think the conventional wisdom often is you put your spin doctor not in your scoring remote so it doesn't hog the scoring remote. But if you have a slash and burn in hand, any remote can be a scoring remote.
Yeah.
And so it's actually more valuable to protect the spin doctor. That's interesting.
And like seeing this kind of like fast advance decks. This is the second like type of like fast advance combination we've seen today after the Audacity, which of course is in every Wayland deck. Right? But it occurs, looking at all the runners we've seen today. We've seen a bunch of Criminal Sable, 419. We've seen Essa and Hoshiko as well, and we haven't seen a single clock deck today other than that one Arusana earlier this round, which got shut down by Ag Infusion. Yeah, so maybe just fast advance with the reduced numbers of runners playing clock. Maybe just fast advance, wailing fast advance with outfit is just good enough to play this meta.
That's
Yeah,
true.
well-
Although we will say that the second most popular runner is Arasano. That's a pretty decent chunk. But Hashiko is not going to play a clot most of the time.
Here we go. That's
Atlas time.
Kelly testing. Let's go.
Here we go.
Or-
Here it comes. And is it Tucana? It's Tucana.
Oh,
We
what-
called it.
What a sick line. It's
What?
neat to see.
Takana and Ob enabling even sicker lines. Ob already the king of sick lines, right? The home, the spiritual home of sick lines, and Takana just giving you one more way to go.
It does feel
What-
It does feel insulting that if you want to install an R&D, you have to pay a credit and then the Hermes will bounce it. But
yeah,
credits.
true. You can probably just install over, right? You shouldn't need to pay to.
You could if you wanted to save the money, though. Maybe you
Yeah.
like the ice. Yeah.
Maybe you like the ice.
HQ does look sort of porous, though once you pop a border control, you can get something else.
Yeah, you probably pull another sandstone, maybe an Afshar.
I think this calibration testing is really interesting for multiple reasons, and some that might not be apparent on the first read through, and I think it has to do with this Tucana, right? Because you want to install Tucana into the same server that you're scoring your agenda out of. So which means that the agenda you're scoring has to be in your iced remote, because it's the same remote as your Kelly testing, and that means it has to be a Kelly testing instead of the other fast advanced tool, asset-based fast advanced tool, I should say, that we've seen out of Op in the past, and that would be base Chiriboga, which is also free cost and with a trash ability. And I think that's the very fine distinction between base and Kelly testing that we see demonstrated in this particular interaction, because base you can't put it outside the scoring remote, which means that you can't put it in the scoring remote when you're trying to go for an agenda score.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's really fascinating minutia in this deck building. Same amount of influence, I think, both of them.
Yes, both are 3 influence.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So thinking about the trigger here, I reckon might be a pretty strong signal that we have the win in hand. Thinking hard about this border control pop on HQ on a single access.
Yeah, could get a sandstone, could get a sandstone. Also makes me think that the win might already be in hand, because Afshar certainly taxes more in the long term, but sandstone says, I don't think you're getting in immediately.
Yeah, sandstone says boomerang or inside job me, baby. Like this boomerang, for example.
I
think.
What do I know?
Wins there. You know. You know.
Shout out to Gold Calf in the chat. Hey, not to jump the gun, but can we watch Janktivis next round? He's on an absolute tear. All right. We will see what we can do. Although it has to be said, I believe after this round 3, it will be the meal break.
Lunch, breakfast, dinner, wherever you're at. 3 a.m. food.
You don't gotta eat. I mean, you probably should, but like,
we're not the boss of you.
I'm probably gonna go out and get some more energy drinks, if I'm honest.
So Lost Geek is not the win exactly. Though we still that Sandstone, I guess on the next it'll be 4 strength. You could just bounce into it and then run an HQ to get that access.
So the win clearly not in HQ. We got a couple of Maviruses in the archives, but so we're not going to archives to build up strength. The Sandstone's doing a lot of work. 3rd Mavirus would be awesome. Yeah, I don't know. R&D single access time, maybe. We're drawing pretty hard.
Yeah, Toski did discard 2 more cards at the end of that turn, and there's 5 influence showing in archives. You can reasonably expect a full set of spins. So not sure like what more tricks you can pull out of the hat here. And you are right that you bounce this Sandstorm on HQ once more, and
Golo into diversion. Yeah, I like this play. This is good. Just make sure that takes Lost Geek another turn to score out.
Right.
And on your next run, Omakua is going to be able to break this sandstone.
All right. I'm breaking
Full
ice
value doof.
like
Yeah.
lost it exactly on 0 credits. No way to res anything on this board. I guess it's back to clicking for credits. It's kind of feels pretty rough for the AWP player. And
Yeah.
to be fair, we have seen AWP in this situation multiple times today already.
Yeah, and I imagine Lost Geek feeling a bit upset about having used that border control earlier. We are now just going to walk through this server for 1 credit.
Yep, 2 credits to break subroutines, -1 from that part, accessing another border control.
Good
Not
card.
what we really want to see, but you're in a pretty comfortable position as MO, so can't imagine you're too upset.
Of note, Wayland can fast advance from just 1 credit. 0's low enough to keep them from doing it, but 1 is not, which is interesting because Lost Geek taking a turn off to charge up this to get rid of the turtle when clicking for a credit could turn Audacity online. It gives us maybe an insight into what is in Lost Geek's hand. Maybe he has the 3-2 but not the Audacity.
I'm just now wondering. I know that there are plenty of improvements to JNet logging, like telling you what cards you've seen with a queue loop or what you've accessed from R&D. One that I just thought of, after you purge virus counters, have a list of what cards and how many. I want to see how big some of these purges are and how many of them are just like, that's still a little too much.
Max value purge. You're going to have to start putting Acacia in every deck.
Oh, yeah, good shout on Acacia.
We see a second Kelly testing that got discarded from Lost Geek last turn.
Oh,
or 2 turns ago,
interesting.
rather. So that's 3, 6, 8 influence. 8 influence in archives, not counting this extremely spicy half run. I'm sure everyone's been on the receiving end of one of these combos before out of AWP.
Yeah,
Half run, of course, the legendary clam powering up tank. Flavor judges might object, and so can poor Crims.
Yeah, Crims don't like stuff Gahafran. Summon the tank summons the clam, and then it eats the breaker, I think.
It's 2 breakers, hell, even.
I guess the clam sits on a breaker and then the tank shoots it. I don't know. Yeah, here comes the duff. I think this is what Lost Geek was worried about and why he purged last turn, because just trying not to make it too easy, but you do probably get 3 turns of duff lock here, unfortunately.
Yeah, very good. And
I'm pretty sure, yes, it is the tank firing the clam.
Oh yeah, true. That makes sense. Maybe the clam pilots the tank.
And it's I find it very cool how ML, despite having basically 1 credit run on R&D, is choosing not to run R&D just because of the fact that border control firing and getting some other 3-cost thing, some 3-cost eyes on HQ maybe could put an extremely large dent in his plans in terms of generating enough HQ pressure. So I think it does require a lot of discipline to not run this R&D, especially when it's so thin with only 12 cards remaining. Yeah, so
because a second Standstone could be pretty good.
Problematic.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, oh no, pointing out that there is the run together art has the tank firing the clam?
Yeah, let me just go ahead and throw this over to the... oh, wow, that's weird. I had this up. That's very strange. Oh, hey, what's this Regolith mining license?
Wow.
So anyway, run together. I just messaged Dan to see if individual packs were up. I'm not sure if he's up yet, but group buys are going on. So please reach out to him if you're interested in setting one of those up. I've got one going for the general Ohio area, and if you're close enough to that, heck, I'll sell you one. I already paid it. Worst comes to worst, I just gave somebody like $300 to play Netrunner. That's fine.
man.
Anyway,
And
the game's
Moscow pulls
over.
it out. Turn 17, fast advance, pulls it out. Nice one. Looks like Emil got one of the two agendas in hand on that last one, or one of
Yeah,
the
but
least two
not
agendas.
needed to find a 3-2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a slash and burn.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
Yeah, Emil did a nice job trying to close the windows, but it is tough for Crims to combat fast advance in this context. Veronica in the chat pointing out that she's on an absolute tear. 6-0, is that right?
Nice.
Damn,
Yeah.
That's great.
Congrats,
Good
Veronica.
job.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
Janktivist on 6-0, Veronica on 6-0 with lat and precision design. You love to see it.
Yeah, we got 9 players. Or maybe, we're not sure. There were a few undefeated players last round. Geez, we got 20 minutes left in the round. Oh, sorry, 13 minutes left in the round. That's less than 20.
That's true. That's very true. We can peek into some games if you.
Together.
Yeah, peek away.
Yeah. Just real quick, since I still have it up. If you need to find information on this, you can find it at nearearthhub.net. At the top here, being blocked by this bar, let me just run together fundraiser up here at the top. Kind of hard to. Right. You see it. I'm not putting my cursor on, but
Yeah, we see it.
but yeah, make sure to pick up a pack if you can. Support sending people to Worlds. I know that we've already had a couple of people who have had some funds disseminated to them, so exciting to know that that's putting some work in.
Yeah, because I mean, it's one thing I'll say about it is that tournaments can be pretty expensive to go, and unfortunately, that means that there's sometimes a discrepancy between what we'd want to see in the game, which is not having these financial barriers to playing, and what actually happens. And it's nice for the Run Together initiative to mitigate that somewhat. So, in-person play, if you can do it, is a blast. Worlds is going to be a blast. I don't know why I'm selling you on it because tickets are kind of sold out, but
you can get on the wait list at the very least.
Yeah. True. And I think if it makes sense for you, please do consider the Run Together initiative. Like, we want to support you. I say we. I'm not doing it. Dan B put it together, but I love that it's happening.
I'm just looking through these list of games. Anything stand out to you? Hope maybe something near the top. See what's.
Let's see.
We have kind of covered all our bases in terms of.
We haven't seen any.
Factions.
Yeah.
We have seen one Asmari from Rodon Appliance.
Could we jump into the table 3 NEH versus 419 game?
Table 3, you said?
Yeah.
Modivore and Trade On.
Yeah.
Trade On.
That seems interesting.
Should be fine. Let's take a look.
Is the King and Queen still ongoing? I do believe they're on table 33. I don't see a table 33 anywhere. Might have finished by now.
All right. Table 3. Mortifor versus
we
Trade
got
On.
it.
That's where I am.
Okay, cool.
That's where I am.
Oh, whoop. There we go then.
Oh, though, King versus Jan Tuno is also a pretty good chat. That sounds like
yeah.
a cool
I
matchup.
was checking there, but looks like there's no game apparently.
I mean,
Cool.
I have a feeling that we'll be seeing both of those players later on, either today or tomorrow. So I want to see some people that I'm not too familiar with, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, speaking of, maybe I don't want to see this. Oh my goodness, that's too many servers.
It's
Time
just
to
14
test out your-
servers.
Time to test out your stream manipulation chops. Yeah, we've got this is the new NEH deck that topped Cascadia. This is you can see in the bin we've got two SIUs and a Reaper function, and this deck is pretty much all in on hitting 2 net damage off a Reaper function, tracing you with SIU, and hitting you with end of the line.
Yeah, there's some minor other lines you can if they I think you're on opposition research, and so if you float tags, it is on 1 mindscaping. This deck I think you're right on the money if that it's a similar list to the one that won Cascadia. It really leverages Gaslight in such a powerful way because it has this tiny but potent collection of operations that, in the right situation, really gives the runner the business.
Yeah, and what's kind of wild about this is it's essentially a startup list. Almost like this strategy is has been really popular in startup as well.
I've
That's-
noticed that the only critical piece that's not in startup is the SIU itself.
Right,
no,
right.
because in startup you have Drago still,
Right.
which is like SIU
Oh,
better.
right. You can advance if you have the pre-installed. You could advance.
Yeah,
Pop it for a tag. End of the line.
yeah,
Works just as well.
yeah. So yeah, I think this style was quite popular, but having the 3-pointers in standard is obviously a pretty big deal. Like Bologna and Degree Mill. I think the Cascadia list is on.
So we see
Nice,
like
you can-
2 double ice servers, server 6, server 12. Looks like
Yeah, really unusual board state here. F2P, we're going to go and try and get that Bologna. Looks like.
of course Motorville can just pay through this with the paid ability on F2P. 2 credits to Brick.
If we see a spin doctor, that will trigger a daily business show. Just those little tiny synergies. Very powerful.
Yeah, and
we
look,
go.
there it is, spins here. Save that Bologna.
Yeah, I
like the
wonder-
balance card.
Yeah. I wonder what Tradon is thinking right now, insofar as there's 2 SIUs in the bin. There's 1 Reaper function. I wonder with this deck, is there a point where you transition to saying, "Oh, I actually can't do the thing. I have to score out." Presumably, they're not at that point yet, but I wonder how.
Yeah, 2 SIUs, 2 Reapers in deck right now. Or deck, hand, board, whatever. 2 Reapers and 2 SIUs are alive, not in the bin. I wonder if Mortivore wants to check these servers.
Funny you should mention that. I did just go through the log. The only uniced remote is server 9, and I can confirm that a few turns ago, Motivon ran that remote and it was a behold.
So probably not going to check it
okay.
again.
Yeah.
There we go. Mystery solved.
Yeah, it sounds like Mortivore is doing his due diligence to keep the NEH deck honest.
Mortivore
running server 12 are not breaking the draw 2 cards on Unsmiling Serafna. That looks like
Interesting.
isn't interested in drawing anyway. I'm breaking ping now. So total of 3 credits to check what's in server 12.
Good one, spotting that opportunity there. In server 12, it's a snare. Oh my god, the disrespect.
That's been cooking. Wow.
So this is a pretty good fork actually, because if you remove the tag, you're on 3 cards. So if there's an SIU on the table, you might be dead.
Oh wow.
So the only possible server that could be an SIU is that's a networking. Okay.
So networking. And there's a Reaper function.
And There's
Are there two
is
Reaper
it-
functions? No, we know there aren't.
yeah.
This is just a value Reaper function.
9 is a behold, 12 is a snare. So yeah, this just try to get the networking out of hand, I suppose. And there it is, the Flint's pass of networking trash. to
Yeah,
net
just hitting the networking, just a value Reaper function.
Interesting.
What happened with the balanced coverage? It chose asset and then it like didn't resolve.
I suppose that Trader isn't interested in revealing the top card of R&D. It's possible.
Doesn't it say? I don't know. Anyway, looks like we're pushing an agenda here, which makes sense. It's a good time to do it.
Yeah, so the odds of this being an agenda are pretty high comparatively, given that there's no real advanceable asset you could conceivably run. NGO seems unlikely.
That's the game.
Oh, and okay, it snares.
It's just that easy.
It's just all right. Well, there you go.
Well, sometimes all the analysis just goes out the window. Sometimes you just hit 2 snares in a row.
Yeah, Mortivore quite reasonably trying to find an agenda off the top of R&D to bounce whatever's in server 6 could have really steamrolled things if that goes your way, maybe. But that line doesn't leave you with the time to draw up necessarily. So tricky.
Trade-on saying in the chat, what's in server 6 is a double advance to
Oh, wow.
So
That's
you can
disgusting.
advance to score and go minescaping end of the line.
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
if-
So yeah, nice. No, good fork. We like it. We'll love to see it.
Yeah, so Mortivore, I think, going for a very reasonable line there because that tomorrow's headline could easily have closed the game. Yeah. Forks.
There we go.
Wow. Glad to
not just for
A successful fork. The runner exploded.
Yeah. This reminds me, shout out to Muhammad, who was on the World Stream this past year and double accessed from R&D and hit 2 snares in a row. You can see in the clip, right? He kind of like shrugs. He's like, "Yeah, this would happen, right? They resolve the snare, they do the damage, it gets discarded, and then then he goes, reveal the next card. Does it? And he's like, "No, you already did that one." And he's like, "What?" The corp looks at it, and then they just realize, "Okay, good game."
Oh my god, brutal.
Extremely unfortunate.
Um,
shout out to Warlock in the chat. Calling it balance coverage is bugged at the moment. And
that's
it
unfortunate.
does not show the card that is revealed.
Is it revealed to the
money?
runner?
It is not revealed to the runner because it's not in the log.
Oh, but if they don't get the money, then it's
correct.
show
if
and
you
fine.
don't get the money, it doesn't matter because you don't have to show it.
Yeah, you can decline to show it regardless of if you choose to
right.
or not.
Yeah, because choosing it means you get to look, and after looking, you can be like, "I'm not going to show you what this is." Cool. Yeah. Interesting.
Well, we got a couple games still going, but I think we got lunch ending. We only got like half an hour, and I kind of want to go on an early start on it, maybe. How long until time on the round, actually?
Looks is a minute ago, actually.
Okay, cool. So
looks like time has been called on the round.
All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna say that that's a good time then. Just give us a little bit of extra time to rest our voices and rejuvenate. And for the rest of y'all, get a stretch, take a walk, and take care of yourselves as you need to.
Yeah, and I'll just say this is going to be that was the last round for me as well. It's been really fun being here. But I wish you guys best luck for the rest. Hope you really enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna be popping out as well. I think Thrantar is gonna be taken over after the break. Jai, you sticking around?
Yeah, I should be around. I guess you guys are stuck with me now.
Not a bad situation for the audience to be in, I gotta say. I've really enjoyed streaming with you two. Thank you so much for your company while we were watching this lovely tournament.
I mean, of course, it's my pleasure, and a pleasure to be streaming with you as well. Glad to talk to you for the first time.
Did you say you two?
Yeah, I was deliberately trying to slight you.
I'm
sorry. Thank
Can I
you
get
so
you
much
banned
for
from your
running
own
this.
stream?
You're
No,
the host. Thank you so much for running this. This has been really great. And yeah, sorry.
no, it's all good. I know what you mean. But yeah, thanks Miles, thanks Sanjay for hopping on. It's always great when I have such engaged commentators to make it so that I can focus on doing the stream work. It's always a good sign when 15 minutes to start, you have to be like, y'all save it for when we go live. Like, I know you're excited, but we gotta put this stuff like out there. This is content. Come on, take a break. You got some commentating to do. All right, well, we're gonna hop off for now then. Everybody say goodbye and thank you to Miles and Sanjay. Jai and I will see you in just under an hour here. Assuming I got my time correct, that should be 2:45 UTC. That's the time I put. So hopefully it's right.
The lunch break ends in just under 50 minutes. So 10. 2:45 sounds correct.
I'm sure someone will, tell me that it isn't when it is, but that's fine. We'll be back shortly, y'all. Do go somewhere, but come on back.
Come back.
Yeah, unless you're in India, it's the next time the clock says 42.
Yeah, just, the next time it's a 42, 45. There'll be a couple minutes after lunch. Okay, I gotta go get energy drinks. We'll see y'all later.
See ya. All right, bye.
Catch you around.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good fun.
Yeah.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
and thank you for volunteering your time to the Symbian Consumer Marketing Focus Group. Your opinions are valuable to us and we want to know what they are. Tell us everything. 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 Tell us everything. Everything. Everything.
Welcome back, everyone, to 2023 EMEA Continentals. We are gearing up for round 4. We have Jai back with us, and I have to update the header here because we have Thrantar joining us as well.
Indeed, I have once again returned after taking last week off because Cascadia was actually run in physical space and not using Jinteki.
Let me see. I know that the pairings are up for round 4, and I wanted to see if I had heard that there's an Alice Merchant game floating around somewhere.
That is exactly one Alice Merchant game, I think. If I remember the
I'd
tournament statistics
be
correctly.
amazed if there was more than one person playing Alice. I think she has a couple of very interesting pressures, especially because one thing we've been seeing throughout this tournament is places where there'll be an Amakua and someone will just dump a virus in archives and go, okay, I don't need to actually ice archives. This virus in archives does, enough, right? You can't just grind Amakua value with repeated archives runs. But that is not sufficient against Alice at all.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting point, and you did highlight, and I do completely agree that we have seen like so much more virus this tournament, and even from corps that don't necessarily want to fast advance any agendas, and therefore would be scared of a clot or something to that effect, right? They're just playing value virus just for preemptive to preempt Omakuas, so to speak, and like just virus installed as an upgrade on centrals behind ice. Oftentimes is a big enough deterrent to like a bunch of that early like total powered aggression that we have seen thus far from some of the criminals this event.
Yeah, real quick, just looks like we're having a little bit of a delay with the round starting up. Typical JNet things here.
Couldn't possibly have something to do with our record turnout almost crashing the JNet servers. I don't think.
That's possible. There might have been. That might have something to do with it.
Now I'm scared to refresh my browser because I'm scared if I press this F5 button, none of the games are going to show up again. So I'm just going to leave it. Yeah, in completely inconceivable that our beloved JNet servers would be under strain in such in at such a critical timing. No way this could have been predicted. But of course, shout out to all our JNet admins and behind the scenes people. I mean, it's almost forgotten, like what these guys and girls do behind the scenes. And I mean, a lot of the praise goes to the front end NSG representatives, but let us not forget that at the end of the day, we all playing on the same platform, and there are certain people who work tirelessly to make sure that we are still able to play on this amazing platform day in and day out.
Absolutely. I always tell new players, right, JNet's got its quirks, but it's a passion project. Always has been, probably always will be. the fact that it doesn't expect itself to run perfectly every time is part of the beauty of it, right? Other games, you'd click a card, and if you don't have to make any decisions after that, that means you've played the card. And then no going back there. Oops.
Yeah, so do of course bear with us if we are experiencing some technical difficulties. We will of course be here to entertain you, loyal viewers, for as long as necessary. And of course, shout out to anyone who's still watching the stream after just going over 5 hours, 5 hours of broadcast time. We truly appreciate all of you staying here with us. Did the round start before the crash? No. I believe there was a repair shortly before the crash, and people have been in. People were going to the tables right before the issue occurred. So don't worry, not to worry about missing any Netrunner content. So we will still be here and catching you up as it happens. I see more tables are being created and
back up.
joined by multiple players. So that's good news, I hope.
So one thing I'm really keeping an eye on this tournament is sort of how Hermes is performing, is shaking out, because there's been a lot of discussion about the way Hermes forces players to respect what it does in the same way that sort of HHN did before, where it sort of says, okay, like these particular lines of play, you're just not really allowed to take them. But it's also something that can very easily be, I wouldn't say easily played around, but it's something that there are lines available to play around it. And I'm looking to see sort of how much people have adapted to the true gotchas and blowouts that Hermes can generate.
Yeah, I think of course the best players, players in general are starting to learn and adapt to adapt to the change in scoring patterns that Hermes kind of forces upon you.
Exactly.
To give like a very classic example of the precision design, seamless, advanced scoring, offload office, for example, that used to be like quite not to say brainless, but easy to execute play, shall we say? And now with a Hermes on table, and for example, a single unrest eyes on R&D, it's a much more questionable play now because
there's a much greater trade-off.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the 2 points that you're gaining. It's also that it's not just the tempo loss of the card being bounced to your hand. It's what opportunities that the runner can create from themselves in that window that you're giving them. And I think the best runner decks are constructed in such a way as to be able to take this small chink, this small hole that you're presenting them, and with multi-access, for example, or just event runs like a diversion of funds, you can turn this small hole into a gigantic advantage.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to shout out. I know earlier we saw a runner on Maker's Eye, and that's another thing where, you can find one click to go into R&D with Maker's Eye if R&D is open. And at 3 cards, there's a decent chance you see another agenda, bounce maybe another ice in HQ, then the corpse down 2 pieces of ice. And that's just a pain to fix.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we do talk a lot about like the snowball effect that happens sometimes in Netrunner when like one particular side just continues building momentum, like score after score, steal after steal, for example. And PD used to be like one of the best examples of this again back in the day, in previous metas, just by recurring or seamless storage and being able to just score turn after turn in a secure remote. yeah,
Never advance.
I think the this like Hermes is probably like the most egregious example of this snowball effect that's present in meta right now actually.
Or if you go back really, really far back in the day, AstroScript.
Oh, that's a card. AstroScript pilot program, the original snowball card. If you get one score of a Sansan Silver, then that's like kind of it actually. Like once the train leaves the station.
It's strange. I don't know why I have so many copies of it though.
I know it's one for deck. It should be fine. I mean, it's probably no better than tomorrow's headline.
No better or worse. I mean, I couldn't imagine Energy considering the card to be good enough that they just print a version of it that's just completely nerfed by one advancement counter.
Well, they had to remaster it somehow.
That's right. And all right, it looks like we're going to be trying again to get back in the lobby. All right. Any EMEA players, if you are listening to this broadcast, do please try and reconnect your game and see if the issues have been resolved. And it looks like most people, I hope so. It looks like most games have been filled up by 2 players, which is a very encouraging sign. So I think we should be beginning our stream momentarily.
Yeah. While we're while we have a pause here, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the team running the event. Princess Space Kitten, as always, doing a lovely job heading up the event and judging, as well as Cror and Ruben Peters. Sorry. And NB Kelly for judging today. Appreciate all of the time you put in, even considering circumstances like these. Our game wouldn't run without y'all.
Yeah, and I think this has been stressed enough by many of the judges, and I do think it bears repeating. If you as a player are unsure of anything, if you need any kind of clarification, if there's a game state issue that you need to resolve with opponent, please do not be afraid to call a judge. The judges are here to help. That is their job. And okay, are we starting the game? Not yet. Not quite yet. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
on table 34. Are y'all?
34. 34. That would be Kami against Headmoths. Is that
Moths, I
correct?
believe.
Correct.
All right. Yeah. Sure.
So I think there was some desire for Alice gameplay.
Yes, Headmoth's doing a proper ponder, take the hand and just kind of rub against
Well, I
your
don't
chin.
believe time of the round has started yet, so we are still waiting on that, I believe.
Yeah,
Unless
I believe waiting for all the table issues to resolve themselves before we start.
All right. Let me just zoom into a non-asset spam level here. And
there we go.
All right, we got to keep on both sides. That's exciting.
All right. So we're just. All right, the time in the round has begun. So all the best to all players, including, of course, our protagonist this round, Kami Kami and Hitmoths.
We
Go for
have
credit. Install my outfit. But this was a key.
Ooh, look
Alright.
at this reveal. Look at this reveal.
consume.
10 influence. Click 1.
Double consume.
Double consume. I didn't know that the trick was gonna be given up this quickly, but yeah.
This
Consume
is a wild list.
Hoshiko.
I'm here for it. I wonder if we're going to see, like, imps. And I've sort of actually been wondering about imps for a while because we're seeing a lot more synergy-driven corp packages. And unconditional trashing that can hit cards in hand is an excellent way of potentially breaking up some of the things that the corp might be trying to assemble.
It just occurred to me that consume doesn't cost memory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One of the few zero memory cards in the zero memory programs in the game, I should say. There are, a bunch of them, and a surprising fraction of them are in the Apex faction, made rest in power Apex. But
Taken too soon.
Everyone's favorite fodder for Aesop.
Oh yes. Speaking of fodder, this looks like quite a nasty trebuchet res, I gotta say, on the side of Kami Kami.
Especially because we see the other consume was removed with Gachapon.
Yeah, so that's 10 influence out of the game on turn 2 already.
And I don't think you're probably actually on 3 consume. Like 3 consume can be very clunky to get rolling. To get them installed, to get the in for the
surely you want to spend some influence on breakers, maybe on Carmen or Unity, and we've already seen like some of that from other Hoshiko players this event. And okay, that's another 3 influence. Prognostic Q Loop. We did go on quite a spiel on this card. In previous rounds, we're talking about Arisana with Q Loop, and it is kind of surprising that we see it here actually in Anak.
Are you surprised, really? Someone saw a good card and they said, let's put it in Hoshiko. What if we put it in Hoshiko?
Yeah. When you put it like that, maybe I shouldn't be surprised,
I know. I mean, Hoshiko already solves your draw and card access problems. So I'm not sure importing yet more draw is something I'm looking to do that much into Hoshiko.
That's fair enough. Oh, but there we go. That was a Q Loop installing Buzzsaw from the top of the deck, and mind you, that was a blind Q Loop hit. There were no runs made after the Q Loop was installed, so that was completely off the top.
Wild.
So sick rips from Hitmoths. And all right, installing Botulus on HQ Ice. Interesting.
See a full set of Botuli here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it is quite interesting that Hitmoths chose to install Botulus on the Unrest Ice instead of this Trebuchet, which is, I would imagine, a natural target for this program, it being such a costly brick.
Such a pain to break, and also only 2 subs. Like you can just run it every other turn.
Yeah.
For free. Whereas if this HQ Ice is like Afshar or Valentau or a couple of other things, like this Botulus just becomes much more awkward.
Yeah, but of course, us being a spectator, we don't have access to all this information that the cop, the runner, I should say, you might possibly have. Maybe they have some HQ pressure incoming and they want to set up for it. Anything's possible. But Kami scoring another hostile takeover. This is turn 4, by the way. Oh, and there we see
Again, we have a blind Q loop.
blind Q loop,
Hits
end
the
of turn
botulus.
into another botulus.
So this is the thing about Q Loop, right? Is that you have to consider, like, it gives you the install, yeah, but it also gives you the draw because it's coming off
Yep.
the top of your deck, and also you get to do it on your opponent's turn as well. Q Loop rules, and I'm so glad that people are playing it. It's gonna get banned, and I'm going to be sad, but Winchester, ooh.
So we do see an
Alright.
imp coming down, which means that
Uh,
anything Hoshiko can touch in hand, Hoshiko can trash. Sure,
yeah,
gamble.
this
Sure,
is
like
quite annoying though because this would just of course having 3 subs because it's on HQ, and now Hoshiko needs to make the decision on what subs to break on this ice, and we are going with trash program, trash hardware. So we are firing the trace on the end run.
yeah, we can just pay bad pub in. Like we have 3 bad pub.
Yeah, of course. Although Kami can pay just the 2 credits to lock out for this run,
Yeah,
which is
I
quite
mean,
reasonable.
getting the corp to spend money into a trace is absolutely fine, I think. If they have to really push into an ability to get it to stop you, right? Then that's just gravy.
Yeah, and of course here we see the natural play, follow-up play, I should say. Botulus breaking both subs of Trebuchet and trashing with Hippo.
Oh,
And now R&D is wide open. Mavirus. Ooh,
oh,
that is not what you want to see if you're a fan
A
of Head Moths.
really unfortunate set of turns for head moths.
Right after that imp install, getting no value whatsoever. And this is just kind of what we talked about, right?
There's
In
so much
terms
of a
of
virus
it,
in the meta
yeah,
right
it is
now.
so much Mirage just floating around the meta. And let's not forget that outfit does have a quite pressing reason to run Mavirus. We've seen Santa's big deal outfit go all the way at APEC Continentals just 2 weeks ago. Probably the spookiest fast advanced deck in the meta right now, since we haven't been seeing that much sports medal. Yeah, so I mean, end of the day, Mavirus, pretty common card, not unexpected to see it out of outfit, but all the same, extremely unfortunate that Hitmoth hit it on this specific single axis.
yeah, Mavirus is very, very suspiciously one influence for a reason, right? The 3 cost is, I don't know about the net damage. I guess that gives you like any reason to want to res it outside of Ob, but for the most part, that res cost is there for Ob.
Okay, it's not a Jinteki card if it doesn't do net damage, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So one thing I'm sort of wondering right now is if Headmoths is running any sort of recursion in their list. If we've got a Katorga breakout or a retrieval run, or something that can help get back these very hard to replace
The card that you're
programs.
looking for, I believe, is Labor Rights.
Labor rights, yes. Labor rights is I agree, the most likely of all of the recursion options.
It really is one of the best cards in Anarch for recursion, just because it shuffles it back into your deck, but the idea is you're just going to go through your whole deck anyway. So like,
especially with the Q loop draw power and the Hoshiko draw power.
that's 14. I think we're missing 1 influence.
Yeah, that is the turn 5 14 influence seen out of the Hoshiko. Like, that's just a testament to the draw power that this identity offers you. 23 cards in the stack on turn 5. And here we go. Project Atlas scored out of server 3. No counters on it.
Just a Atlas. Just a no-text Atlas. That's how you know that Kami is a little bit, I think, afraid. And I think that tells us a little bit of what type of ice is on server 3.
So
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, having shown both Echelon, your killer, as well as Buzzsaw, Headmouth really only looking for one breaker left, and you have to imagine with a Buzzsaw, it's probably going to be uh, Cleaver, just the natural pairing with these kind of fixed
Mhm.
strength breakers, so to speak.
I would presume our missing one influence is probably the second copy of Echelon.
Possible. Shout outs to Therabre in the chat for picking up what I forgot. The res cost of Mavirus is to make it so that you can't just purge virus counters mid run for no reason, or just purge virus counters at paid ability speed for no reason, for no cost, no credits.
And
All right,
alright,
checking
My
way down on
sleep
the
last
queue.
night was a nap.
subsidy Ice HQ credit. So we still haven't really seen any influence out of this outfit deck, except for this Mavirus, right? So I mean, at this point, it still could be anything. It still could be the big deal version of outfit, or maybe it's on a kind of a more mid-range version, with different eyes, with maybe biotic labor to close out, for example. I mean, all kinds of spicy things you can put into the deck and pay for with outfit money. So I mean, the floor is still wide open in terms of like what's left in this deck. But hold on. Okay, Hitmoth's just trashing that Fortuneless to install another fermenter,
So one
and
interesting thing right
there
now
goes the last influence.
is that Kami is at 3 bad pub, which notably is not for regulatory captures are not online, and Headmoths might be looking to avoid running here to avoid giving the outfit the chance to res some illicit ice and get that.
Well, what if?
Oh,
No? Yes? No?
are we dealing? Are we
Uh,
dealers?
Slash and Burn? Slash and Burn? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm so
Something's going
sorry.
on.
I think they, I think it might be a pivot. Headmas allowing the undo. That's... You could make an argument
Extremely
for...
gracious of them, of course.
Yeah, you could make an argument for calling a judge, but, you know, in instances like this where, you know, you sit down and you do the play and you think to yourself, oh, wait. Oh, hang on. Like, it's nice to have not only... What do I want to say? To not only have wasted the turn, but to have been actively detrimental during that turn.
Yeah, and that's always the worst feeling, right?
So, I mean, the information that Headmoths has gained is that Kami has a card that they can install that can be advanced in their hand.
I would hazard a guess that that you can also intuit that Pivot is in hand, and Pivot does have a trash cost.
So actually, the other thing gained is Headmoths did not try to hit a clot off of Q Loop.
That is true.
And I'm not sure whether it's crossing people's minds that there is a potential paid ability speed clot threat here.
What?
I mean, that's absolutely right, and quite a good observation over here. And so, I mean, given this information that we've gotten from Kami with this like alleged advanceable card in HQ, and the fact that they did play Pivot as a double to install to tutor out this big deal, there is a reasonable assumption to be made that yes, there is SDS drone deployment or some kind of 5/3 in the hand of Kami right now, and which was what the last turn's play was regarding. But over here we see Headmoth's trashing Fermenter for credits and
Fermenter for
installing
credits.
Cleaver from hand.
There's the fourth bad pub coming from Valental.
Although this is a big deal list and a potential SDS that doesn't end up mattering in this particular circumstance.
So this Valental, of course, has been bun hard, so Hitmouse can just take 3 net damage, 3 net damage here to just walk through this Valental. But they're thinking about this. Of course, they do have the opportunity to break with Buzzsaw if they wish, but it is going to cost
11.
11 credits.
11.
Those are going to be some really good cards in hand if you're thinking about paying 11 credits to keep them.
Oof.
Well,
And that is a rough access.
so I will say, we've seen the virus. If you ban her through that, and that's a virus,
yeah, that is
the outfit reses it,
kind of
and
spooky,
you die.
huh? Yeah, I mean, that was 3 bet pop, so that was 8 real credits. 8 real credits spent on this Buzzsaw pumping to break Valental, which is, I mean, you got a feel for Hitmouse on this one. That's a gigantic oof.
Yeah. I think that Kami really the Atlas score, I'm not entirely sure like what the line was, but I feel like, Headmoth installs an echelon, and I, with this Atlas here, say, I no longer have the time to leave this on the board. I have to score this now, no counter. And so that gave me the impression, right, that this ice on server 3 was a sentry, was going to be an easy break. Which, honestly, it still would have been 8 credits, 5 real credits for
So
a
say,
trebuchet, I think.
Echelon does not currently line up well into a trebuchet. If another icebreaker comes down, like if there's a duplicate Buzzsaw or duplicate Cleaver, and Echelon gets up to 4 base strength, suddenly Trebuchet is looking a lot more reasonable at 5 with like 4 or 5 bad pub, but at 8, that's a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, 8 versus 11. The thing about... Oh, hello, Hippo.
Hello, Hippo. That's a free Hippo, by the way, of Q Loop. And bad pop.
There's
Yeah,
too
so I
big
will
to
say
fail. That was never getting
is
played.
potentially very high value against Outfit because you could just pop Q Loop and just make value runs in archives where you just draw and install cards for free.
So, here's a question.
I do want to... sorry, go ahead.
Is it worth it to run HQ just to see if this ice gets rezzed? Like, is there an ice here that would put Kami below... Like, are they going to res this to go below Big Deal? Yeah. Because you have to install Advance Big Deal. That's 18 credits, I believe?
Yeah.
Yes, that is 18 credits. And
so in this case where you can just...
so there is if we are intuiting the presence of a 5/3 in HQ, then there is a reasonable chance 2 out of 5 that Headmouse can knock one half of the combo out of hand.
So I mean,
But
even
no,
an Atlas is fine. Like if you Big Deal Atlas, next turn you just come back with the counter.
Okay, so here's my train of thought. Right, so you're Kami. You have Unrest Valental with an Atlas with no advancement in server 3, and you have a pivot in hand with which you can grab a big deal to over advance this Atlas with and get a token. But hypothetically speaking, your hold on. That's
They did not
that is not the correct.
install the Atlas off the pivot, is what it looks
Yeah,
like
I
here.
think there is. Yes,
They
correct. I believe
probably just
Kami
assumed
needed to
that it would install the card that they got, but you can actually choose a different card with the threat ability. They're two separate instructions.
I
So
believe the play is supposed to be pivot for
for
Pivot
Atlas,
Atlas, install the
install it.
Atlas with the threat,
and
big
then
deal the
big deal
Atlas,
as your last pick.
and then next turn you come back with the hostile.
There we go.
Or you would if you had enough credits to score a
There's
hostile
no Destiny in
takeover, which you
hand.
currently do not.
We know
That
there's
is
no
true.
Destiny in hand.
We know
For
there's no
bad
Destiny.
pub.
And so this is possibly the other reason why Kami wouldn't score the first Atlas with token if they are aware that there's a if they know obviously that they have another out to get another Atlas token. But I in this scenario you do run the risk. There is a risk 1 in 28 chance that your last hostile takeover gets sniped.
Okay, but then you just score regulatory capture instead.
Yeah, the Audacity's in hand. There's not really a way to stop
Yes.
a fast advance here.
Outside of Q loop flipping a club.
You run HQ, you install Imp off the Q loop, and you Imp the Audacity.
Okay. You know what? I think that might just be Headmorph's only out in this scenario with 2 clicks remaining, one after this run.
Have we already had a Q loop install this turn for a reveal?
I do not believe so. But I suspect if Headmorphs didn't Imp install off Q loop the first time they ran HQ, they probably weren't going to now. And there's the Audacity access again. You know it's coming, but unfortunately, nothing much you can do to stop it at this point.
We can still potentially see the clot off Q loop.
Yes, the only out remaining. But
Well,
of course, I mean there are things to do. For Kami to bait this out.
I don't know what I was thinking. Atlas had lets you pull any card from R&D. I was thinking of Vitruvius. This game was over. I'm sorry. Yeah, not just really on the back foot. After that trash of the consume, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's especially painful to have so much of your influence gone that quickly.
Yeah, so like getting like so one consume eaten by Gachapon, which is all fair and reasonable since you got the second one. Then the second one gets trashed by Trebuchet, and then trashing the Trebuchet with Botulus Hippo, which is a pretty sick play, and then instantly running straight into that virus. That's
figure out the Imp was an absolutely brutal turn of events.
Yeah.
All right. So that's it for the first half of that 2-game set.
And now we have to watch the other side, which will be Alice versus Ag Infusion.
Yes.
Which is interesting because oftentimes, like if you don't have a strong ice res somewhere and you just need to keep the runner out for this exact run, you can just sort of boop them into archives. But I'm not sure that's your line against Alice.
Yeah, and unless I miss my guess, this should be the same list that we've seen earlier today with now who was it? Was it Chris on Ag Infusion as well that we saw previously?
All right, so we're already seeing the Alice value. There's a turn 1 ice on an empty archives.
And that's it. Alice has got everything. You might as well play Rebirth now. Oh wait, you can't. Omar Kit doesn't ice archives is iced. And also Omar's rotated. And also Rebirth is rotated.
I mean, you could still Steve. Like you
So-
can DJ Steve.
Yeah, but there's ice on HQ as well. This game's over.
What are we gonna do with the Corp Ice 3 Centrals on turn 1? What's the counterplay? Oh no, my Omakuas.
Here we go. You can DJ Sable. This way, if you're Alice, like the archive marks aren't worthless. You just go to archives.
Sorry, it took me a second to pull the curtain back. I was looking at Alice Merchant and realized how subconsciously I was thinking of this character when I made my last D&D character. I was like, oh, that's where the hair's from. Okay, I didn't play this. I didn't play this ID.
You play any Baldur's Gate recently?
Not for me. All my friends are enjoying it though, and I'm glad to hear.
Okay, but anyway, back to the game. We see finally the first piece of econ comes down for Headmoths. 10 credits now after this hedge fund, and now all the ice is live, Anansi is live, Vampiro NASA is live, and double ice archives. All right, that's your value right there.
It's. I'm not sure I feel compelled to double ice archives yet. I'm not sure if Headmoths actually has the credits to res 4 pieces of ice. Now, granted, they're ag, so one of them can be a boop, but
Most ag ice exists to boop.
Yes.
And to pretend to be Anansi in the meantime.
Mhm.
The rest of them are Anansi.
All right, this looks like a click 3 moshing from Kami. I gotta say, much less inspirational moshing than we saw earlier today from Bridgman. And what was that? 7 credit?
As an additional
Seven credits?
as an additional cost to draw 3 cards and gain 3 credits, draw 2 cards and gain 4 credits.
Damn.
Double strike fun
That's
steel
good.
skin. As Nathaniel Nat Hall would say, damn, I'm good.
So this is probably Killing coming down here? Killing plus upgrade? Agenda plus upgrade? What are we thinking?
So if it is the Keeling deck that we expected it is, Server 3 almost certainly is some kind of defensive upgrade and a Keeling, or possibly even like defensive upgrade plus Rashida. I mean, Headmoths is kind of on low credit totals. It's possible that they're not able to like defend a Killing over multiple turns if Kami decides to put pressure on, especially with 12 credits on this Liberated and 4 counters on Fermented. So I think it's a kind of more likely that Server 3 is going to be. Oh, never mind, I'm wrong. It is a Killing. There we go. Discard a card, please. Discard. Oh no, this. Oh, I think. Oh, Hitmo must have rest the Killing on their own turn. It looks like that was a prompt for Kami to discard.
Mhm.
But here we go. Install ice credit 7 credits. Not enough for Anansi, notably. But several other pieces of ice in the Jinteki faction spring to mind. Vampiro NASA. We've seen that earlier today. Artini also, a
Potentially,
new code
Ivik.
gear. Ivik, all right.
If you're
Yeah,
missing
so
Chiyoshi
Headmoth's
and
range is Ivik's Headmoth's range, not the full range that would be expected from having 8 credits and Anansi available, but still a pretty decent range and something that Kami has to respect.
interesting thing we're seeing in this moshing here, that's a mining accident being thrown out.
Oh boy. So my mining accident is pretty good against Go asset corps like Near Earth Hub that won Cascadia last weekend, and possibly even other slightly wider corps like like Acer Group springs to mind as well.
Yeah, anything that
of
you're
course-
making like a lot of runs on, giving bad pub to a faction that isn't the outfit, well, to an ID that isn't the outfit, it's kind of an appealing idea.
Of course, as you've just mentioned, the big sticking point is the outfit, and that Mining Essence is kind of a dead card in that matchup.
All right, you can either pay 5 or gain 3 and score that red cap in hand.
Yeah, so of course that is like the one card or the one matchup that is super holding that back. And over here, Kami asking for a take back of this moshing, but
There is
of
no
course
info
completely.
from the cards drawn.
Oh, okay. He's
Oh.
getting a prompt.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yes, of course. It's
Yeah.
the moshing will be revealing new information, but
yeah, this isn't to undo the moshing. This is Kami has played or is trying to play, has clicked to install a program. It's prompting him to
trash programs to free up sufficient MU.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure how widespread is this information actually, but if you intend to install program and the game prompts you to trash programs, you can just not trash anything, and the program will return to your hand, and you won't actually have spent a click, and no information will have been gained. So, yeah, that's a quick tip for you if anyone's like struggling with the JNet interface or when they misclick the program or some such.
Okay, looks like they're manually fixing it by trashing the fermenter.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So
doing a quick
credits
correction,
should be at 15 now. Is that right?
and we should be 1 click less. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
Looks good. It's not our save, but
Okay,
looks
so
good.
that's been restored.
Last click, run the keeling.
They've got the money. They've got the breakers. Well, not quite all the
Except they
breakers,
don't.
but
There we go. That's a bounce on that magnet. Now you got to go find your decoder.
or potentially you put a bunch of runs in somewhere, force the boops, try and build up some turtle counters. You've got a little bit of time.
Yeah. So killing coming up to 3. Kami's hand size down to 2 cards in the grip, and let's not forget you don't die or you're not flatlined when your hand size goes to 0. You're flatlined when your hand size reaches -1. So you've got until the end of the turn in which you reach -1 hand size in order to try and trash the killing or win the game in some other fashion. Kami, clicking to draw, trying to find that turtle, and there we go. Wow.
Headmutts is also still only on 7 credits. And there's no scary boops here. There's no spider.
All right, so magnet breaks. And so there is the option to boop right now, but of course that wouldn't be booping to anything particularly intimidating. Yeah, so this rest is kind of the important question for Headmobs now. You have rest, you have boop, or you pass and let through and deal with this defensive upgrade, which, I mean, more and more likely it's looking to be some kind of like Anoetic Void style.
Anoetic, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So either that or Cold Sight, I'd have to guess. Tatubola, okay. Here's a card that is high on my list of bannables. I think this card could get banned, which sucks because I always love Kat Shen's art. But I think
that's an amazing piece of art.
I think that some of the things that that you can do with this swap, this post-pass swap, Managarm Skunkworks
can be paid for and still crush the killing credit perfectly, but that's a lot of money.
And that's leaving the Skunkworks behind.
Yeah. I mean, the good news for Kami Kami is that, of course, they still have this fermenter ticking along and 4 credits left on this liberated. But Headmorphs, I mean, there's kind of have a window to just jam again in server 3, and of course, that's what they're doing. That credit infusion from that Tattoo Bola Res and Break is, I mean, could turn out to be the difference maker in seeing whether this remote is crackable again or not. Right. Back to Kami Kami turn 7. I expect we'll be seeing a fermenter pop very soon.
So one thing I'm absolutely looking here is potentially just run Maul.
All right, so this is like the other way to put pressure on the core. If you can't crack the remote, crack the centrals, then this is the classic way, or the I shouldn't say classic, say contemporary way of doing it.
I'm intrigued by the choice to maul into HQ there. I think I probably would have gone R&D and let them all sort of pressure HQ incidentally.
I think it depends on what read that you have on the ice covering centrals are, and Kami Kami
Definitely.
evidently feels that HQ is the ice on HQ is bigger and therefore more likely to be unresable at this credit total. Oh, send a message. There we go. That's no longer a problem. And now with this send a message steal, very importantly, Ag Infusion's ability is now actually live and now actually has teeth. Now any run on on R&D or server 3 can just be booped into this Vampire NASA, and that is gonna give quite a kick. It is 5 credits to break with Buzzsaw, which is not insurmountable by any means, but with Kami Kami on 6 credits now, it's a tough sell.
So this is actually a case where it's sort of a very interesting compare and contrast with the Decoder Danger of last meta with Black Orchestra. Because Vampire Nasa with Black Orchestra, you break 2 subs for 3, and you break all 4 subs for 6. So it's much easier to partially break Vampire Nasa if you're on Black Orchestra, which obviously is rotated at this point. But Buzzsaw is slightly cheaper if you want to fully break it. Of course, the other reason that we're seeing the return of Vampire Nasa out of, I wouldn't say the return of Vampire Nasa, but the appearance of Vampire Nasa out of Jinteki is just that the defining code gate of last rotation has also rotated.
RIP Tracker. I do recall back in the day when DNA Tracker first released, and everybody was like, "Wow, Jinteki, this is such an amazing code game for Jinteki. Surely they'll never be able to top this kind of like ice, this kind of ice quality for a long time." And then 2 sets later, Fairchild 3 gets released.
Fairchild 3 is also an amazing piece of ice.
That's without a doubt, without a doubt. And okay, here we go. This is gonna click 2, run server 3. Tattoo Bola being broken for 1 credit by Cleaver, and notably, Headmorphs not deciding not to trigger the pass ability, possibly signaling that they have no ice in hand. Maybe, maybe not. And we'll see if this is a boop or a res on this innermost ice.
So one thing I'm going to note here is there's been an unprotected Spin Doctor sitting just on the board for several turns now, during which we've seen 2 killings get rezzed and soon possibly also trashed. I really wonder if there's any way Kami could have gotten in. Because if he gets in and trashes the Spin Doctor, that's 2 killings that aren't getting shuffled back in the deck. But right now, even if he gets in, trashes this killing in server 3, Headmoths, they can just pop spin 2 killings back, and then there's another 2 killings in Ag's R&D that will get played at some point, and you'll have to go through remotes and get dragged around the place again to get to.
And I mean, that's a pretty reasonable point. But I think what Kami is kind of like just trying to focus on the problems in front of them right now. And the biggest problem I can see is that this Keeling is getting de-risked. Good grief. So divert power on the board. De-resing Keeling to res Keeling. Just to flicker and trigger the res ability again. So 1 power counter on this asset. Runner hand size is at 0 currently. Now bear in mind, once again, this is not the end of the game for them. But if they, but basically they have 8 clicks left to try and trash this Keeling, or if not, it's just game over. Right? It's draw.
If they can't get in this turn, I don't see how they're getting in next turn.
Yeah. This is. Yes. So as Hitmos is pointing out, there is still 1 turn remaining for Kami to have any chance of contesting this remote. Although, admittedly, the odds are looking kind of slim, considering another defensive upgrade just been placed in server 3, and you kind of expect that to be the
Anoetic. I'm expecting Anoetic.
Anoetic Void, of course. Yeah, the classic partnership with Skunkworks.
So my understanding is that this current killing Ag Infusion list is a thing that QTM's headlining, correct?
Oh, what makes you say that? What makes
possibly the vague and unconvincing hints that you've been dropping on us all evening?
What? Just because the 2 QTM members that we've seen on stream playing Ag Infusion happen to be on Vientiane Keeling because she's everybody's wife.
So I'm just going to say, what I'm curious about is whether the QTM players are packing Light the Fire in their runner decks.
Light the Fire, huh?
Yeah, Light the Fire is making a comeback. I think it was here for like one event, maybe. I think some people put it as a one of, but it's back.
Because Light the Fire blows up that server quite thoroughly, if I recall correctly.
Yes, because Light the Fire blanks all text on upgrades and or things in the root of that server for the duration of the run. So it is a reasonable counter. But of course, if the Ag Infusion players can smell the Light the Fire coming, and they will of course keep 1 Unrest Ice for the boop onto, like, I mean, any other server is going to do the trick just to stop the entire server from going kaboom.
Yes, like if possible, but if you can pressure out the unresed ice and force some boops earlier, there might be space for Light the Fire to really blow up a server.
From the chat, shout out, Keeling seems more like a femme fatale than wife material. I'm in no position to judge.
I still didn't. I started the story
dispositions of
earlier. I
fictional
didn't
characters.
finish it. Sorry. Um, oh, speaking of things I didn't finish, how embarrassing! I still have to update the commentators text. Let me just do that right now.
What appealing? But I mean,
There we go.
we did get to see the Alice deck. Although unfortunately, I don't believe we got to see any Alice triggers that game.
We did get to see 2 Iced Archives.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
that's
that's
mean,
the
correct.
real.
Alice did some work, even if it wasn't quite enough in the end.
Let's see here.
Did some work by existing. I can dig it.
Um,
It looks like we got 20 minutes left in the round. Maybe we got time for one more.
yeah, I'm checking to see what we got that might be interesting. Let's see how far along are these. Groundhog. I'm looking at table 59, and so not on the no stream, but just to be sure.
So we have seen with over these couple of rounds, we have seen like this killing deck, this alleged killing act deck uh like be played, and I think we're kind of like a better idea of like what's like the game plan and the specific innovations that have gone into this particular deck as a reaction to the rest of the meta right now. And as we've noted before, uh, uh, this is probably just a reaction to the relative lack of pinhole threading that we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks, at least compared to in the previous meta before rotation, where every Hoshiko was packing 2 pinhole.
Um,
And
oh, looks like you.
oh,
Oh, Groundhog. I appreciate the effort that you are putting in. For your after your 25 hours awake and having COVID and talking to your cat about Netrunner, which, like, honestly, that's not a problem. Like, I talk to my cats about Netrunner. It's just like it's a thing you do. A cat
I
comes
mean,
up while you're building a deck, and you're like, "What's up, Pizzo? What do you think? Should I swap out? Should I take out all the economy cards?" But yeah, Papa.
I mean, I think it's perfectly fine to be talking to your pets about Netrunner or any other topic you might find fancy. It is I want to say uh, psychologically proven that it's like good for health just to have like an outlet to talk to people to talk about, right, someone to talk against or about.
mhm.
Of course, the real issue is when your cat starts talking back to you about Netrunner, and as you say, if your cat is telling you to remove Sure Gamble from your deck, that is the problem.
Do I gotta pull up Jeff's list again? Didn't he get? Didn't he take the sure
Shh,
gambles out?
quiet.
Hang on.
Look, if you want to take out your sure gambles, you need to get creative.
That's correct. That is one way to put it. Yeah, you gotta get creative. You gotta get
Maybe commissioned also.
Yeah, you got.
that's
If you
right.
can't have a sure gamble, the gig economy, I guess.
Fair enough.
That's honestly kind of a funny. Like the things, VRcation and Creative Commission are just kind of funny cards thematically because it's like you can have a vacation and like you can work on a commission and like take all the time that you want, but like if you're on a deadline, you're like, I'll make this work.
I do think they are really interesting mechanically, and I like having a little bit of this sort of reward for sequencing things in this particular fashion.
Right.
Oh.
Something's happening. Sorry, too caffeinated. All right. So there it is. Tomorrow's headline. Giving the runner a tag.
Giving the
Of course,
corp 2
getting 2
credits.
credits of this R plus trigger. And
And are they going
now
to
that I think
use those
about
2 credits to trash something?
market forces, that's fine too.
Just a solid market forces for one.
And it occurs to me this is the first Rarity Plus deck we've seen on the day, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, which is I will note that Reality Plus is our 4th most played identity today, with 16 out of 100 and formerly 142, now 126 after some drops.
The fact that we're still at 100 after what is this?
That's
This is round 4 or 5?
round 4.
Yeah.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That's wild. And we also have 120 people in on the Twitch stream, viewing the Twitch stream. There are not 120 of us here. But there is guaranteed to be some overlap. But everyone who came out to play, to watch, to cheer people on, to help run the event, to commentate, y'all are appreciated. And I'm going to feel so bad when there's like exactly one person, like one type of person that I forgot. Who'd I forget? Come on.
Speaking of Creative Commission, we have a Creative Commission coming in, getting the credits back up.
And okay, that was a pretty value pink trash, taking 2 Trojans with it to the grave. There goes Cuban, there goes Slap Vandal, and looks like Saracena doesn't have any cyber chips left to rescue any of them. And Fair comes out in the chat. Can't say I disagree. Oh, and that's a click 2 public trail. Not a card we've seen much of recently. Give the runner 1 tag unless they pay 8 credits.
So I've been seeing some talk about Public Trail, sort of a replacement for Econ Warfare. And
I get it.
I mean, it is definitely interesting, especially considering that, as everyone knows, the differences between hard-hitting news, which rotated, and the Oppo research that came in to replace it. I mean, the differences have been gone over ad nauseum, right? But Public Trail is like one of the remaining cards in the standard format, which allow you to make offensive moves against the runner, like without having to trash anything.
To proactively tag, yeah. It was like we had Drago. That was not going to happen. That wasn't going to stick around long.
There's also still distributed tracing. The unconditional HB double you can only play if they stole an agenda.
Yeah, that's a card. Yes, you're correct. Yes. No, I
believe costs an unearthly amount of influence, right?
Like 4.
Sorry, Degree Mill getting taken here, shuffling Urban Art Vernissage and DreamNet into this deck. I mean, Lilypad does give you some pretty strong draw. Might have a DreamNet in hand to replace it, but that's a good hit from HQ especially.
Groundhog is actually kind of very low. Sorry, go ahead.
It is kind of interesting that Groundhog has elected to play the Grimos over the, I would say, much more ubiquitously played Bellonas. And you do see this tomorrow's headline in the score, which implies that this R plus deck isn't on the 6x3 agenda suite, which we saw earlier today from Lost Geek on Asmari. All right. Here we go with the overclock on server 2. Arizona doing Arizona things to this ping. And it appears that Sarusana might be wanting to go tag me. All right, here we go. Pick 2 tags on the counter. And let us not forget that this the threat on this Starlit Knight is activated, and with these two tags, I assume that there are going to be two tags after running through this funhouse, that there's
Well,
going to be at least two ETR subs on this
they
Starlit
could
Knight. On the
potentially pay the 4 with overclock credits, but that seems a little bizarre.
Oh, just
It
hush the
looks like
Starlit Night? Yeah, that's fine.
oh yeah, the
Shut up.
classical Arizona answer to Starlit Knight. Just I'll take the tags. You can keep the end around though. That's not as nice.
So what do you think's going to be remote?
We shall see. I mean, it is an unadvanced card. Could very well be just a Rashida, which is, I mean, don't get me wrong, still
Worth
a
trashing.
worthy trash.
Tag me up.
And that's not what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, Groundhog tried to do the disable card prompt, but because he had done it after the encounter happened, after the encounter trigger happened, yeah, they're probably gonna have
Of course,
to.
the simplest workaround is to just manually fire each individual sub.
Mhm.
Just to give the tags and just leave the end run subroutines if they're not going to be activated.
Yeah, I was thinking skip the ice and just add the tags manually, which is basically the same approach.
Correct. Although one nitpick is if it's the first tag you're taking on the turn,
Yes, there is.
you can't do that because Reality Plus won't trigger if you add the tags manually. So you would have to.
But there's already the tag from the funhouse.
Correct. So in this case, it doesn't matter. So with that, overclock, slap vandals, SMC hush. I do believe this run is completely free of charge for Saracen.
Okay, so hush is installed and needs to be disabled before. No?
I think they're just deciding to do it manually. I mean, which is completely fair.
Okay.
Yeah, so firing. Oh boy, that's not supposed to happen. Yeah, taking the tags manually looks like the players are agreeing on a solution to the game state.
Shortcut around.
To be
Yeah.
to be fair, like Hush is like an extremely annoying card to work around, especially for these conditional encounter abilities such as Starlit Knight, which is the prime example of that right now.
Yeah, I think since you know that the hush is going to be installed on it, you could do the disable card at any time now. Like it doesn't have to be
You don't
after.
have to wait till after the hush to disable it.
Like because the hush is not working as intended, it shouldn't matter. So
it should probably, but I mean, again, it has to be said. Hush, especially out of Arizona, is probably one of the best solutions at dealing with Starlit Knight once the runner has gotten tagged. Again, there we are. Tag set to 3, tag set to 4.
all that work for Behold.
Behold,
Be
more
afraid.
tags. Actually, nothing because I don't think Groundhog's firing it. Yeah, Groundhog's not firing it. So this dragged out an overclock.
And but it has to be said, this server 2, despite having 3 eyes on it, is looking extremely porous right now, just because of that Hush and Slap Vandal. I mean, Saracena, if he doesn't care about tags, can literally just walk through. server 2 for a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4 tags and 1 credit. And I think that's, uh,
And I mean, with that many tags,
That's really
Psychocratic
great.
Steel will close the game.
yeah. And it's not like you don't have cards to install cards to trigger degreeable off. Oh, Endless Oiler though. That probably ends the run.
Certainly has a lot of subroutines on it.
And Geofund from HQ. Pay 1 to trash. No bluffing here out of from Grindhawk. If something's in the remote, it's got to be an agenda. At least that's what Saracina's trying to say.
I mean, was the Behold trashed?
I do not believe so. It is still in server 1. Server 2, I should say. And now it is trash install advance.
So you'd
And
assume that's
we
a
think-
I mean, I think you could just sort of jam. What's the 3-1?
Oracle think tank.
Oracle think
Oracle
tank.
Think Tank. Yes. I think you can just jam the Oracle Think Tanks, and if the runner wants to spend money coming through and checking on them, you just shuffle them away again.
Well, I
And if they
assume
don't, you score 2 Oracle Think Tanks and move on with your match.
it's only tomorrow's headline and then 6-5-3s. Oh wait, no, actually, that doesn't add up.
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah,
add up.
exactly. Which is why
We've
I
already
do
seen
find
the
it
tomorrow's
quite
headline.
remarkable. Yeah, I do find it quite remarkable that there isn't any. We haven't seen any Bellonas yet, unless I'm blind and missing one from archives. No, I'm not blind.
If there's been a Bologna sitting in archives,
I think there was a
that's-
Bologna that got spin doctored.
Right. Okay. So there goes the second NGO. So that did cost Saracina 1 credit and 4 tags to check, keep Groundhog honest. And here we go again.
I am really curious about this ice and why it hasn't been rezzed. Why?
At 9 credits, the first thing that comes to mind is Hydra. Is that a card you play in R plus these days?
I guess
We saw Hydra earlier. It wasn't like, I don't think it got played, but we saw it.
Yeah, and that wasn't even R plus, right? That was just in Asmari.
Yeah,
So,
I think
could
so.
very well be.
Yeah, it could be Hydra. Hydra is certainly one of the few things that's expensive enough. Unless they're importing tier or something, but that would be unexpected.
So this is a pretty sick digital life. Drawing cards off of the trigger, the R plus trigger. And so drawing 2 cards means 2 additional credits from YDL, which means you're kind of just double dipping on your ID ability because the 2 cards get you 2 credits anyway. And here we go. 1 more ice on server 2 of a new card installed. Snap Vandal is gone, but there is of course a Sunmo chip on board. All right, still no rest on HQ. Very interesting. It's entirely possible that this is just like a fun house or something, and and Groundhog doesn't see any value in spending 5 credits to give more tags.
Yeah, if it's a fun house is not doing much once the runner goes tech me.
Yeah.
Time in the round called, so this is Sarasanar's last chance to pull out 2 or possibly 3 points in the next 3 or however many Pichasso clicks. 3 plus, 1, 2, 5. I don't know how many cards this card can give you.
All right, so this would cost 6 credits on Euler. So, all right, play 1-1-1-1-1-1. 6 unbroken subroutines. Let's go. And your click back, of course. Single access R&D. Anything? Nothing. All right.
Run on
Check
archives.
archives.
Oh, is
Behold,
this a deep dive though?
there's the think tank.
I was gonna say check HQ deep dive.
Yep, there we are. And is that a whiff?
Yes, that is a whiff. Good grief.
Okay, so if
There's 2 cards left in R&D. Like not counting the ones you've seen there.
Mhm.
Wow.
are all the
They've got to be in
agendas,
HQ, right? They've got to be in HQ. Surely.
there we go. They're all in HQ.
They're all in HQ. Unreal. Wow.
Double deep dive and doesn't get there.
Yeah, let me see here. Deep dive, we had there's the VSA, Spin Doctor,
I mean,
Retribution.
that is there's just straight up 9 points in HQ.
But that since that was time on the round, that also means that Groundhog just has to click for credits because since he's up on points, that's his game. Good game. That was a fun one to watch. I'm glad that we hopped in here. Good job to both players.
I mean, Groundhog's just got the stones, right? I mean, just letting Saracena go in for this multiple single access on this Cuban and trusting that you not hit on any kind of like agenda. I mean, possibly.
Yeah.
There's 1 in server 2, and there's 2 more that you drew off R&D on the last turn. But wow.
Mhm.
Yeah, for there to be none left in the bottom 10, it's wild. All right.
Well, that was certainly a finish.
Indeed. Wow. I enjoyed that one. I like the variety that I like the fun lines that you can have with IDs like Arasana and R plus where you have to stop in the middle of something to just be like, okay, hang on. But right now if I do this, right? Like it has a little bit of an issue with the interface as we saw with that run, like you got to be sure to disable the card or else you're going to have a little bit of a problem. But just the decisions that you're able to make with triggered abilities like R plus or paid abilities like Arasana, always fun to watch.
And Arasana's one is a special shout out to Arasana just because of the fact that it's not always obvious to the cop player that you want to trigger your Arasana ability before approaching the first ice. And like that can cause like some game state issues if you make a run on a remote and then they just snap rest this envelopment or what have you, and it kind of ruins like the tempo of the game if you need to like rewind and say, oh, actually I wanted to do this before you rest, and it is my action window. So and it gets kind of messy, and it's somewhat I'm not sure if this problem is solvable like on a JNet scale. It's just a function of how online play works, and it's unfortunate but unavoidable. But in any case, looks like we are coming towards the close of round 4.
Yeah, I think we're just missing 1 or 2 reports here from the tables that are finishing up.
Mm.
The king has the extension as well.
Yeah, and it does look like the 2-for-1s have already started. We see some on the mid table, some of the lower tables, and let's not forget, it's not just the contention for the top 16 cut. There are prizes for top half, as well. I do believe the top half get a playset of Urban Renewals featuring Bridgman on the Art as his prize for winning last year's Intercontinental Championships. Top 32 get the blue deck box, which is an extremely cute deck box, I have to say. The art is just so suited for panoramic view. And of course, everyone gets everyone gets a set of ballonas just for participating, courtesy of the art, courtesy of our lovely balance sheet. Shout out to all our artists, of course.
Yeah, let me just real quick. I want to get on screen here. This Bologna is very good.
That is a pretty Bologna.
And it's I believe that symbol on the shield is the Titan Transnational symbol. Am I correct to say that?
Let's check. We got a little bit.
I mean, yeah. I mean, this is taking us into the lore. Shout out to Sanjay. Yeah, we're getting some answers in there. Yeah, that is the symbol of the Titan credit. Not the corp itself probably, but yeah, definitely the credit symbol. Yeah, I mean pretty sick art from balance sheet. All right.
And also let's take a look at the Urban Renewal. Ben Giletti constantly nailing it out of the park.
Yeah. So again, this was the Intercontinentals reward or prize, I should say, for Brisbane for taking down Intercontinentals 2022. And I might add undefeated. I believe he ended up going something like 8-0 or 9-0 through the entire event. So that was an amazing run. And that is an extremely fetching neon green tie, if I do say so myself.
It is very good, yes. You gotta have a lot of, you gotta have something vibrant, right, to contrast the black and gray, right?
The black and gray and the whatever color it is that an explosion is, because that seems to happen in Wayland cards a lot.
Yeah, people are. Let me pull up real quick. Open in new tab here. Oh. Here's Hatchet Job. I've never seen this card before.
Oh, really? I mean, I would imagine that someone like yourself would be super into this kind of like niche use case corp cards.
No, this card looks like garbage.
I am loving the flavor protection together with that art. Like this is absolutely some economic talking head doing the most over the top. This is how trash Titan Transnational.
Yeah, it's like a
right
top
now,
right?
As he literally chops their logo in half with a hatchet on broadcast television, knocking over his coffee.
Chrome won't let me zoom in anymore.
That is one of the most unhinged like grins I've ever seen.
Just staring directly into your soul and your bank account.
Oh man! Get it away from me!
Get out of here!
Yeah. So there we go. Provenance for the Titan Transnational credit symbol. The more you know.
I feel like I saw. I want to say I'd have to look at it, but I want to say that the artificial crypto crash promos from Worlds might have had it on there, but I can't say for sure. How are we doing on the pairings? Are we still waiting on?
I believe that time has been called on the King's table, so we should be seeing the results quite soon. In any case, I mean, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Round five, it is round five. Yeah, round 5 of 7 will be coming up extremely shortly, so do not go anywhere. Wasn't Hatchetjob played for a second response to runners playing on the lab to Railgun kill like 5-6 years ago? That could be the case. Yes, I mean, I'm not familiar. I can't say I've ever been killed by Railgun before, but the deck is notorious enough, and surely you would have to expect that the technology exists, and or so to speak,
When you
the
say
cards.
ladies and gentlemen, can you please include our non-binary spectators? Thank you so much.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks very much for the shout out.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks.
Where are we on pairings here?
Still, still some time to go on the last table, table 30, Congo Bubbles versus the King. Once we have that result, round 5 should be going up extremely soon. And looks like there will be more. We already see that there are some 2-for-1s this round, as we've already noted, and you have to expect that there'll be more to go in the next couple of rounds. And what's your take on 2-for-1s actually? After having seen, I mean, between all the Continentals that we've seen so far, APAC, Cascadia, and now EMEA. Of course, there weren't any 2-for-1s at Cascadia, it being a single-sided Swiss event. And I mean, what's your take on that?
Single-sided Swiss is superior. It's the correct format, no question.
I think overall I favor single-sided, but there are compelling arguments each way.
Is it ever like not a concern about not playing both sides against the same player? I mean, because it's kind of been the case ever since the start of like Netrunner organized play. You play 2 games against the same opponent, and that's by no means guaranteed in single-sided Swiss. Of course, it is probable that you play at least 2 games against the same person, especially in smaller events. But again, not guaranteed. And I think not that there's anything wrong with not playing 2 games against an opponent, but it kind of doesn't feel right, don't you think?
So I think single-sided Swiss, of course, reduces the impact of buys. You don't want people, in the first place, you don't generally want people sitting out of the game, not doing anything for 70 minutes. And in the second place, because there are fewer rounds in a double-sided Swiss, a single buy is worth more. One of the other things I like about single-sided Swiss is that if you don't completely know your decks and the lines that you can take and have to actually slow down and think sometimes, single-sided Swiss affords you a lot more flexibility in the pairings of runner and corp that you can run. Because if, for instance, you wanted to play, say, Yellow Glacier Acme with no actual kill, you're just going to drag them through the remote for 20 turns until eventually they run out of money, and you want to play, I don't know, Control Lat, you might have a problem if you're not
Just in
very
terms of the
practiced
time
on
division,
both
yeah.
and are playing a double-sided Swiss. But in a single-sided Swiss, you've got either usually 35 or 40 minutes for each game. Like you can just play whatever you want on both sides. Now the flip side is that if your plan is to take lunch every round and you were going to bring, like, I don't know, sports and Mercury, and go, all right, I'm finishing my match in 20 minutes, then I'm going for a walk and I'll be back later. That doesn't really work so well in single-sided. But
pairings
I
are
think
up. I'm
that's
just looking for. Sorry, go on. I'm just looking for a good match to watch here.
Mhm.
Jank, Jank Davis was
No,
requested
I don't
earlier,
have
right?
any. That it was,
Yeah,
I
Strength of Us was
believe.
requested earlier.
Playing
Yes,
against
that's
Deer this round, that's guaranteed to be a treat. So let's take a
And
look. See,
I should say dear on Architects of Tomorrow. Oh my.
I've been
D,
hearing
D,
rumblings
what are
about
you
that.
doing, D? You're so. I don't know what you're up to, and I love it.
So I will say, there are some really big code gates and other ice that just lines up really well on strength breakpoints into current meta breakers. And you can break one Bio Void with clicks each turn, you can't break 3.
I mean, that's an excellent point, and I think like cards like Ravana 1.0, kind of you only see them in an IG like Architects of Tomorrow. But I mean, make no mistake, that card is extremely potent if there are the right subroutines backing it up. It's just that often you don't see a deck with the critical mass of like Byron Ice that is able to get it to fire with that amount of consistency, and it just feels awful. It's like if it's like the only ice that you draw, but I assume that Deer, being the player that they are, is probably found workarounds for those difficulties, and I mean I am excited to see that.
I mean, we've also talked earlier about, Bran is strength 6. Nothing interacts with strength 6 like that profitably. I think Slap Vandal is 6 strength, but that's 1 sub.
Yeah, and we did see Brand rest in, of all places, Egg Infusion earlier today, which was extremely cool. And we of course did manage to see the exact same Slap Vandal interaction with the Brand, only breaking 1, of course, getting backed up with the Poison Vow in that game, but that only deals with it a certain number of times, right? And
Exactly.
after that, you're back to square one.
Not seeing a game for table 7 yet. They might be trying to ID.
That's very reasonable. Of course, we
Or
are
2-for-1.
approaching that stage of the event where IDs and 2-for-1s start coming up. Of course, it is.
Okay, yep, they had a 2-for-1. It's been rolled. D will be playing a corp.
Well, that is the side that we wish to see, so I think we're on board to still see some Architects of Tomorrow action.
Hell yeah. Right.
So this will be Architects of Tomorrow against Toshiko Shiro, Untold Protagonist.
All right. It looks like the round has not started quite just yet. Looks like round will start in 3 minutes. So take some time, refill your water, get something else to eat if you haven't already. Settle in for round 5. We're starting very shortly.
So I will say one other thing I'm thinking about with Architects of Tomorrow is that obviously a 4 discount on ice is a ton of money if you can actually convince the runner to run so you can res your ice for cheaper. And HB has gotten some must trash assets this latest release with wage workers. I'm not sure you could afford to leave a wage workers on the board doing anything at all because it is a very, very scary asset.
Yeah, extremely spooky. Enables all kinds of like fast advanced shenanigans. Even the basic use case gets you like an extra credit per turn at the minimum, right? So even at the baseline, it's still a pet campaign, and at its top end, I mean, say you score luminal transubstantiation from hand with some kind of fast advanced biotic or whatever, and I mean, turns get real crazy.
Other must-trash assets currently include MCA Austerity, of course. And with the sort of slight decrease in Pinhole right now, this might be a really good time to just put assets behind Bioroids and say, come get them and I'll res all my Bioroids for free, or don't come get them and I'll just win.
Simple as.
Round 5 going to be starting in just a couple seconds here.
And the players have done their mulligans, or at least the players both players have kept their hands. So we will be starting momentarily.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to do your keep mull prior to actually starting, and I think that's another thing that Single Side Swiss has going for it as well, is that you don't have to midway through the game perform, or midway through the match, right, perform the logistics of pulling out your other deck and shuffling it. And
yeah, that's very reasonable, and that's the case for both online and IRL events as well. The logistics, even on JNet, you have to like get out of the game, make a new table, so on and so forth. Yeah,
I can only imagine it was a massive pain to get the side swapped without remaking the lobby. Otherwise, I feel like it would have been done in the beginning. And it might be possible now, but people are like, there's more important things to do.
So Janktivist, and you're pointing out here that Janktivist is on a very big Hoshiko running 70 cards.
70.
Is that the record? I mean,
I
far
think
as I
there were
remember, the
World Tree Blue decks
largest.
that were bigger, but
Yeah, I mean, of course, I believe in the days of Big Macs, you've had like 80, 90 card decks. I believe this is the largest big Hoshiko deck that I have personally seen. I think the previous largest deck I saw was 69 cards, so this one takes the cake just ever so nice, ever so slightly. All right. Starting to give some banter between the objectives.
Or like if the question is, what anarch good stuff we're seeing, the answer is, in fact, all of it.
Got some Radlands enjoyers in this game. I need to play Radlands some more. It's a good game.
And we see a tier.
Ho! My boy! Ho!
I mean, it is a buy, right? You know.
It is. It's
My
also
son.
very expensive.
Oh,
And let me tell you, Banhar makes tier sound a lot more palatable.
wait, hold on a second. That was just an awful office score on turn 1, or turn 2. You just install, install install credit behind a single piece of ice. That's exciting. Right, Gachapon coming down at the end of the corpse turn 2. So this Botulus taking up to 2 counters.
So we did see a price go into the bin there. So we're seeing some signs of how Dranktivist plans to get through his enormous deck, along with the mostly expected moshing.
Yeah, and so this Gachapon actually removed the Baya bands and the No One Home. So both of these quite impactful, I would say. One influence cards, of course, when used in the right matchup. No One Home, notably, pretty decent, and I believe one of the last few ways in the standard format for runners to deal with like multiple tag instances. Sorry, multiple instances of multiple tags, I should say.
Although it's not amazingly clean into Oppo, because Oppo is 2 instances of 2 tags when the threat is active. And
Yes.
No One Home will dodge the first set, and then you'll become again. And the second set will arrive by express delivery.
And I think okay, so we're seeing a second buyer bench. Oh, that's exciting. The buyer bench installing more at instant speed before the access, so that the
Shouldn't
mob would
just
get a
city
web
grid.
trigger.
Well, this will certainly help get out all your Bioroids. Get your ice installed. But how much ice do we actually want to put on server 1?
Looks like the answer is not that much, at least for the time being. Just 2 ice, with one of which has a Botulus on it. Dreamnet coming down from Junktivis.
Turtle,
Oh
Hammer
my
HQ.
god. Wait, this is a 70 card deck, right? I'm
Yeah.
not just seeing like a Maw, Omakua, Dreamnet, Banha on turn 4
Yeah, what's
out
up?
of a 70 card Hoshiko deck.
What's up? You just run 3 copies of
That's
all of them,
pretty
whatever.
Yeah, no big.
I mean, it seems pretty
Just
good.
throw all of them in the top 15. Pretty
I mean,
good.
they're already 20 cards deep into his deck, so we're seeing the draw power of Hoshiko doing some work here.
Of
Yes, I
course,
do like
and
this decision to just empty HQ entirely. Stop giving mall value. Like, you can still run for turtle, but just stop the mall value.
you see over here server 1 being run with Raindrops Cut Stone. Of
Border
course,
control, but you can
being
break it with
covered by the
turtle.
Banha, so
You can also break it with turtle if you want to save the net damage subs. But I
of
think
course
with,
the question is if you're okay to spend the credits or get some discard draw. Oh, that is the magnet.
Oof.
So I mean the silver lining is Giantivis is getting this this draw of raindrops and going again for ooh. So pin holding server 1, seeing the luminal, not being able to touch it, of course, because it's a pinhole and not an actual access, and not being able to do anything about it. So Deer has the chance to just get this luminal off the table, spending just taking an extra turn, no biggie. First click to draw, and install in Ginger. I mean, and install another ISO, another upgrade on R&D. I mean, HU is wide open. It's also unfortunately clear. So this mall or coming down for free is extremely nice. It's kind of not doing anything at the moment.
So one thing I'm noticing looking at what Janktivist has played is that all of his influence spends have been pretty small. Like the most expensive influence we've seen on anything is the one Miss Bones, and that's only 2. We've seen Bahia Bands, we've seen Pinholes, we've seen No One Home. There's just a
Armor Claw,
bunch
of
of
course.
really cheap, really efficient splashes.
So Janktivist did find this buzzsaw in order to cut through this magnet. But of course, only finding a virus in the root of server 1, purging virus counters, getting one back off this HQ run. And all right, dear unfazed, 2 credits. Doesn't matter, still jamming. It does cost 3 credits for Janktivist to check every time. And I mean, his econ situation is not exactly in the best of places at the moment either. There
Although
is a fermenter, of course, taking along, but it did just get purged.
there's also the DreamNet value coming in every turn. HQ is wide open, run HQ, get a Maul trigger, get a DreamNet trigger, keep Hoshiko flipped. It just looks really...
Right.
Or
And,
R&D, yeah, there's nothing to rouse for 2, I don't think.
Banks, 4 credits to trash and install. It's going to be another fermenter. Very nice. Getting that value. More trash off the R&D access, and Buyer Bands takes care of that ginger grid. So, I mean, once again, we are kind of seeing like just what Hoshiko does to just corps in general, where you get your fast setup, and you can empty HQ to stop more triggering, but then your centrals are getting pounded non-stop, and your remote is like never really safe, right? And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's turn 8. How many Pirate Eyes have you seen?
We saw Tier.
Yeah, we saw Tier,
We saw Tier.
which possibly
I
got
mean,
shuffled away with Sprint, or is possibly face down in Archives, but it's certainly not face up in Archives.
I mean, we've seen Magnet, Border Control, of course, this tier, but none of the usual suspects that you expect from an Architects of Tomorrow deck. Not even cards that are normally played in other HB identities like Ansel, Brand, as we've discussed, and so on. And there we go, Ice on HQ finally. Like DF maybe being able to breathe a sigh of relief, like to try and ease off this constant central's
Now we
pressure coming up from objectives.
could potentially see Tier here.
Oh, nice read. All right, there goes.
And
There
Eli,
goes tier stuff.
formerly on the most wanted list. Not so much these days, but
I mean, it's still a reasonable piece of ice when you res it for free.
it also looks pretty good into Cleaver. Like 3 to break is fine.
Passable, yeah.
Yeah.
Do note, we do see a Ginger trigger to see Ansel 1.0 going on top of server 1. So that's, I believe, the first Ginger trigger we've had all game.
I think so, yep.
And yeah, it's a pretty reasonable hit. And now it means that if Janktivist wants to continue pressuring centrals, he's going to let this answer go off for 2 credits.
And we also know that I believe there's a virus in Archives. So Archives value runs are not a thing.
Yeah, and HU is as DS of course wisely keeping HU permanently clear. So Maw is getting extremely limited value right now. There we go. Running HU just for looks like turtle and turtle triggers. And there we go, the 2-cost Ansel. And both Leech and Omokwa tick. Oh, does Leech does Omokwa not tick on
You did not steal or trash any accessed cards.
that's weird. I thought it would have gained a counter, but I guess the point is moved now after this purge.
Yeah. I'd have to go double check that one, actually. I don't know how that interaction works.
There's an erratum, like when you hover over Amakua, that says whenever you finish breaching a server, if you didn't steal or trash any access cards.
Yep. But I'm not sure if you have to access a card to fulfill that.
You do not, because you can still get Omakua tokens off an empty remote.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to trash, to steal or trash any of 0 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jackativis just going, and I mean after the purge is kind of the best time to clear out archives just to make sure the cop isn't like hiding any of the more triggers, because you're not gaining, you're not losing any virus counters anyway. But here goes deal with the install advance. Right, this could just randomly be the game.
Yeah, this could be an Echo
project or something similar. I mean, and it's not a shabby defense either, right? There's a border control, Ansel, and a
Magnet, which is 1 credit. Now that the buzz house down, Magnet's doing a great job holding the botchless, but
yeah, and because of this border control, you are going to have to find some way to break this Ansel twice in the same turn.
So Draintivist does have 20 credits.
Yes. And we are somehow 51, 48 cards deep, 47 cards deep through the 70 card deck.
Mm-hmm. So if Draintivist was playing a normal sized deck, he'd be out of cards by now.
Made the right call.
Yeah, if the cards are good, just play all of them. What's the big deal?
No, that's a corp card. You can't put that in a Hoshiko deck.
Yeah, if I could steal an Atlas, then big deal there. Atlas in my square area, that sounds pretty good. I mean, I'm not sure how that rich, but
Objectivist, looking for, of course, the killer. I mean, looking at it, probably looks to be a Numb. If you're going with the theme of like low influence costed cards, and Numb is the lowest influence cost a card could possibly be in an Anak deck.
I mean, Echelon's only 1 influence.
Right, and yeah, sure, and I can see it here. It's going to be pretty high strength on this board.
Mm-hmm. Now, granted, there's I agree a very real chance that Draintivist is on Numb, but I don't think it's obligatory necessarily.
Yeah, and I mean, there's still a whole bunch of influence left unaccounted for, I think, in this deck so far. I mean, we've seen 1, 2, 3. I want to say 9 influence out of here. Not counting duplicates, possibly of Omakua or the third buyer bands, or which is removed from the game. So yeah, all 3 buyer bands are in this deck. Maybe extra pinholes. And I do think, especially for this big style Hoshiko decks, there is like kind of a debate on what style is best. We see over here Gentivis playing multiple 1 influence cards, as you've noted before. But there is an alternate train of thought, and where when the king first, I believe, pioneered this this style of deck. I believe that deck had multiple copies of Bravado in it, which is a 3 influence card, and not cheap to import.
Okay, running HQ here. I think this was mostly for the DreamNet draw
The DreamNet and
and the Leech counter.
Yes.
And of course the Amakua going up to 2 counters. But this is still not quite turtle through Ansel range.
Yeah, and you are kind of just in time to get a third turtle counter and a second leech counter
And then run server 1 twice.
and run some motors, but then you lose to Ikoa project.
Mm-hmm. You can't steal it.
So it looks like Jack Davis is gambling that this isn't an Ikoa. And of course, this ice cover goes an extremely long way to solving that problem, but of course, it doesn't. I do believe you can't run this back.
Can't run this back because border control can be popped here.
Yes, you can.
But you can.
Border control.
And there's no clicks remaining to click through one of the Ansel subs.
Yes, and being on exactly one virus counter short of breaking Ansel a second time.
Mm-hmm.
And Dia is thinking right now.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was wondering if there's a line where instead of putting down the ice carver, you run through HQ a second time. That takes your turtle up to 3, and then you have 2 leech counters, which can get you through Ansel twice.
That is correct, but
that is not.
Of course, that line also loses to Ikoa project. So
yes.
But yeah, of course, there was a Banha on that on the first run, but Jackdavis missed that trigger, unfortunately. And we'll find out now if it is an Ikoa project.
Looks like it.
And there we go. Okay, well played to Deer.
What a
Clutching
tight
it
game!
out after, extremely, I would say, an extremely rocky first few turns.
That early game looked so rough.
Yeah, and I mean, we did end up seeing a bunch of the Byrods come out now, right? Eli, Tier, Ansel, and I believe Architects. Yeah, it was just for those two ID triggers, but it turns out 2-cost Ansel is good enough to guard your remote.
So I mean, how many turns was this game?
13 turns. Yeah.
All right. Well, that one was a 2-for-1, so we got plenty of time to hop into.
Plenty of time to go find something else to watch.
Yeah. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
All right. So looks like there's been like a few IDs already, but that of course doesn't concern us. So what identities have we not seen today yet? I mean, there's been a bunch of like niche IDs. We've seen this AOT. We've seen Alice last round. We've seen a bunch of the Ag Infusion. Any other things we can get away with? Maybe Atea. Are there any Atea games? Possibly.
I'm checking to see.
And hold up, I spy with my little eye. Is that who I think it is?
Hello, my baby is down for a nap, and this is Sanjay, he, him, coming to join you on stream for a little bit while my baby is sleeping.
Excellent. I can forget to update the commentators bar once again. You want to? Table 53. Is that the one you're looking at?
I mean, not specifically, but why not?
Looking at the stream chat, it looks like I missed some sweet Q looping.
Oh,
There
absolutely.
was some sweet Q looping.
Oh, that is a tragedy.
I mean, there's some Q looping out of Hoshiko, if you
Hoshiko,
believe.
I believe.
Oh, I love it. You don't need to just play Q loop in Arasana. You can play Q loop everywhere, and you should. It's only 3 influence.
Very true.
Those cursed Anarchs stealing good Crim cards since forever.
I mean, you can play it in Crim. You can play it in Nova. You can't play it in Wayland. But many factions, not most, but many factions you can play Q loop in. It's a great card.
All right, we got the go-ahead for, what did I say this was, table 53? Sterngov versus Jose-san.
I mean, I think you can actually play Q loop in most factions. It's just that 3 of them are currently lacking in legal IDs.
Oh, I just meant you couldn't play it in NVN.
I mean, which is also true, to be perfectly fair.
Oh, we are watching an Atea deck. I am excited. I find this ID very exciting.
First, I'm very excited by the Freedom on the opposite side. I think Freedom got a lot of interesting tools out of Automata Initiative.
Tell me about what you have, what you think Freedom's gotten. Not disagreeing. Just I want to hear your take.
So I think Audrey is obviously one of the big shout-outs, which I think possibly enables a much more aggressive, less setup-oriented Freedom style. Because I think Freedom has traditionally been pretty control-y, like you get a bunch of viruses down and then you start going in and trashing stuff for value. But I think Audrey lets you just start going in and trashing stuff and then expanding out into other options later without quite as much setup. And I'm curious how much that option is real and how much that has shaped how Freedom is being built.
Yeah, it's an interesting card to leverage, and I know as somebody who has enjoyed Freedom in the past, the dream is just shredding those central servers, and if you have a AI breaker that helps you do that, that is welcome and appreciated. Okay, I think let us know in chat. I think we should be able to see the board at this point.
Yeah, apologies. I had to step away, and I thought I had clicked it before I did, but...
Oh, no worries. Thrantar being very prescient here, predicting this Audrey coming down. This is
Audrey.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, Audrey being 2 MU is like the one knock against the card, but conveniently, Freedom has a signature console which provides 3 MU for virus programs, not Curry, of course, and also kind of solves the problem of their in certain matchups not having things to be able to trash and therefore put virus counters on Audrey by its own text. You just put it on directly, by making a successful run.
Yeah, that's a great point. It really puts the Corp in a situation that kind of Freedom kind of resembles an Anarch, right? Or sorry, a Criminal, where you just have to make sure your centrals are locked down, or they're going to be able to get going all over again.
I'll also note that Freedom is no stranger to running kind of odd 2 MU icebreakers. Both Yusuf and Musashi are 2 MU.
Yeah, that is a good point. I mean, I think that can be hard because Yusuf, even with Audrey too, you still kind of want Yusuf. It's so good for Freedom. Now here we're seeing. We should note here that oftentimes these Atea decks are on a fast advance plan. Not always, but pretty frequently. And Atea is on 5 points. Freedom has got a nice rig going, but they really need to put some pressure on this Corp to keep them from just squeaking out those last 2 points.
Although getting
Ooh,
through the
that-
ice and getting into
That
these
is a spicy
servers.
res, right? Isn't it?
Is
Going
it
back
very
to one
spicy
credit from
res?
Jose-san.
But it also leaves Jose-san very, very low on credits. And one credit is not enough to threaten a snare. It's not enough to threaten a virus res or something.
Yeah, Urtica Cipher would be lethal. It would also be very surprising.
There goes Rashida, your counterbuck at Audrey, and all right, not checking server 5. What possible? There we go, Spin Doctor.
I don't think you have to check server 5 there. At one credit, it's hard to score.
Yeah, double
Of course.
Rashida install would have been a sick line, but you have to have 2 Rashidas to do that.
Yeah, so I mean, the good news is that this Vampiro NASA is like now actually rest on server 2, and it is pretty inconvenient for
Audrey doesn't line up.
Freedom deck and for Audrey specifically to be like running into Vampiro NASA turn after turn. It's just, I mean, the numbers are just way too awkward, right? Discarding 2 cards and 2 virus counters.
Yeah. Shout out to Jose-san for some really good ice placement. They put the Vampire Nasa innermost with the Enigma head before the Hippo came down. And because of that positioning, they now have a live Vampire Nasa instead of Enigma, which Audrey 2 gets through much easier.
Yeah, exactly.
Fully half the cost of Vampire NASA.
And we see over here Ateya going for the install advanced and a naked remote play, and I think this is quite common and a install pattern that's quite unique to this identity, where it's like one of the NGO funds is like one of the favorite cards for Ateya, just because you get to install advanced without losing tempo and without compromising on your board development.
Yeah, the fact that you can put an agenda in the remote and at the same time power up your money enough to res a big Jinteki spiky ice is very impressive.
And let's not forget that the Ateya identity ID effect lets you ignore your install costs. So that ice on server 2 that was just rested to Tatu Bola can actually was installed without paying the 1 credit for the innermost ice behind it.
Also, Tatubola does some really sick things in Ateya here.
Oh, this might actually be the game, right? Because Tatubola is gonna, if you pass Tatubola, if there's an agenda in hand, there's no clicks left.
You can't run.
Yeah, you can put it in server 3, and the runner has no more clicks to contest it. That is huge.
If that's like okay, longevity serums, of course, out already. If there's another 3/2, for example, what's it called? Project
Yagiuda, or a seamless launch in hand, though, that's requiring a very specific set of cards in HQ.
Although we do see a seamless in Archive, so Ateya is definitely running them.
Yes.
That is just an agent says. All right. And, this is a pretty easy trash. All right.
Though I wonder with the lack of Adrian Saceres whether this might just be the winning agenda.
Oh, the last click run.
Oh, Tatu Bola, so sneaky. So sneaky.
Yeah.
I think we really saw some excellent court play there to sneak that out, and also just the potential of Ateya in terms of being the shenanigans Jinteki ID that we all want to see. And by we all, I mean especially me.
I mean, I want it too.
I'm on board for Jinteki shenanigans IDs. I mean, I guess our best choice previously was Sarasvati.
Yeah, they've got some shenanigans.
But the timing on when you can actually use your card is just so slow.
I mean, if it did let you like res and pop NGO on the runner's turn, I think that's like palatable.
Mhm.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, I believe. I mean, but
the runner pointing out that they forgot about that interaction, which is not hard to do given that Atea is so fresh and such a new force in the meta. It's like kind of a little advantage you get for playing with the new tech.
So
yeah,
obviously, Oster Group can't do the same exact thing because they have to install in the same server and can't do agendas. But one thing I've been futzing about with is using Oster Group and Tattoo Bola to set up Ganked.
Yeah, why not?
You just like drop an ambush into the root and go. So you want to access? You want to come in? Water's warm.
and I mean, it is an extremely tough call to make as the runner in that situation. I mean, you're running last click against a corp that's on game point, and you res Tattoo Bola, and there is still this unadvanced card sitting in the remote there, and I mean, if you don't break it, that could be the Yagi that is sitting there. You have to make the call in that instant whether you want to go in or not.
Yeah, that's a great point because that's a heck of a fork.
All right, we got another game queued up here. I've queued up table 30 if y'all want to hop in.
Table 30. All right.
Oh, we have Tau with the power of Steve Cambridge. Neat to see.
This deck looks kind of familiar.
Where'd this idea come from, I wonder?
And we are
Honestly,
seeing the Tau Hermes setup.
Here's Bug.
Right. See Dirty Laundry coming down. Probably on Archives, I imagine. There we go. I mean, there was an option to go into HQ. You could have broken it with Ngolo, although that's
Very
definitely not a
expensive.
favorable exchange. Yeah. Novaris in Archives, but you don't really care about that too much at this point.
So
And
I
back
know
up to 9 credits. Continue.
I know much earlier in the stream, there was a discussion about wraparound. And let me tell you, Ngolo is another pseudo AI that wraparound completely hoses. Who wants to
It
pay
is extremely brutal.
Got 7 credits. Who
7
cares?
credits to go through a wraparound?
But we are going into HQ, 3 credits to pass this ping. And I believe we are getting back a Dirty Laundry. All right. And ooh, that's almost credit perfect for this Bellona. And we get to see Hermes now doing the thing once again. And for those of you in chat who are not as familiar with the combination, it's that because both Hermes and Tau trigger on the same condition, which is to say, Genevieve's got or stolen, you can order those triggers as you wish, which means that you can swap eyes around and then bounce a new unrest eye, which means you can create holes in the corp servers where there previously weren't any whatsoever.
So one thing I'm seeing here is Dave Z just accessed an opera research, and I'm looking at the 5 agenda points in his score area, and I'm looking at the 11 credits Mr. Buggles has, and I'm thinking, there's an excellent chance we see an opposition research at the end of this turn. And that's a bunch of tags that there's not a obvious way to remove.
Yeah, it puts the runner in a tough situation because you can remove some of these tags, If you click for credit, remove, you're going to end the turn with 0 credits and 1 tag, which is not a very dangerous position to be in, but it's
Especially
not a
with
very...
full card in hand.
Yeah, but it's not a good position to be in. Conversely, the runner can say, yeah, okay, you got me. I'm tagged. I'm on 5 points. I bet I can find those last 2 points before you can do something about it. So it's a real decision point for this player about what they do. And it looks like, at least for this turn, they're going to say, yeah, so what?
I don't believe you. Show me 2 end of the lines. Show me the market forces.
And I think it's extremely clutch that devs installed this Simon chip on exactly this turn, because last turn we did see a Retribution get shuffled back in the deck of that Spin Doctor. So now retributing this Ngolo is probably no longer on the cards, because you're just trading 1 Retribution for 1 Simon chip and two additional credits on dev's side. I mean, and I'm sure that Daz is happy for this Simon chip to tank a Retribution to the face. Okay.
And again, any access is potentially game here.
What would you guess the agenda suite here is? 3 Bolognas, presumably 3 Crypto Crash, which brings you up to 15, and then just 3 of the...
And then either Tomorrow's Headline or Oracle Think Tanks for the rest.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, in some combination.
Probably all of them. Because that doesn't that put you right at 20? Oh, no, 18, right?
You only need 18, yeah.
I need 18. So the question is it Tomorrow's Headline and 1 Oracle, or is it 3 Oracle? I think is my question.
I would have to go with probably the headline.
Yeah, I mean, headline is way too good not to play in R+, right? Specifically this ID.
You might even play 2 Crypto Crash, 1 headline.
2 Crypto Crash, 1 headline, 3 Oracle?
And 3 Think Tank. It's possible.
Yeah, okay, I can see that, actually.
There it
There's
is.
a headline.
Specifically, speak of the devil.
Getting the corp that money that they won't quite be able to enjoy anymore.
Yeah, Mr. Buggles definitely making DAVZ131 and asking them some difficult questions, and it seems like what Tao figured out was a good enough answer. Cool game.
And I mean, I think this is kind of what NBN struggles with, like in the end game, like once the runner has gone tag me, how do you stop them from gaining accesses, right? And I think the answer that most teams and most like players have come up with is this Starlit Night that we've been seeing like so often out of R+ and other NBN identities. But like conversely, we see like runners adapting to this new threat. We see the Nun out of Arisana, and I do believe like some even Freedoms may be playing like 1 or 2 copies of this Hush as well, just to deal with this Starlit Night and make sure that they still have outs when they even inevitably go tag me against these NBN Oppo research decks.
That makes sense. I was listening to a little bit of the process while I was out, and they said that one of the things that they've been thinking is that market forces, which is take a bunch of money if the runner's super tagged, hasn't been pulling its weight because Starlit Night does the same thing. It says, hey, if the runner's super tagged, you can win the game. But Hush is a brutal counter to that, if that's your main way of closing when the runner's tagged.
Speaking of Hush, if I could interrupt real quick, the game it looks like game 2 on table 16 just got underway, so we're good to stream that one. Looks like
beautiful.
Fun. Essa versus Asa.
Oh boy.
Confusing.
All right. Say it with me all. Essa, Asa. Essa,
Essa?
Asa. There you go. All right. You're good. You're prepared.
All right. Pronunciation guide is a go.
I'm going to find out it's like Asa or something like that.
I'm surely at least one of these IDs is pronounced Asa. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if FFG ever put out pronunciation guides, and it's a shame they didn't. I certainly would have appreciated it.
And okay, so going back to this runner deck, it looks like very early Ghost Tongue install, which of course reducing the play cost of each event by 1. The earlier in the game you get it, I mean the better efficiency you're getting, and that is a click 1 Dr. Nuka to draw, and
Running
click
hot.
2 Steel Skin Scarring. Sorry, click 2 running hot, trashing the Steel Skin Scarring. That is a 7
Pretty high
card
value.
hand with a hand size of 2.
Be a little bit hard to play all of them.
Well, we have 5 clicks. I'm sure you can figure something out.
True. 11 credits is plenty. I will say, talking about Ghost Tongue for a second, Deuce's Wild has rotated, and Deuce's Wild was one of the.
Oh, is the. Sorry to interrupt. Is the game on stream? I'm not seeing it.
Did I not?
Game is not on stream currently.
It's been a long day, y'all.
We're seeing a cool game, y'all.
All
All right.
Good. And a quick translation note for here. Mai visto un runner con tanti click. I've never seen a runner with so many clicks.
I love it.
And Numb. Nice
Alright,
and
so-
big killer.
I admit I'm a little bit rusty with Essa Afantov lines, but I guess you can run into some games where you just don't find your marrow early, and you're kind of like, what do I do with these cards? Is that right? Can people who have more
that can be the
Essa
case.
experience confirm that?
There's also occasional lines where you end up like having a marrow in hand and then taking a core damage and then no longer having a marrow in hand because something else was more.
I think we've just solved that problem though.
Yeah.
True.
Hand size of 4. Nice.
And I mean, alternatively, if you don't find your marrow, the other way to solve your card, too many cards in hand problem is sitting right there on the table as well. Banha.
Yeah, we've got the Banhar. We're just gonna Banhar through Hagen.
Yeah, Hagen of course. Yeah, Hagen of course is a 4 to res ice that says, do 1 net damage, do 1 net damage. There's a lot of ice. I've noticed that's all they say.
It was really bold of for them to put HB ice with net damage subs.
Yeah,
Wild but progressive. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Endless Eula just doing 6 net damage off really weird ice for NBN to have, but yet that's what they have.
Reading through a Eula really does feel like you're being stabbed a bunch of times.
All right. Looks
You're getting
like
the
Dirty
Steve
Laundry
value.
getting off Steve, and
Yeah, just some more run
cards.
value events.
Yeah. There are 9 face downs in archives right now. Count them. And I'm not sure how many of these. I believe at least 7 or 8 of these are from the actual sabotage triggers and not just like end of turn discards.
It's tempting to just fire that Dirty Laundry right away, though.
Yeah, and you can't afford it because of this ghost hunt, right?
Yeah. Is it correct? I don't know. I'm not very good at knowing what to do. But is it sweet? Definitely. Oh,
okay.
Spin Doctor hiding on the board, making archives just a little bit safer of a place for these agendas to live. But
there might still be enough agendas that were living there that this didn't fully work.
Yeah.
We'll see about that.
We will.
But,
nothing.
Tumor virus, all right.
And the ubiquitous virus, actually 2 viruses. Not that the second one is doing much that the first one wasn't.
So that is kind of a bullet dodge for Atienne. Although we still have like other pressing problems, such as the fact that all your net damage ice is kind of not doing anything against Chastushkas. And you're kind of still really far away from from winning the game on this board state. Like single ice servers are not that great against Banha, as you've previously noted.
And
Uh,
also wants to create just a bunch of single ice servers for this fully operational value. Get a bunch of credits.
We are in a situation right now where that R&D is looking very tiny. It's nice not to have been given up any points from all these sabotages, but that means that R&D has a density of probably close to a point per card.
I mean, Arnie still has 19. That's. I don't think you're feeling any actual milling pressure quite yet.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, those agendas don't have very much space to hide in there.
so by my count, there have been 12 sabotages this game, if my math is correct. Four core damage, as well as that one Chastushka we've just seen. Do not believe the other two were actually fired off. Which means, this R&D is like kind of 12 cards thinner than it might otherwise have been. And I mean, given that it's only been turn 5, I'd say that's like,
Oh wow, it's turn 5.
The ID is doing work.
Yeah,
if you showed somebody a number of cards in R&D and you asked them, what turn do you think this is? 5 would not be their guess.
All right, 0 cost strike fund, pretty good value. That's a sure gamble.
I guess.
All right,
Just dirty laundry archives for money.
So you are kind of solvent on Reina Murata now. I guess the one question that's on the mind is what you're going to spend this money on, because hold on, what's this?
I mean, you can break it with Numb.
Yeah,
This
so
could be
you can break it.
the Stegodon list.
Yeah, so I mean, normally you wouldn't do this, right? As a corporation with a formicary, normally you'd like to save it for when the runner's running your Managam Skunkworks remote, when you can do the formicary shuffle and make them like pay the Skunkworks again, and so on and so forth. But of course, if your list is on Stegodon, that all kind of goes out the window, because now you're incentivized to rest your formicaries and put them into weird positions just so you can de-rest them and shuffle them back.
Yeah,
and there we go.
That formicary res makes me suspicious that server 1 does have specifically a Stegodon, because otherwise, why are you doing that? And the running hot is coming in super clutch, because without that running hot, this server 1 looks pretty safe, but with the ability to spend 2 clicks out of nowhere to get through this Managarm.
Refaccio click.
Yeah.
So this are we redoing the click? It's probably better too, because there's Bankar. That's true.
I believe the issue was because Banha only turns the subroutines into 1 net damage during the encounter, and by the time you pass that because the encounter is over, so it's too late to click resolve subroutines, because it actually ends the run instead of causing net damage.
Good insight there. I didn't know what was going on.
But okay.
So I think it's gonna be the 2 clicks or the 5 credits. I'm thinking the 2 clicks. Yeah, 2 clicks.
Just nice for. Oh, there's the second formicary. That's a bit of a spook.
You can do it. You can do it. Do you
but you
want
don't have
to?
any more. You don't have any more clicks to pay. You've got to pay your last 5 credits on this.
Well, you're gonna get 3 back off the raindrops.
Sure, but you can't use that to trash Skunkworks, and so you're gambling that this is
Oh no, it's Lady
late.
Liberty.
Ooh,
Is
now
there?
that is a spicy include in
Oh
in
no!
Stegodon
Lady
decks.
Liberty out the Stegodon. That's
That's pretty sick.
Oh, they're not
Oh, okay.
firing the Lady Liberty. Oh,
okay.
so
Interesting. So they can
I mean,
still.
I don't. It's not necessary to fight the Lady Liberty because I mean, just take a look at that 2 agenda points in the corporation score area. Next to Lady Liberty takes to 2. That's 2 plus 2 is 4. The turn after takes to 3.
3
4 plus
is
3 is
could be
that's the threat
anything.
number. That's the threat number. Yeah, so I
Definitely
can
those-
completely see why Etienne doesn't want or doesn't feel the necessary to install any or to add any Stegodons to Scorio because 2, 2, 3 is 7. No need to muck around with any of this fancy derezzing stuff when you can just go win the game.
So I mean, if
I
I
would-
had a Stegodon in my hand, I'd add it to the square to get it out of my hand.
Yeah, I think if you had a Stegodon, you'd it's probably worth your 3 clicks. If for no other reason to just get those former carries back online.
Sure. But of course, like the onus is now on the runner to find a way to trash this Lady Liberty sitting in the server 1 or get these 2 and 3 point agendas out of HQ before it just ticks over and the game just ends instantly. And here we go, Spin Doctor Rest. Probably just to pad out HQ.
Yeah, certainly paying
Uh,
5 for a Lady Liberty is a declaration that I might have an agenda in hand.
At some point.
Forma carry 3 on server 4, let's go.
Ooh.
That's pretty exciting if true.
Come on.
It could be
okay.
R&D.
Oh.
No. Ooh, okay. There it is, the 2 point.
Slang for Trivius here is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a Lady Liberty target that is no longer an option.
Let's force the spin. I like it.
Get more core damage. Looks like another running hot. Good grief. That is I mean, damn. So if you take a look at SR's ID ability, the first time each turn you suffer core damage, draw a card and sabotage 2. And I'll invite you to take a look at the amount of core damage that Reina has suffered and the number of turns in the game.
Abacy.
I yeah, I guess there's some alignment going on here.
I think this is a decoder that might finally have more of a time in the sun here with the introduction of Strike Fund being another thing you can trash for value.
Oh, cool. That's good thought.
Though I think one of the concerns is you only have so many cards in your deck to trash, and I'm not sure you can fuel Abacy and your core damage and your Banhar all simultaneously. I'm just not sure there's enough actual cards in your deck for that.
Yeah, I guess the strength of Esa Fontov is he has so many powerful multi-access and disruption events that if you go through your deck, hopefully the game is over before you run out. Or at least that's the hope.
And here we go, another single access on HU, paying 2 net damage for the privilege. And that's the assumption, of course, is you're trying to hit this, we assume, 3-pointer that might be coming out of this HP deck on the next turn. And there we go, another spin Dr. Rest, trying to pad out again once more. And all right, Arten says that enough is enough, time to bite the bullet. Third Formula is online. And numb to break. And
So I think
proceeding.
now we're ATN is looking at very legitimate like deck pressure. They're down to 8 cards.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
spin doctors gone as well.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be up to a total maximum of 10 cards after this spin inevitably pops, but still, that's definitely a clock. And the good news is that all 3 Chastushkas are already in the bin,
Well, we've got a Steve trigger.
and another Vitruvius.
Also, I mean, let's just do some math here, right? Reyna, she has she can take 2 more core damage. That's another 4 cards off R&D.
Yeah,
I'm surprised there were 2
although, to
running
be fair-
hots in the heap. That wasn't the choice.
Like mandatory
To
draws.
be fair, there was you can trash cards out of HQ as well, so that gives like a little more padding to Atien's effective HP.
Yeah, a little bit, but like if you trash cards out of HQ, you just like have to spend time drawing back up, and that's time you don't have. I don't think.
Yeah, we're seeing here the downside of Lady Liberty, that it has to get those power counters, whether you have something to do with it or not. Now we'll see if Etienne is able to put a 5/3 into the score area with this.
And there it is.
They are nice, but like you called out, Jai, the 3/2 is plucked from hand, so the beautiful scoring pattern. Yeah, because if that Vitruvius wasn't plucked, there might be game already. Add a Vitruvius, add a Ikoa. Go ahead.
Quick math here. Looking at agenda points. So if we assume that there's 3 Ikoas and 3 Vitruviuses, there's what, 5 points outstanding after that?
Yeah, all these Forma carries, I gotta think there's some Stegodons.
I think Stegodons.
Especially with Lady Liberty, I think Lady Liberty is best in a deck that has 1, 2, and 3 pointers.
So
which
the best guess would be
so my
3
guess is
Stegodon,
3 Stegodon and Transluminal.
That's a Stegodon.
That also makes me think there's Stegodons in the deck.
Yeah, funny thing that.
It's a good call.
So if you're on 3 Stegodon, 3 Ikoa, that's 12 plus 4 from plus 6. 6 for that takes you to 18, and then a luminal to get you to that's I think that's how I'd build it.
Yeah, easy way to figure it is if you have 3 3s and 3 2s, that's 3 5s, so you're already at 15, and then you can just figure out the rest from there.
Math.
Yeah.
So that means that the 1 luminal is the only remaining 3/2, and
it does mean that.
And I mean, you'd be crazy to leave that card out of your HP deck, right? I mean, it says gain click click click. I mean, that's just nuts.
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, Luminal says gain click 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 when you score.
Click. Yeah, that's a whole nother turn.
I mean, whatever. S has been doing this the entire time.
Yeah, that's true. S has been fired. How many luminals?
Runner con tanti click. You know, I
yeah, how many luminals has Essa fired here?
Like 4,
I want to
think.
say all 3 of them.
Well, there's Steve as well. I think there was a 4th one.
It could be 4. You're right.
Oh, we really need to limit running hot to 1 per deck.
One.
Oh, it's basically a luminal. This is incredible.
And
with the sabotage, it might even give you 2 points.
So if we had some ontologicals in this deck, can we install gain 2 clicks and do credits?
Don't quite think that's how that works.
I guess.
I haven't watched a lot of Essa versus Thule. How silly is that matchup?
You go really hard for the ontologicals, and it becomes really funny when the corpse game plan causes them to sabotage.
Fair.
Yeah, so it's interesting because Aces the first time each turn, so if the corp is dealing core damage too, Asa goes so fast.
Yeah, you can burn through 8 core damage in 4 turns if you're feeling spicy.
Oh, Izzy and I made the same joke. Nice. Ooh, the judges are coming in. Are we close on time?
18 appears to be missing.
Oh, I see. That's what I get for not paying attention.
And I'd like to point out one interesting interaction between Lady Liberty and Marrow, because Marrow is like it's kind of a sabotage card too, right? Even without the core damage text, whenever the corp scores an agenda, sabotage one. But
Yeah.
Lady Liberty isn't scoring agendas; it's just adding them to score area. So I think kind of just saved 1 HP, so to speak.
But like if 18 has to score 2 Stegodons because there's the Luminal stuck in the bin or something.
Yeah, this game could get quite complicated. And also because this Lady Liberty is kind of useless now, right? Because it's just tick past its past its expiration date, so to speak.
Hello, here's my vanity project.
Yeah, the judges did leave the chat, so
you can sneak
Etienne
in a government takeover for a couple
exactly.
turns from
so
now.
Yeah, if people on Jinteki.net don't know the /summon command, you can use that to add any card you want to your hand. Is it tournament legal to use?
No.
I would argue no. Probably not.
Probably.
Has it been explicitly said that you're not allowed to use summon on Jinteki.net? I don't think so.
Sanjay's out here trying to get the organized play rules.
Look, I'm just saying that if the players on stream are breaking rules, I don't think we're supposed to intervene.
You're not supposed to encourage it, I don't think.
Oh, but summon is such a sweet command. Everybody should try it sometime.
I think some of the coolest uses of summon I've seen before is when some judges use the summon command just to do some magic and do some wonky workarounds to repair game states and such, and you have to know what kind of weird niche cards to summon in order to repair game states. Like if a card needs to be milled from the deck, you have to summon a Gravekeeper and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah. That I think especially for playtesting, it's a really neat thing. Like you start the game and you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna summon these cards that let me do basic effects. Which has become less useful or less necessary as Jinteki.net devs have added more and more functionality to the game in terms of secret commands that you can use. All right, so Etienne making some kind of scoring remote here. Now, one thing to note is that Reyna has been putting on all this pressure without necessarily a full breaker suite. There's still no Fractor. She hasn't needed one. And it's possible that Etienne can take advantage of that, but it's also possible that Reyna has
got a Cleaver in hand, just gonna drop a Cleaver here.
Yeah.
Of note, there are no Fractors in the bin except for a single copy of Begamot.
That is
Begamot.
Yes.
Oh, fun.
You're gonna be fracting all day with that.
Ooh. So time in the round was called, I believe, on the runner's turn, which is pretty exciting.
Yes, which
it's certainly which means that if that is an agenda in server 1, it means both Corp and Runner have a good chance of closing out this game with a win. If it's ruled that time in the round was called during the Corp's turn, it's pretty much the Corp's game to draw and the Runner's game to win.
I think there's some very interesting things that can go on here.
Okay.
specifically
cool.
with that one rest ice that you can see, ablative barrier that you can see rest on server one. I'm pretty sure there's like at least one or more of those just sitting around unrest somewhere. And I think, if an ablative barrier gets rest and let's say a Lady Liberty gets pulled back from archives, you could get into some interesting scenarios where Artian can sneak a Stegodon from hand if Reyna isn't careful.
Yeah, that makes sense. Time being called in the round also makes all the Stegodons way more exciting. The next Stegodon score prior to time being called was kind of boring, it doesn't really help anybody win. Except for turning on your form carries. Yeah, this Stegodon is the next Stegodon is hugely important because then you have 6 points to the other player's 5.
Okay. Reyna going in on server one on the second click.
Now, interestingly, if this first ice is rezzed, the ablative barrier will end the run. But if it's rezzed, Atienne goes down to a pretty low credit total. So this is a very potent fork that Reyna is putting on Atienne here.
So Reyna does have like sufficient credits to get through this Formicry with Num, as well as pay through with credits on this Manigam Skunk Works. So that shouldn't be an issue. Not with 2 clicks remaining. You go to 9 credits left after paying for Formicry and Manigam. So it's really only a question of whether it's going to be a rest on this ice animals on server one, just to keep Reyna out with this ablative barrier.
Yeah, and a big question, of course, here is what is the res cost on that ice that Atienne is thinking about right now? Because if it's, for example, in chat, Light Spectre calling out that it could be a Hagen. If that's a Hagen, resing it means whatever agenda is in server one is not being scored.
Also means it's not being stolen.
Yeah, true.
And looks like the call is just let the runner through the first ice, just take the net on the second, on the ablative barrier, and that should be a total of 7 additional credits on top of that to go through Formicry as well as Marigam, and then we'll see what's in server one.
Yeah, interesting decision here in terms of whether you want to use your 2 clicks to get through the Managarm or whether you want to pay the 5 credits. I think normally it would be a sort of default choice to spend your 2 clicks, but these are the last 2 clicks you have in the game, so interesting position.
The 5 money.
Yeah,
I can go in, look at a single on R&D, maybe check archives, maybe check HQ. Like, okay, not
Yeah.
HQ, but I can take a single on R&D and check archives.
it is the Luminal.
Ooh,
Good game.
I mean, wow, that's turn 9. That's lightning fast from Reyna on the SR deck.
No, that's got to be a bug. We should talk to the JNet devs. It can't be turn 9. There's only 8 cards left in R&D.
Look, I can see that the runner took 48 clicks, so it's obviously turn 12.
Yeah, if anybody wants to file a bug about this, it seems like the tracker at the end of the game is off.
48 clicks, 4 clicks per turn, turn 12. That's simple.
That sounds right.
Yeah. Math checks out.
That's a lot. That's not very many cards in R&D for turn 12 either.
All right. I'm glad we got to catch that one at the beginning. How do you want to say? How do you say? Hai fatto avete fatto un buon gioco per tutti e due giocatori. Good game for both players.
I don't know if we have any plans that are announced to have a Netrunner set in Italy, but I'd love to see it.
I mean, honestly, I'd love to see plans to have more Netrunner sets.
Just them existing is extremely good news for the game as a whole.
Where do you not want to go? I'm sick of the Arctic Circle. Get out of here. No.
So
It is hella cold here,
I'd actually go back to the Arctic Circle. That setting was wonderful. I really enjoyed it.
So I think the Antarctic Circle is something I'm really not here for.
Oh, like, why? Especially with global warming, like what's going on there?
Oh, actually, if there's enough global warming, that colonization efforts onto the terra firma of Antarctica could be actually a really good idea.
I know.
Okay, I'm sold now. Give me the Antarctic Circle.
I'm not excited for an Antarctic Circle set, if only for the fact that I can just feel in my bones we're gonna get like this obnoxious NBN asset, Igo Dragonov. I mean, it gives you 2 counters.
It gives you 2 counters, and you spend a tag and you put 2 counters on something. It's like that would be sick, actually.
That's actually pretty interesting.
That would actually be pretty cool.
Thank you to I'm assuming the actual Italian speakers in chat giving me a pass for saying basically what I think. You both have done a good job to both you players. I'm pretty sure was a lot closer to what I said than what I transliterated it to be, but
close enough,
Close enough.
It's the thought that counts.
When Null Signal Games was taking over the game, I applied to be lore director, and my pitch was an Antarctic set. And I am thrilled that I did not get the position, because since then, only people more qualified than me have gotten it. But I'm just saying, Antarctica, cool place to see what's going on in the Netrunner universe.
Actually, that would be
just cool place. Period.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. They do get most of their sunlight very indirectly, thus not having as big of a average temperature.
I do think part of the reason
better at reading than I am at making the sentences.
Antarctica would be needless to say sad is because it won't be so cool anymore.
Say that again. I mean, it's still gonna be cooler.
It'll be temperate.
Like nothing that unless we build a cloud specifically over Antarctica, which I don't know if there's any process which is gonna do that. Antarctica will always be the coolest place on Earth. Whether it still has ice on it, that's another question.
Are there actually studies? I assume there are studies like comparing the North and the South Poles. I'm not sure what the difference is. Ecologically speaking, and I mean with the weather and all. I mean, I just always imagine in my head that the North and the South are equally cold. But of course, I'm willing to be completely wrong on that.
Well, there are some factors with ice coverage and how much, because ice makes things colder because it bounces sunlight off it. Makes things colder on its own. So there are reasons to think where the North and South Pole are getting their average temperature might be different, but they're starting with the same baseline amount of sunlight to heat them up to begin with.
And I suppose the ocean currents as well make a very big difference in that.
Yeah. I would like to know more about how specific ocean currents are affecting temperature and such. That's not something I have a lot of knowledge of.
Yeah, Jeff. The runner played 9 turns would be 36. Reyna played 4 running hots. All 3 copies, and then one that was brought back as a non-choice with a DJ Steve. 12 extra clicks. A full 33% more clicks.
Yeah, that's 3 entire turns.
That's
a lot of clicks.
now that I think about it. Actually,
Um,
that should be if the corp isn't doing any. Wait, no, 9. Is that twice as many? Almost twice as many clicks as the
Almost
corp.
twice.
Wild.
I believe the cop in that game took 27 clicks.
Yeah, that sounds about. That's the standard 9 turns. Yeah. So yeah, 48 when it would have been 36 to 27. Incredible. Tables are getting formed up. Does anything look appealing to y'all? I'm
Okay, look at.
We do have round 6 going up. It does look like we will be having some IDs in this round. I do think Rust Rider and Bridgman ID table 1 last round, if I remember correctly. I mean, and of course, that's just a safe play, right? Rust Rider being on 27 points going into round 6, which I think is almost certainly a lock for top 16. I think it would be quite an anomaly if like 3 IDs in 5, 6, 7 would get Rust Rider out of top 16. I think it's like reasonable to assume top 16 is a lock for at least one player that we have today.
I think the top table that we haven't seen a player on is table 7.
Table 7.
Tiva Duva, I'm not sure. Versus Izzy. We can check which identities those are.
It's Aposhiko versus Ag Koshiko.
Maybe a different one then.
Ooh.
Sorry, Izzy, I love you, but not 2 Hoshiko games. No.
Do we know if table 6 is playing? I'd love to see more Essa, and I'd love to see some Arasana.
I don't know that we've seen Minstrel. I think we saw Fridon briefly, maybe one game.
Gotcha, yeah.
But we can.
I don't want to. I do want to spread the eyes around, certainly.
You know, since it looks like we might not get a chance, let's. Oh, and they're doing a 2-for-1 as well. Is that right? I'm looking at table 18 for Kikai versus the King.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see the King in action.
I thought I saw the game, but now I don't.
That was table 18.
Okay, hold on. It looks like we are going to have a repair in round 6.
Ah.
Okay.
Exciting. Everyone get a little practice at their ID offering and ID evaluating. Everybody get a little practice at their 2-for-1 offering and 2-for-1 rejecting and or accepting. It's a tricky skill. You have to say, do you want a 2-for-1? We did not see. Did we see Veronica on stream when I was gone?
I don't think so. We
no,
actually.
I think she might be in a position to be IDing a fair amount of times. So I don't know if we'll get to.
I mean, she's second place right now, so
yeah, I'm thrilled about how well she's
tomorrow.
doing. Yeah. It is rad that she's doing so well.
Yeah, well, this top of the 24th, that's an amazing place to be. And looks like there are 8 24-pointers chasing Rust Rider in first. Veronica, Captain Nice, Deer, Bridgman, Soccer, Zaphod, Waslav, and Barem Wu. Oh, Barem Wu sneaking in 9th place.
Yeah, if we can actually watch a Barem Wu game, I would be thrilled.
Is he not streaming right now? I think I checked earlier, but and he wasn't. So
I don't think he is. I assume I'm subscribed to Barem Wu. It would be a shame if I'm not.
Because I think I saw Sokka's on, and I know I'm subbed to Ba. So I feel
Yeah.
like I would have seen that as well.
So I will say, looking at our current top 8 in standings, actually we're going to look at the top 9 because that's everyone at 24 points or higher. Poshiko is still the most popular runner. We're seeing a wide variety of purple corpside. There's Asa, there's PD, there's Architects of Tomorrow even.
What?
Architects of Tomorrow is currently in 4th.
Well, I mean, it's D. D was second place at East Coast.
Yeah,
Champs.
D's an incredible player. But what got them to play Architects of Tomorrow?
They were thinking
Okay,
about
but
tier.
like the fact that they're an incredible player means that we should be respecting the Architects of Tomorrow more, not less, because it means that an incredible player thought that it was the right deck to bring.
Yeah, kind of, right? Because like I think you could give D a paper bag and they would probably, at least go 50-50 with it. But yeah, no. I mean, no disrespect to Architects of Tomorrow. Some disrespect to Architects of Tomorrow.
I mean, you have to consider, honestly, yeah, Architects of Tomorrow might be kind of a, Swiss, like a Swiss stomper, right? Like, what on earth could they possibly be playing? But at the same time, like, 145 people on these standings.
D, what are you doing? Oh yeah, we gotta watch. If D is playing, I really want to watch this Architects of Tomorrow deck.
We did see one earlier.
We watched D earlier.
Oh yeah, how did it go?
I was on Jinja City Grid.
Nice.
And pulled an Ikawa project, as I recall, off the top. That was just out of reach for the runner to get to behind a
An Ansel and
border control as well as an Ansel. Yeah.
Neat. Sick.
We also saw some really, really neat lines out of the runner with Bahia bands run on HQ that installed Maw.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I guess the irony was that that particular single access scored an offered office, so you didn't get the Maw trigger off of that, but you just they just ran back the next click and got it anyway.
Can you use Fencer Fuenio bucks to install a Maw off of a Bahia bands?
Yes, you can.
Sick.
Yes, you can.
Look, everybody, I broke the meta. You're welcome.
Fencer Fueno stocks rising.
Hurry, release part 2. We gotta fix this.
All right. It does look like the round 6 repair has gone through. We do have table 2 D versus Veronica, although I'm not sure if they'll be IDing this round.
Let's see.
Veronica was interested in ID last pre-repairing, and now D is offering one, so...
They should be good to ID and make the cut. I expect they'll just ID.
Right. Yes. Yeah. We'll have to wait a couple moments just to see what tables are or aren't IDing before we can jump in, or maybe we can just jump into something else at the moment.
Well, they like to wait until all of the IDs are sorted before starting the round. If it takes too long, they might, but...
That's true.
I don't remember.
So I sort of want to watch
Gaia Borushi? Gaia Borushi? I don't know who that is.
What table are you looking at?
Table 6, the katakana.
Ah, gotcha.
That would be Jinsei, I believe. Table 6 is Oslit versus Jinsei. But I do believe there's an ID offer on the table. So waiting to see if Oslate is interested in doing so.
I'm curious about how good of a position that is for an ID. ID decisions are so hard to figure out, and it's a lot of math and predicting you have to do kind of on the fly. It's stressful. Though I am proud of these people doing so well at the tournament. I guess if you have 21 points at this point, it's 5 rounds, so you're what, 7 and 3? Can 7 and 3 people start IDing? How many rounds are we doing? 7?
We're doing 7 rounds. Cut to top 16.
Hmm.
Of players. So it looks like
I got it mixed up. This is
if-
Borutsu, not Borushi. That wouldn't make sense.
So just the napkin math says that if you have 30 points, you're pretty safe. So going into round 6 and 7, those that started round 6 on 24 points are pretty incentivized to ID.
Yeah, but if you're on 21, I don't think you can do it.
You should offer 2-for-1s at 21.
Yeah. Should you? I think you might just want to play.
No, you need to have at least one sweep to make it, right?
Yeah.
When you need at least 1-6-0, so you want a 2-for-1.
Yeah, but if you but you might just want to play your games normally and split.
Then you have to offer a 2-for-1 the next round and get it accepted.
Yeah.
Like you offer a 2-for-1 here because then you can ID next round to make it if you think 30 is the cutoff.
Yeah, I guess it kind of depends on how much you like the matchups, whether that's the round you want a 2-for-1.
Yeah.
That's a trick.
You do get to see your opponent's IDs before you make that decision. So you do have some control over the matter.
Yeah, it's really tricky to figure out the answers to these questions. I don't envy these players who have to think about Netrunner and all these difficult Netrunner decisions, and now have to
Netrunner and also math.
I have to figure out how tournaments work. Truthfully, nobody knows. It does look like Veronica versus D is going to be an ID. So that is not what we're going to watch.
I am checking in on table 6. They are going to be playing both games, so looking forward to it.
Full disclosure of conflicts of interest. Laura is, of all people who play Netrunner, my best friend. Her and her partner are who got me into the game, so I will be rooting very strongly for Laura. Osclet.
Osclet. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, we'll take you off of the commentary for now. Conflict of interest and what have you. So, all right, now let's get out of here and watch some QTM games.
All right, Sanjay, I hate to break it to you because Jinsei complimented my casting one, so I guess we can't be friends anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fair.
Yeah, get out of here.
I mean, like, Jai, I think you're fantastic, but I do have plenty of friends. You know, it's fine.
Wish I could say the same, you know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, all right. I'm just gonna say, people in chat, I've lost the opportunity, but you should be friends with Jai. He's fantastic.
I certainly hope so.
All right, so looking at the actual game stage, does anyone have any initial thoughts?
Checking to see whether or not the timer started.
Well, we do have a medium Hoshiko. This is 55 card Hoshiko.
Oh.
All right, medium Hoshiko.
Oh.
I think 55 is pretty medium.
55. It could be Alice, but instead you have a toy that is little and a toy that is big.
You got the medium toy that is little and the medium toy that is big.
the medium, like when people say medium Hoshiko, obviously referring to like the Hoshiko that isn't like 45 cards, but also isn't like 65, 70 cards.
Yeah. What they don't mean is that Hoshiko is on Conduit.
Correct. I do think 55 is like the upper end of medium Hoshiko, but
I'd say once you hit 65, that's when you start asking questions about whether or not it's big.
at 65 is 100% big Hoshiko.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, my point is kind of more of when you see when I think of medium Hoshiko, I think of like Hoshiko that's mostly pink, but like a small ring of gray and maybe some marbling along the outside, but on the inside still mostly red. No,
That's a pretty rare opinion.
no steak enjoyers.
I got distracted. Sorry.
All right. One of these days, one of these jokes will land. Don't worry about it.
See, we got Kizra out here, also a Laura fan.
Osclet using the cool tech of clicking for credits and
Game
then
active.
removing those credits.
Judge? Judge?
Sick joke. Medium references. You like to see it.
So
I'm
so
kind
actually,
of. Oh, go ahead.
sorry, one thing I'd bring up is like we've been seeing a resurgence of PD somewhat in this tournament, right?
Yeah, I don't know if all the PDs are like coordinated, right? It doesn't seem like it.
Unified like testing group that's going. This is our PD list. We thought it was a good call.
I do think Jinsei here is on PD, Bridgman's on PD. I think it's like a reasonable bet to assume that like Unbanned came up with this PD list together.
I certainly think there's some cross pollination.
Is Rust Rider in PD in Unbanned?
I believe so. Yes. That is my understanding. So, I mean, it's definitely interesting, like how diverse this meta is when we have two testing groups that go unbanned, ending up on PD as their cop deck, and conversely QTM ending on Ag Infusion. Yeah, I mean, to me that's a sign of a healthy meta, right?
Yep. So I guess sort of my question for all of you is, so PD obviously used to be a giant meta force, and then Park-Alien came out and PD started to be sort of awkward to play into Pinhole, into some of the newer tools, and now we're seeing PD back. What do you think is bringing PD back?
I think two things. One, Pinhole has really faded. I don't think most runners are just automatically slamming 3 pinholes into the deck. So if you happen to be on the win condition of the very potent Managarm Skunkworks plus Anoetic Void type win condition, that's a little bit better. I think the other thing is that runner breakers have gotten a little bit worse. So the very sincere plan of just running the runner through expensive ice as many times as you can might be more appealing. That said, the other answer might just be that Ganked is sweet, and Ganked is the number one thing fueling all this PD power. Possible? Yes. Certain? No.
I think that point you raised specifically about Pinhole is very interesting, and I think it's something that like perhaps on hindsight should have been more obvious. And I think it's extremely cool that two different testing groups, Unbanned and QTM, identified this thing about like PD not being played enough by runners in this meta. They identified this seized on one particular fact, but they ended up going in two completely different directions of it. So Unbanned with PD, they want to be scoring with defensive upgrades. Skunk Void, I mean the usual same old good old fashioned, right? And conversely, QTM going back to healing Ag Infusion, which it was a known quantity in the previous meta, of course, but in a completely different way.
All right.
Oh, that's a good point.
Timer's going, so round is going to be starting. Round has started, so the player should be going off in just a second.
Another thought is that PD can with a 18 with only needing 18 agenda points, sometimes their agenda suites can be a little bit more elegant than their 20 agenda point counterparts, and it has been a lot harder to make an elegant complement of agendas since rotation.
Hermes by you immediately.
Laura cunningly ripping that card off of R&D. You love to see it.
What a great plan.
That's pretty easy.
Access
So
the
this is the type of absolute blowout you can get with Hermes, is just run HQ, steal an agenda, and then come back for the Rashida that you couldn't have gotten to before.
Yeah, Hoshiko's toy is now big, as you can see. Osklet has never watched a single episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Animated Series, just calling her out here.
What? What? All right, so in case you need to know, what happens is, first, Yugi's grandpa gets put into a videotape by Pegasus, all right? And so in order to save him, they go to Duelist Kingdom. Now,
Okay, so my question is, what if I just make sure all of my cards have multiple hearts? Like maybe they're Time Lords or something. Does this make work?
They're Time Lords? Like Doctor Who?
Yeah, anything with multiple hearts. I don't care what. Like maybe they're Bronchiosauri.
Oh, like Klingons.
Like cows?
I'm sorry, this conversation kind of got away from me for a second. What's going on?
Oh, I think it.
Well, we're talking about the heart of the card. So like, what if we just add more hearts to our cards? Like,
right. The obvious solution.
Draw your last pathetic card. Laura.
Speaking of out of the cards,
just hit.
Good.
Yeah.
Nice agenda. Think I'll take it.
I mean, Hermes is just doing the thing, you know.
Yeah. So on the one hand, we say Hermes is doing the thing, which like Hermes absolutely is doing the thing, and has enabled like additional accesses and trashes. But also, in a different sort of sense, all Hermes has cost the corp is 2 clicks. 2 ice got bounced, 2 ice got reinstalled later. Sure, maybe they lost a Rashid in the meantime. That's annoying, but you know.
It's the moral devastation, really.
2 clicks. It's turn 3. That's 22% of the corp's economy.
Interesting trash decision there. Laura opting to get rid of the Tranquility home grid to keep Precision Design's economy in the dust. A bit unfortunate. They have not been able to pop off a single economy card since Rashida was able to get picked out of that early server.
So, I mean, the return of a Precision Design might chase Lat out of the meta if we see Lat trying to make a resurgence. You just sit on 6 cards in hand and go, what are you going to do about it?
And if my memory serves me right, I do recall that was the one of the major reasons for people playing PD into back then what was the endurance control net.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my, I mean, she just does not stop, does she?
So we did see a very interesting include here off that mill here. We're seeing Odure as the killer of choice.
Oh, that is interesting. But who needs a killer when you can just touch agendas all the time?
Just score their agendas, you know.
We were warned about Laura on previous San Francisco streams. There goes another Rashida.
I mean, you just go back to R&D here. Like, it's... And I will say, Hoshiko has very good access to sort of a virtual package to power the Odure. So I presume we're actually going to see Kiko as the console here, and we're going to see at least Mystic maybe, in addition to the Paladin.
We already have.
Well, we're on Hermes. Yeah, we're on Hermes.
Oh, we are on Hermes. You're right. Yeah. So obviously we're going to see Hermes as the console, but it looks like we're going to see potentially Mystic Mamie to complete out
I mean,
our
possibly also Trickster
full set.
Taka for the
Or
Baya
Taka.
band trick that we've mentioned earlier. Sorry, not Trickster Taka.
No,
Fencer Flame.
Fencer Buenos, the
All right. The pressure does not stop from oscillate. Here we go. I believe this is the third raindrops cut stone in the game. Yeah,
Yep.
there we go.
I'm also wondering if we're going to potentially see any support for a Dore like, say, Leech or Ice Carver or even Turbine.
Yeah, certainly all the Anarch breaker native breakers are interested in Leech now. Cleaver, Buzzsaw, they all love it. And Adori is probably no exception.
And
Because
I do believe Ice Carver is also a virtual resource, so that's even
Ice Carver
further
is
supporting
virtual,
for
I
it.
believe. Because like
Yes.
Adore with a leech counter and say an Ice Carver, break Starlit Knight for 0. Any number of tags, 0. Sorry, for 2. And any number of tags. Like pay 2, go through that Starlit Knight. Don't care. So much of the cost is in the really awkward strength boosting.
We see Precision Design getting their feet under them, but they're 6 points behind. That is a tough place for Precision Design to be because they rely so heavily on getting the runner to shred through their. Ooh, this is an interesting play because I guess that's the that's the Tranquility Home Grid. Okay, cool. So we're not worried about that being a scoring opportunity. A Blade of Barriers, the ability to just put cards in the remote when you weren't expecting it, is terrifying.
And hold up, that's a splash card.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Oscillate not to be faced, going back into server 2, determined, at all costs to stop Jinsei from getting any kind of economy whatsoever. And still stuck on a single credit. I don't believe, not a single economy card for the whole game has managed to
They're on
resolve.
1 credit. You can't res any of the ice. You can't res whatever you put in that new remote. All you did was text the runner a click and maybe some money if Oscillate decides that she wants to trash it.
Before I played with the broader Netrunner community, most of my games were against Laura, and her absolutely denying my econ while shredding through my central servers with powerful Anarch cards is very familiar to me.
So I'm curious about the decision to ban hard server 2 here.
Yeah,
I probably would have ban hard R&D and just taken the 1 net damage, got to my Dream Net trigger, and like maybe win instantly.
I guess you just want to keep up the pressure on the remote.
Yeah, I think probably from the runner perspective, it's like fine to give up 1 turn of a central single access just to ensure you've got like the remote 100% knockdown, because if you don't, Banha, Servitude, like there's maybe some stuff that PD can surprise you with, maybe like the second ablative barrier and so on and so forth.
Yeah, Laura does have the Botulus, so, sorry, the Fermenter ticking down, so she does have a bit of a long game plan, so she doesn't need absolutely to go full throttle to get this last point. It's pretty much the Precision Designs game to claw back from. You know what I mean?
So we are seeing a boomerang here. So if we're assuming that there's 3 Hermes and there's 1 boomerang that's at 11, there's a pinhole in archives.
Laura has just enough money to keep this from happening.
Gank is almost successful.
I'm
Interestingly,
so sad. like, how is it possible we've seen ganked fire like three times today, and all of them the runner has been credit perfect to survive, like not getting the combo off?
Mhm.
I'm fine.
Oh,
I think-
that's just. Oh, come on, give us a break.
So I will say, ganked was not on my radar as a meta threat or even a meta presence at all coming into EMEA Continentals.
I mean, definitely not a card that you'd expect, like just going blind into an unknown meta. I mean, you of course, having played the game for any amount of time, you kind of have to like be aware that this card exists because it's not just the ganked answer you need to be worried about. Like maybe last meta you play against Acme and then you get ganked Hydra and like uh the game's just pretty much over if you just take randomly 3 net damage out of NBN.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, I completely agree. It's not something you think about consciously when you're like building decks. When you're building runner decks, you don't think, man, this deck is so weak to ganked Ansel.
Mhm.
But I mean, conveniently, the decks that are good into breaking these kind of annoying sentries like Drafter and Ansel are kind of built towards and have enough economy to break them multiple times in a turn if necessary. And I think that's the key here.
Yet another economy piece that Laura is denying. Absolutely brutal.
So that's
Although there now is ice on all non-archive servers. It's not completely free to get in places.
Yeah, you're really seeing the power of Banhar here. In terms of until there's 2 ice, it's not going to cost credits. It is costing cards, which is not a meaningless expense, but definitely see the power of this card.
Although between the DreamNet and the Hoshiko, there's a lot of power to just get 2 cards a turn, which is 1 piece of ice a turn,
Yeah.
more or less.
Ooh, another Gatekeeper fire.
all right.
The Gatekeeper.
So I guess this is the other upside of playing Gank into Banha, right? Just because Banha only protects you from like the first fire.
Mhm. And they also
And-
frequently skip, like Banner players frequently skip actually installing their breakers till there's actually multiple ice down and they need to, and know what they need to install.
So I mean, Gank works pretty well against that. But Baya Band's coming down.
We're just running archives for some
True.
value here. Draw to install at a discount.
Cleaver coming down. Nothing it breaks on his board apart from, of course, that ablative barrier.
Yeah, meaning R&D should be wide open next turn as it currently stands.
The potentially
with-
credit credit is enough to at least threaten to res something.
Yeah.
Oslit has been extremely methodical this game with trashing all of the corpse economy. We see like Rashida, 2 Trank grids as well, and I believe one of these Trank grids was already reinstalled previously from this ability barrier. So that's like 5 economy cards that's been trashed off the board by Hoshiko. And there we go. Basalt coming down.
Preventer being
Gatekeeper no
hopped.
longer a threat.
I will also say she's been doing a very good job of playing careful. Because one thing that can be tricky is when you get to an early lead, it's easy to start playing sloppy. And I don't think we've seen that, and that makes me happy to see.
Yeah, no, this is. I have to say, Oslet is putting forth every effort to deny the Corp all econ. I think because she's aware that this game at threat 6 is not over. Because every time you jam something into that server, like, you gotta kind of wonder. Could
Now,
that be the
seeing the
Luminal?
yeah, seeing the architect deployment tests in the deck, it makes me think that we're probably not on 5/3s. Do you agree with that?
There might be some
Uh,
Ikawas, but
I think you are not wrong. I mean, I can see that if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's just like the one architect deployment test uh and two Elevega bifurcations, if this is the same list as Bridgman's that we saw earlier today. So that would make it 3 off-worlds, 3 Vitruvius, Luminal. That's 14 points, and the last 4 points are architect deployment test and 2 bifurcations to make 18.
yeah, and as is being reminded in the chat, hitting ganked is a great way to lose a game. I have been like continuing a game as a formality, waiting for Vacheron to tick down, and lost to accessing a ganked.
Her toy going from little to big, getting 2 credits in a time when credits are looking a little tight.
I do see the full set virtual resources being completed. Adore now just breaks sentries that it has enough strength to interface with for 0.
Pretty good.
And we do have
I
leash counters to help it out.
Yeah. I will say I've been looking at this game mostly from my friend Laura's Osclet's perspective, but I will say that Jinsei has been doing a wonderful job sort of taking the early knocks from those early accesses and not letting it phase them, and not letting and mitigating the early pressure that Laura was able to put on with Banhar in a very impressive way.
Yeah, this game
Yeah,
has gone on for almost half an hour. Which it's surprising to me. I looked over and I was like, wait, it's been 25 minutes?
And I think that is a silver lining for Jinsei in that, I mean, we are kind of approaching the point where Banha is kind of running out of gas. 11 cards left between the group and the stack.
Unless we have a truly wild inclusion like Harmony AR therapy or something. But...
Oh no, hold on. I think we might have
Oh.
a game state. I think what happened is that Jinsei mistakenly fired this drafter.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation. I think Laura is yeah, so unfortunately, at this level of play, you can't really rewind that. It's a very reasonable thing to assume that the Banhar is still doing stuff. So that's unfortunate. I think, thankfully, this is a game loss to the player who was on their back foot, as opposed to a game being ripped away by the tournament rules. At any level of play besides, the highest level, you can just be like, yeah, okay, you saw my card when you weren't supposed to. Who cares? That's fine. But at this level, if you can't actually rewind the game state, you oftentimes the resolution is as those players did it. Now they didn't actually hand out a game loss there. They just dealt with it between them. It's okay. That's fine. If you're in that situation and you have any doubt, don't, just call a judge. It's totally fine. I think they resolved that perfectly well.
Yeah, I think that late in the game, it might have... Oslet might have offered a take back, like if a judge had allowed it, but I don't think then in that case they would have. But Jinsei being just humble, saying like, look, I've been 1 foot in the grave this entire game. Like we don't have to pretend like I'm
and I
going to
don't,
end up scoring all 7.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to deviate from the company line of, hey, just always call a judge when you want. But if you want to continue playing in that situation, don't call a judge.
At the
You know
lower
what I mean?
tables, never call a judge. Just whatever.
No, I mean, call a judge if you need to. But
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure. You can just be our little secret. You, me, all the viewers in chat.
like all y'all are cool, right? You're not going to tell anyone, right?
I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This table self-destruct.
Honestly, I don't know. That game was, despite I think Jinsei being on the back foot, wasn't necessarily going to end anytime soon. And it might be valuable for them to have more time to win their runner game. So I don't think they're necessarily like that's what they're thinking. I think they're just like, this is tricky to unwind, and what are we going to do? It's a tough situation. It's so understandable that in the interest of time they're hitting that they're resolving those subroutines. But yeah, it's tough.
So one thing I'm going to point out here is you glossed on it briefly, but conceding so you have more time for your next game can absolutely be correct if your time is running low enough.
Oh, did the stream get back to the game? Oh, also Mar, PSK, did you have some? Oh, what's up?
Yeah, sorry, I have to. Your stream in the background. Please do not tell people to not call a judge. Please do call the judges. Call the judges all the time. Call the judges for the minimal stuff. We are here to help. Please do not say not call the judges.
Sorry.
That is so important.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. No, it's okay. It's
Sorry.
like something that we specifically tell at the beginning of every tournament. We gather everyone. It's like, hey, we're here to help. We're here to, solve any doubts, any consultations that you have. Every single, we're not here to police your games. So, yes, that one was an important one, and people is listening. So, please. Okay, thank you so much. I won't interrupt you any longer. Cheers.
No, you're absolutely right. Sorry about that.
It's all right. It's all right. Just know I'm listening. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's true. And when I'm judging, that's what I'd say too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. We see an economic warfare here.
Ooh, that is not surprising to me. Oscar loves the economic punishment.
It's been, I'd say, a little bit less prevalent ever since we changed our tech punishment card from HHN to opposition research, because it doesn't help Oppo.
It does, yeah, though it still helps
Oppo
in this. It helps in the sense that when you have less money than you were expecting to,
it's harder to clear the tag.
Yeah.
But there's not a direct trace to win here.
No, true. But I think, it was nice to land your hard-hitting news a little easier, but also just like putting somebody at 0 credits and giving them 4 tags is when they're not expecting it is incredibly potent. It does mean that you kind of can just fire that economic warfare whenever you feel like.
I mean, I try and do it when the runner's low on credits in general. But yes, there's no particular, you don't need to set up a turn of econ, HHN. You can just go, hey, you're low. Econ?
And I do believe the previous time that we saw eco warfare in this event, it was paired with the other offensive tag given card, which would be public trail. which is, well, not really that similar to hard-hitting news, right? It's still kind of a card which forces the runner to be over a certain threshold in order to not suffer the ill effects. In this case, 8 credits or take a tag suddenly becomes 12 credits or take a tag, and that's like a much higher bar to clear.
Mhm. All right, I'll start popping her Rashida, popping these 2 economic warfares, just for value. So there is a liberated now on 4 virus counters.
Oh, sure.
Are we? So do you think they should buff this now, or are they scared of the purge next turn? What are your thoughts?
I wouldn't be too worried about the purge. I feel like
There's-
how suspicious are you of Asmari being on? I guess next turn they could just purge normally. That would be pretty devastating.
I mean, there's drip from cast, there's drip from DreamNet. Like you can get a credit from DreamNet this turn, credit from DreamNet next turn. 2 more credits from daily casts. It's rough, but I don't think a purge next turn is devastating.
Yeah. I mean, you're probably right. Like the amount of drip you're getting off of just your permanent cards is probably like enough to offset, even if the corp does take a turn off. I mean, and do bear in mind if the corp does purge. I mean, not that you would purge at this point, given that you have just popped that fermenter. But yeah, I would have to discard a card if purge next turn. And here we go. Hana Wheels Palindrome coming down. I believe. Okay, this isn't the first wheels we've seen all weekend, but I do believe this is the first one you've seen in Anak. As I recall, the previous wheels that we saw installed was in a Sable deck.
Laura, of course, has the opportunity now to just put those economic warfares right back in R&D. Both players, experienced Netrunner players who understand the weird trinary situation that a run can be successful, unsuccessful, and don't worry about it.
What run?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Hard-hitting news would still count it.
Yeah, hard-hitting news would count it.
Yeah. A Spin Doctor is in a box. Is it alive or dead?
Ooh. So you see the seamless launch just to enable a scoring pattern more to the liking of the corp, trashing that Banhar.
Banhar afterwards.
Hey, that card looks familiar.
And it is quite telling that out of all these, count them 6 resources on the board that turn, that Laura did choose to prioritize trashing the Banha over the DreamNet, let's say, or the wheels, or even the fully loaded
Or the
daily
fully
casts.
loaded daily casts.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm certainly interested in a card that says 3 credits trash a connection, which that seamless was.
Koga, as the Koga mentioned, there's 2 Banhas in the bin as of that trash. Now it doesn't matter anymore. And Jinja says, I added 3 Banha to Bridgman's list. Silly Bridgman. All right. Don't cut Banha. I mean, I'd say that's pretty good advice considering that what we saw Banha do last game.
Interesting. So it looks like that the effort put into that trash might have been a meta read on this is your list, you don't have a third.
People are really good at Netrunner. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, this kind of speaks like to the effort that like all these top players put in, and going over the game and knowing the ins and outs and studying like the list that other people publish.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, the the counterplay to Banha is knowing that your opponent is on 2 Banha and trashing the second one after the first one gets discarded. The counterplay to that is putting the third one in the list.
And drawing it. I mean, Hoshiko has a lot of draw, but this is still 3 Banhards in the top 60% of the deck.
Now, question: do you think seeing a tomorrow's headline here means that Oscillate is not on? Well, I guess kind of tautologically, it means she's not on all 5/3s. Do you think the rest of her agendas are 5/3s? Presumably not.
So
We've seen economic
if
warfare
it's
already stick crypto.
Yeah, you would expect some amount of crypto crashes.
Especially with the
So-
seamlesses.
Right. F2P rest into this Banha, 2 net damage. Proceeding with this Bravado going into ping.
And then have to clear the tag last click because you don't know what's coming, but you don't want any part of it.
And notably, Oppo Research is available because of its steal, but threat 3 is not active yet, so Laura can only give a maximum of 2 tags.
Which looks pretty clearable right now.
Still opting to fire an Oppo Research there. 2 credits for 2 tags is some nice value. I wish my beautiful sync decks could have had access to such a horrible technique.
So here's a question for all of you.
Lay it on me.
Not seen a console yet. What console is Hoshiko running?
So we see Carmen and Unity.
Pantograph.
Already.
Ma. I think the Stargate in the bin makes me think that we got a big chunker giving us Mew.
Yeah. I think
it
odds
goes
of it
also
being a
2MU.
Hermes deck is pretty low.
There's no... The influence for Hermes is not working with this Bravado, with 2 Carmens, with this Unity. I don't see how we're fitting in 3 Hermes.
Yeah, so...
Maybe we're on 2 Hermes.
Probably not. So yeah, I mean, I do agree. It's either Keiko or more. And I am inclined to go with more, I guess.
I'm inclined to go with Maul, but...
And okay, so I think this is a very interesting gem from Laura, particularly because of the Oppo Research that was just played, and you will note that the Crypto Crash installed in Server 1 last time was also unadvanced. The implication being that that Laura had a seamless launch or some other kind of like advancement tool in hand to score this Crypto Crash and get the 7 credit loss trigger, which means that if we assume that the HQ has a seamless launch, the punish for this sub one being another Crypto Crash is actually pretty high if Jinsei elects to clear these 2 tags and drop to exactly 7 credits.
Oh, what a lovely insight. Really nice read of the board. I suppose theoretically, you can use Hannah wheels. You can use wheels to remove a tag for a little cheaper. Ooh. Oh no, this isn't going to do anything. There's a decoder.
Yeah, you just decode it with Unity, and it costs them 2.
Yeah, and
a little annoying to pay too.
You can pay through F2P with Carmen. It notably costs the same as if you just click the button.
Pay through F2P with F2P.
Yeah. And yeah, we are going through, and it is another Crypto Crash. Wow.
Oh, good call.
Yeah. I think that was an excellent read from Jinsei, like seeing the threat of having the back-to-back Crypto Crashes.
This seems like the perfect time to.
partnered with clearing this Oppo tags.
So is this the perfect time to jam the third crypto crash?
Yeah, always.
And all right, so a little bit of breathing room from Jinsei, not now that they don't have to clear any of these Oppo tags. So let's do a quick count. How much does server one cost to run? 2 for VSA, 4 for F2P, 1 for ping.
One for ping.
So yeah, 7 credits to run server one.
Right, shipment from
That's a monster.
Vladivostok.
There we go.
Yeah, shipment from Vladivostok seen, but not the one discarded. Meaning if there's a seamless, that could have been the one discarded.
Sorshida gets some credits back, some cards back.
But
Ma
importantly, even though like a card was trashed last turn from HQ due to the Maw trigger, Oppo research is not activated because Maw, the specific wording of Maw is the corp trashes the card from HQ, not the runner. And Oppo research requires the runner to be trashing the cards.
Yeah,
So,
why are you hitting yourself?
Yeah.
So if there's a Bologna here in server one, Bologna's looking pretty safe.
This would be an amazing crypto crash install. You make it look like a Bologna. Don't worry about it.
Right, so Jinsei going into the tank here, and understandably so, there is like a big consideration if this is going to be a Bologna. And if it is a Bologna, that's you gotta imagine we called 7 credits for server one plus 5 for Bologna, total of 12 credits. And doesn't look that feasible to score just from a 3 credit total. Oh, but hold on. Drag fun of Moshin, 5 credits for 1 click. Could it be? I mean, okay, so looks like the call is not to go HQ. Sorry, not to go server one. Instead, going HQ with this dirty laundry, getting Steve value.
10 credits, but that's not
quite enough.
enough.
Although
if it's a Bologna.
Oh, that changes the
agenda math a bit. I think. Yeah, it was. I assume what
Oh,
you're trying to say.
Oracle Think Tank. I wasn't
Yes, now you
expecting to
can-
see
I
that.
think there's a chance of Oracle Think Tank. We've seen a lot of tag cards. Like there's a shipment in hand. We're gonna like Lars looking to land tags with the Oppo research.
I think there was even a line, right? If Jinsei had, for example, taken sure gambles instead of bravados of this Steve trigger.
The wheels value, and now we're coming back in server one. No, 14 credits, and we're not coming back in server one.
Yeah. And there it is, Bologna. That was an extremely brazen move from Oslin.
All right, everyone is on game point. This is exciting.
Safe.
Of note, most of the agendas that get you up to 7 points are gone. There's probably just 1 crypto crash left, and all the other agendas are weird, clunky agendas that aren't specifically what either player is looking for.
I mean, it's possible that this is the only think tank in the deck if you're on triple Bologna. Triple Bologna, triple crypto crash.
And
all
right. We saw some very capable Hoshiko play, leading to that runner split. I think a split means both these players are still in contention, but neither player has locked up their spot in the top 16. Good luck to them both. Especially good luck to Laura because she's my best friend. Yeah, that was a fun game to watch.
Yes, I believe with this match, both of these players go up to 24 points. And I believe we've already talked about the fact that 30 points is like the I don't want to say completely safe zone, but relatively safe zone at the very least. You don't want to be on 27 and like just be on the outside of the bubble if it comes to the top 16, right? So I think it's fairly likely that both of these players will be asking for 2-for-1s next round.
Mhm.
All right, we got time. We got like more than 20 minutes, I want to say. Do we have any other tables going that we can pop in on?
There do appear to be 16 tables occurring currently.
A couple of them are finished up, but we still got 10 or so. We've seen Jose. We haven't seen OF 1515. Reina Lost Geek.
Seen both of them.
Be great to see table 10. Is that still up? It looks like no.
No, I'm not seeing a table 10 still up.
I take it that most of the 2-for-1s have already finished in terms of. Yeah, looks like a whole bunch of 2-for-1s on the middle tables. And a bunch of IDs on the top 4 tables. Of course, these are like the players who are much more confident in their current scores as well as their strength of schedule. That they're more confident in making the cut even without having to play the last 1 or 2 rounds. And of course, we did just see table 6 Jinsei versus Osclate, and in the draw as well, runner split. And I do believe all the way up to, let's take a look here. The 21 pointers go all the way up to table 15, right? So everyone up to table 15 definitely is still playing for a chance to be in the cut.
All right, I just popped in on Jose-san versus OF 1515 because we haven't seen the latter play. And
wonderful.
We got a board state.
Oh my.
Oh,
World Tree Arasana. That is cool.
I was just asking the other day, has anyone put World Tree in Arasana yet?
Someone has now.
I'm glad to see.
World Tree also interacts very powerfully with Arasana, where you all of a sudden don't care about whether something's a Trojan. You can trash it with World Tree before the run ends and get whatever you want, which opens up deck building options even wider than they already were with Arasana. What a difficult shaper to build.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at over 1515's board. Of course, bunch of unrest eyes, HU R&D, some random double advanced card in server 4, which you can only assume is going to be NGO front. Would escape me for a second. And we are looking here, all right, and it looks like Jose-san is getting an Earthrise, resetting his Earthrise Hotel for a single credit. That's some pretty good value there.
Oh, that's really impressive. Yeah.
All right, there we go.
NGO.
NGO pop.
So what's your read on the upgrade on HQ?
Surely it's a virus, yeah. And I'll notice that there are 2 pivots in archives and but still 0 points scored. So that's pretty exciting in terms of what's
What
going
they
to
were
happen.
used for?
All right. Any action? Looks like no action from. There we go. And big deal.
Big deal Atlas.
Double Atlas counters. And I just realized that's all 3 spins out of the game already before 10-10.
Ooh. Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like, with no ice rest, there's part of this board that looks like that we're very early on, but clearly some stuff has happened.
I'm very curious how the corp ended up with this board.
Yeah, I suppose Arasana has just been using that empty archives to just get all their value and hasn't felt like they're in a position to challenge. It's also possible that there was some ice resed, a slap vandal
I
got
think
put on it, and then you think, I don't really want this if it's got
I
a
think
slap
it's an
vandal on it.
extremely interesting, and forgive me for going on a small tangent here, but I think this is a quite interesting kind of a puzzle, so to speak, because you see that before this big deal got scored, OR 1515 was on, I think, something like 16 credits before this NGO fund got popped, which means that and they were on 2 bad publicity, which means in the absence of any bad pub eyes being rest and no hostiles being scored, that means that these 2 bad pub must have been from too big to fails, right?
Right.
And yet we see no unrest eyes on this board, which means that in the absence of any unrest eyes, it's difficult for the outfit to spend down to below the 9 credit threshold to play the second too big to fail. And I'm looking at this envelopment and border control in archives, and I'm thinking to myself, perhaps these cards will rest beforehand and trashed envelopment, of course, by its own text, border control, maybe for some kind of last tick run that the cop wanted to protect, and that's like the only reason I can see that how you would be able to spend down the required credits in order to play that second too big to fail.
So speaking of required credits, OF 1515 has just spent his last credit stressing this border control and is now at 0.
Yeah, interesting decision about what to do with this border control. Theoretically, you can get the Slap Vandal out of there or the Mayfly out of there to break some of those subroutines, but that's pretty expensive. That's using a very precious simul chip. I'm sure that wasn't an easy decision. Well, no, sometimes players are a little bit more cunning than I am. Wouldn't have been easy for me.
Other too big to fail. Which also gets
Too
the outfit
big to
up to
fail.
the magic bad pub number of 4. Regulatory captures are 2s, which are very good agendas.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. I was about to say that, it's always welcome to see the Corp use one of the Atlas counters on something that doesn't put more agendas in the score area, but in that sense, it does open up a fast advance line that wasn't there before.
And I think it is interesting point that OR 1515 having the ability to go grab a hostile takeover elected not to and decided to go for the third too big to fail instead. I just wonder if there's any distinction to be made on that decision line, if there's any meaningful difference between having to score like 5 and 4 more agenda points to win. I guess depending on whether or not you have those regulatory captures in hand already.
So I will say the too big to fail is definitely noticeably more money compared to hostile.
correct. It's one click for 10 credits as opposed to 3 clicks for 8.
Mhm.
And oh, there we go. And that's an above the law of R&D, single access. And that's the entire breaker suite down for Jose-san. No actual Trojans except for the one Cuban currently sitting on Valentine.
But we are still seeing this urban art vernissage. So we're going to pick up the Cuban. We're going to pick up, I think we saw the slap bundle earlier, and get some value off the urban art.
Yeah. And okay, here we go. Just raising all this ice on HQ now. After just going to be 3 credit tax on this Unity. No biggie.
Of note, you cannot lose the credits from overclock with this Afshar. Bit of rules.
But you can
Weirdness
lose it from
there.
that hub, so
Yeah, true.
not sure it's especially
Oh,
problematic
red
here.
cap. Oh,
Bring
that's
the capture in
that's
hand.
a nice rip. And I think Jose-san did have the read that it was a red cap in hand after that tutor for Too Big to Fail going up to 4-bet
Mhm.
pot. So I think this was a very, very inspired choice to go for this single access HQ, and it does strike jackpot. Probably the most important agenda in the game at this point.
I do like the decision to just take another 4 credits here. I don't think Jose is in any rush. I can just take some credits, keep running. We could see a fast advance of regular recapture, or
Speaking of which, I do notice that Jose-san didn't choose to trash that Mavirus in HQ last turn, even though it trashes for 0. I think that's a very quite a curious decision, and I'm not sure if there's a reason behind that. And there we go, hostile takeover. Of course, a install double advance at this stage of the game could be either of these two, right? There's 2
yes.
hostiles remaining as well as 2 red caps. And I am thinking actually there are only 10 cards remaining in Arasana's stack. When do you decide to pull the trigger and trash your own world tree? It is taking up like 2 valuable MU on your board after all.
Is there? I mean, I think the obvious, like, sort of the first answer. Oh, speaking of, I just looked at the bin for a second. There is a prognostic Q loop in there.
So there is.
Thanks, Jeff.
But I sort of think the sort of first order of when you trash the world tree is when you need the MU for something.
Of course. And you mentioned the prognostic Q loop. I think speaking of interesting splash cards, we haven't talked about this liberated account that's been sitting on the board. Not often a card that we see in Shaper, right?
So I think
but
it makes a lot of sense with the world tree. Like
Yeah,
with
World
what
Tree-
you want.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a synergy too between World Tree and Urban Art Vernissage, and so far as they both like chunky things you can install.
Yeah, they both
Yeah.
want big, chunky, like econ resources.
Yeah, so that's exactly the point that I was thinking about. Of course, you can take 12 credits off the liberated account and trade it in for a new one of the world tree, and so on and so forth. And that second world tree maybe even comes down like for an even further discount because of vernissage creds. So that's an extreme amount of value that you're getting. Here we go. Trebuchet.
Trebuchet not at its most impressive here. It's terrifying seeing this rig. Look at a trebuchet and be like, yeah, I can break that. In fact, I'm going to put a Pichasau on it because I get through it so easily. Intimidating.
So that's a 5 credit brick on trebuchet. It doesn't really get much better than that, I think.
I mean, there's a very real chance that Arasana installs one more icebreaker at some point this game, at which point it's a 2 credit break for Trebuchet.
That's absolutely correct. And there we go, see a big deal trash. A big deal trash from HQ. And now we see the Maviris going in. And I believe this is a third click run archives. And here we go. Yep, there it is. Deep dive. Scoring the last
Good
Project Atlas.
game.
GG.
I think even without the deep dive, the rudder was looking to be in a very solid position because the rigs really juiced, and all of the runs are so cheap with 6 bad pub.
Also, we don't know what's in the runner's hand. A sick thing about Pichasau is that if there's another deep dive in hand and this missed, deep dive shuffles. You can just look at it. Another 8 entire cards.
Yeah. And I do believe we saw that exact interaction play out in one of our earlier games today. And unfortunately for the run at the time, both deep dives.
We saw a
0
double
points
deep
out of
dive
10 cards.
lift
Yeah, that's
earlier.
absolutely crazy.
All right,
But
just checking in
there
on
we
these
have it.
last
Deep
couple
dive
games.
Arizona.
How long do we have on the round? 7 minutes? Okay.
Right. Looks like the vast majority of the matches are done. Looks like about 6 or 7 to go.
I believe we have one more round after this one.
Correct.
Yes, that would be the final round, and I think that's without being too much of a captain obvious, that's where you will see the top 16 really solidify. And bear in mind that for this event there will be no tiebreaker rounds, so everyone on the same amount of points is not guaranteed to be in. You will be going to strength of schedule if necessary to break any ties on whatever the bubble number is, whether it be 30 or 27 or maybe even 28 or some other odd number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me say something about strength of schedule. It's a good first tiebreaker. If you played people who have been crushing all tournament, you had a tougher tournament. You deserve to get in if everybody's tied. I love strength of schedule. Keep at it. Good tiebreaker.
All right, y'all, since we only got a couple minutes left in the round, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We didn't get one after the last round like I anticipated, so we'll be back probably about 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. We still have one more round left before we determine who's making the top cut tomorrow. So
yeah, I might go anywhere because presumably my baby's gonna wake up. But it's been lovely joining y'all.
Go anywhere.
Sorry everybody for speaking pretty ineloquently about calling judges. Please do call judges. If you're in any doubt, definitely call judges. It's gonna make every situation the best for a tournament of whatever level you're at.
Yeah. Absolutely. They're all, we got a couple judges in the call here and they're on mute, but they're thinking, nah, we speak in jest, but, to the judges and the TOs, definitely, they are taking the time out of their day to let the event run, as smoothly as possible, and so that other people can have fun with the game. They don't want you to have no fun with the game. They just want to make sure it's fair for everyone. But
yeah, and you're using up enough mental energy, like thinking about how to play the game and thinking about your 2-for-1s and thinking about your IDs. Don't also spend mental energy thinking about whether you should call a judge. Just call a judge.
Absolutely. All right.
You can think about it later. Yeah. All right. Sorry. All right.
We'll be
Thanks
back
for
in
letting
just a
me
couple.
talk.
And everybody say thanks to Sanjay for the commentary.
Bye.
Thanks, Sanjay.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
All right, y'all, welcome back. We are heading into the 7th and final round here of the 2023 Europe, Middle East, and Africa Continentals. Before we get underway, we do have Jeff Usangren, one of our judges here, would like to say a few words.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. It's been a wonderful day of games so far, and a huge thank you to the commentary and Mar, who's been doing lead judging, along with all of the other judges we've had throughout the day. And I'm here mostly to plug two quick things. One, we've got the Intercontinental Championship in 2 weeks. That's going to be taking the top 4 from all 3 continental events and having them play a series of elimination matches. Should be a lot of fun. And then additionally, while Worlds is sold out, there is going to be a tranche of tickets that are released late on September 1st. So if you still want to go to Worlds but didn't have an opportunity to buy a ticket, we're going to have somewhere between probably 15 and 25 tickets become available around then. And so you should, if you're interested, sign up for the waitlist, and we will use the waitlist on Eventbrite to go and distribute tickets for Worlds, which, as a reminder, is in Barcelona this year on October date. I should remember
13th,
off the top
14th,
of my
and
head.
15th.
Thank you very much. 13th, 14th, and 15th. And I will be there, as will almost all of the whole OP team, and I think at least a decent chunk of the commentary crew we've had on throughout the day and throughout the last couple of continental weekends. And so I think that's all I have to say. And yeah, thanks again to the comm teams, and best of luck to all the players with a round still left to go.
Thanks very much, Jeff. If you need more information on reserving tickets, anything about, any that might be redistributed, right on Null Signal's front page, they have this article information for Nats and Cons winners and reserve tickets, and that should have everything you need there. And Intercontinentals is in 2 weeks, correct?
Yes.
I believe that is correct. Yes.
And I don't think I ever actually found out while you're here. Are we doing top 8 or 16?
It is a top 16 cut today.
Woo!
Or, well, it will be tomorrow, but...
Woo! 16 tomorrow. Ooh. Gonna be a good one.
That'll be a bloodbath.
That'll
It's
happen
going to
when
be
you
a
get
long, long one.
when you get record-breaking turnout, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's see here if that repair is underway. How are y'all feeling? What's been your favorite play of the day so far?
Oh, I mean, there's so many to count from, right? There's just been so much great Netrunner that we've seen this entire day. I want to say the coolest play we've seen on stream today was that sick Audacity Tucana into Malaput tutoring the oh man, there's so many. There's like this 4-card concept. Audacity, Tucana, Malaput. Name escapes me.
Jeff Protocol.
Not exact protocol.
There was a really sweet line.
Skunkworks. It was a last click install Skunkworks on RD with the Tucana trigger. Getting an Atlas token onto an empty HQ to pull the winning hostile takeover next turn, and securing R&D with a Tucana install as well as a installed Skunkworks. I think that was super cool, and I believe it was in our round 1 stream podcast.
Yeah, real quick, since you're talking about Tucana, this reminded me, unfortunately I don't have a high resolution of it, but how long were y'all gonna let me go without knowing that this is a Liga Schmalskalm piece? Like, it didn't ring the same, like, tier, gatekeeper, like all of the like Apex, all of the classic Liga pieces, even World Tree. Like she's just got such range.
Yeah,
Shout outs to all of the artists who do this art. But
and I
it's
do
always fun to
believe
see
that
the people who have been providing art for the game forever still keeping at it.
I do believe the art depicts toucan. I believe it's like the eyes and the beak eating some kind of bird. But I mean, I always saw that that art is like just some kind of evil robot eye, which is fits the Wayland aesthetic to a T as well.
How about you, Thrantar? What's sticking out in your mind?
So I think for pure like wow pop off factor, Oscillate's first turn of install Hermes, dirty laundry, R&D, hidden agenda, bounce the ice on Rashida and trash the Rashida was just like such a wow open.
Yeah, that was a strong opener, and honestly, again, the fight that the court pushed back on for how long, honestly, in a game like that, just fantastic, great plays. Most people would have called it quits, I think, but to be 6 points down and to keep on trucking, you gotta respect that.
Yeah, for sure.
You play to your outs, you know.
We also saw some really neat calibration testing oblines earlier, which were really cool to watch.
Yeah, calibration testing. It's back, baby.
Yeah. Reaching into old op super heavy logistics bag of tricks. And speaking of tricks, I do believe round 7 is starting momentarily. The tables have been repaired. And there we go. We already see a bunch of IDs going through. Yeah, and a bunch of tables have started. So
All right, let's
want to just hop into
hold
one
one
of
up
them?
then. Um.
So just scrolling over this score, the standings for a moment. So we do have confirmation that this is a top 16 cut going into tomorrow. And what that means is that there are only 16 places available for no less than, I believe, 38 players fighting it out for these 16 slots, which means less than half of them are going to make it. Not to mention that a good chunk of these slots have already been locked in by players IDing on the top few tables. I think I'm seeing at least 4 IDs.
Let me
Is that yes?
real quick. We've got permission to stream table 10, which is Tuna versus Radino. Radino was
That should be a
in
good one.
top 8 at East Coast Champs. And we all know how it on court plays. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Let's pull this back in. See what we got here. Already we've got one of my favorites, subliminal messaging.
It's going to be a 2-for-1.
Yes. So as this is table 10, that is around the 19-20 range. So this is, either of these players' last shot to make it into the cut. And I don't think either one is going to hold anything back. I think it's going to be a good match. Hermes Ag Infusion, I think, is in particular a pretty
There's
cool
a lot of
matchup.
nuance in the Hermes Ag Infusion interaction.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's got a subliminal. Is watching the subliminal every turn for right now. Slow econ, but free econ. Free econ's
Better than no econ.
better than no econ, and especially subliminal, completely free. Doesn't cost a click, just gives you a credit.
We see this boomerang in stock and on the R&D run, and it turns out it is a Vampiro NASA. Kind of not what you want to see as a crim player. You're breaking loose credits and 2 net, so giving the corp 2 credits back on their 7 credit investment and drawing cards.
Looks like Rodino doesn't want to be dragged down. It would rather just boost the corp up.
Right, and trashing Rashida Jahim off the top, and of course pre-resing this Rashida in servitude just in case there was agenda on the top, and you get a Hermes trigger to bounce one of these cards over here. You obviously don't want Rashida getting bounced. You'd have to replay it, and you lose one entire turn of value.
Yeah, there was
Here we go.
Sorry, go ahead.
There was a play earlier today. I want to say, was it Bridgman? Somebody, like, the runner had accessed a virus, and then just basically as soon as it happened, the corp res the virus, just to be like, all right, I don't want to forget at any point that this is here. I have the money. Let me just res it now. And it's I think it's probably pretty funny to like people who played Leela back in the day, to kind of just see this happen all over again.
Sure, yeah, and it's just that paranoia, that that single access brings. And there we go, another falsified credentials hitting another Rashida and getting another counter on that turtle. Very close to being able to break that Vampiro NASA, although I assume that Tuno will be able to, or will have some words to say about it in the form of, taking a turn off to purge if it becomes a problem. And double Hanse review.
Even with even with the 4 counter turtle, Vampiro NASA is still 4 to fully break. Jazz Squid has 4 subs. It's
4
quite
subs
annoying.
is a lot of subs.
Yeah, it's more than 3 subs.
And we got more subs too. We got some sub messaging.
Oh, all the subs in this deck, huh?
I think we should have been playing Tool here.
Killing.
And here we go. It's the Keeling.
Dropping a card. Right.
Yep.
So Redino now knows what the jig is. It is up, as they say. And
so there's still potentially an Anoetic or a Managarm Skunkworks or a Cold Sight on this Killing, in addition to 2 ice and the potential of Ag Boops.
Right, and once again, this Anoetic Void Res. So two reasons for this, of course. Firstly, to stop any random Hermes bounce as we've seen before, and secondly, just the fact that it's res, you can't expose it with another falsified credentials. So that's a very heads up play by Tuno.
Along came a spider.
Ooh.
That's a very nasty thing to put on archives, if I do say so.
On archives, yeah. I mean, if you want to hit something with what they don't expect, put the spider on archives, I'll just rearrange some cards.
It's not lethal, and he'll still get a bunch of credits off this Bravado. Unless there's actually... yeah. Although if there's a Fuji asset retrieval, it could very easily actually be lethal.
But okay, excess, no steal, no nothing. Game's not over.
A 3rd Spin Doctor.
Yeah, it's what turn is it? It's turn 9, and we are over halfway through this Ag Infusion deck.
And okay, I mean, sure, Redino has like 15 credits to his name. I mean, by no means an insignificant amount, but I mean, this server 2 is looking extremely impenetrable right now between this potentially up to two Ag Infusion boops over multiple turns. Not to mention, of course, the Analytic Void and the third ice going on
And I
top
think
now.
the third ice is just game, I think. There's enough cards in hand, enough credits to fuel Anoetic. And the runner desperately needs a killer to get through this Anansi.
Redino has
Or
2
Boop-a-the
turns.
Spider is...
Yeah, so 8 more clicks. 8 more clicks to try and end the game. So of course there is there are outs. So for example, this pinhole threading, which the classic counter to Keeling.
What? Pinhole doesn't work here.
Yeah. And so correct normally because pinhole you can't pinhole just any random server because you just get booped onto the server you're trying to pinhole and you can't do it anymore, right? But if you were to pinhole a server with no unrest ice, in which case it would be this Anansi, right?
But there's enough cards for Anoetic. It's just an Anoetic lock.
Yeah.
And there's a code gate with an end the run.
Then that looks like it. Damn.
Flatline to an enemy. Yeah, that you'd expect it.
That will do it.
Good game, a nice quick one. I shout outs to Redino as well for the mining accident. I'm loving seeing cards that people just traditionally have not been using coming out of the woodwork. I always love a good underappreciated card,
I feel like there was a mining accident meta, but it was before my time. Can any of you confirm that?
I don't recall specifically what the meta used to look like. I mean, speaking as to this meta, I mean, if you expect a field full of assets, near of heart, R plus, Asa maybe, yeah, Epiphany, of course. Then of course a My Accent is an extremely good shout. Especially seeing as those decks sometimes do kind of run extremely tight on credits, so they can't afford to pay the 5 and the backup is kind of crippling to the board in the long run, right? But of course, as we've already discussed, it's pretty awful against the outfit. It kind of just dead card because the last thing you would want to be doing is turning on the red caps, without them having to work for it, and you're just giving them credits anyway. Yeah, so
oh no, Tammy's gonna get his DQ'd.
Yeah, I think that is a meta where Mining Accent can be good, but I guess the one big drawback of the card is the fact that you just scroll over to the Cobra tab and you see the top most commonly played corp is the outfit of 25 players in the whole field, and it's you kind of feel bad putting the card in the deck sometimes.
So I also think Econ in general has gotten better, is my impression, which means that the course more likely to just go, okay, here's 5, go away.
Oh yeah, that's also true. And I think if it makes sense in any deck, it definitely makes sense in this 419 deck. Because 419 you normally associate that ID with econ denial, the natural credit loss per turn when you pay to not expose, etc., etc. So I do agree it is a very natural fit, and I think it's quite a decent solution to some of the problems that you see in this meta, and definitely kudos to Redino for try to target that particular attack the meta from that particular angle, I should say.
All right, well, I think we've got time for another game to watch.
Yeah, I'm checking on table 9, Tradon versus Dobbs, is my best guess, but they're having, it looks like, a little bit of issues resolving some start of turn triggers on Near Earth Hub. Alright, well, maybe if they're still going later. Who else we got?
Let's see here. Table 6, of course.
I feel like table 12 probably is all. Is
Sure.
one that could be a cut decider. So let's take a look at that.
Let's go. Looks like ASA versus PD, and
all right. Table 12, Reina Murata versus Kakai, is good to go. So let me. We're a little bit underway here. We've got a project, or a Nikawa project, stolen on the runner side versus an off-world office, having been scored on the corp side. And PD, it looks like, is going into the next score window, saying, "Come on, come on,
right.
there you go. Come touch this agenda."
21 credits, 3 unres pieces of ice on server 1 seems reasonably safe, especially when we're not seeing a full breaker suite from Reina yet.
I don't know. It's not enough to res 3 copies of tier.
This is true. Although Architect of Tomorrow could help with that. Not sufficiently by itself, but...
And, if we weren't playing a different ID. We got Finality coming down with a Drafter being bond hard to do a little bit of damage. Access 1, Access 2, tries to spin Doctor. Access 3, Rashida. Access 4, Luminal Transubstantiation.
Alright, not a bad hit.
This is one of my... I genuinely love limit 1 per deck agendas in particular, and other, limit 1s that remove themselves from the game. Rebirth is the one that comes to mind. But it gives you a very clear, there's Architect Deployment Test.
I was wondering if we're going to see the Just Run Archives. You know that whatever's in server 1, it's not a spin.
Well, I mean, sometimes ESA just, does it to,
I guess
sabotage.
The advanced card could technically be a... What's the advanceable Jinteki upgrade that ends the run?
Biovault.
Biovault. Which I don't know if it's rotated or not. I have to double check. But there's nothing else. Like, what's the other possibility for an advanceable upgrade?
This conversation is going in a particular direction, which I know Monday is going to absolutely relish, and I'm dreading absolutely. Isn't that right?
Sorry, I was checking to make sure that there wasn't going to be a side swap. What am I?
Well, we were just talking about, what are possible outs for Pika in this situation, and Thranta pointed out, what if server one's advanced card was an advanceable upgrade, for example?
Because then you could still res spin. But
defense construct only works if it's installed on archives. Sorry.
Yeah, but like without an advanceable upgrade, you know that server 1 does not have a spin doctor, which means that there's no shuffle back on the sabotage.
Yes, and I mean, I guess we didn't really get here in time to see what the the sequence of sabotage was, but we do see 4 core damage, one of which is on the final turn with that finality. And only 1 card left in HQ, which we can maybe intuit that this is also an agenda.
So I think
in either way it's hard, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, continue.
So I think especially in this matchup with Asa, Drafter is such an interesting piece of ice because Asa has a ton of really high value run events. There's Chatushka, there's Finality. Like these are all really impactful, really high value run events that Drafter you can walk through it, but these are also run events that dump a ton of really high value stuff into archives, and you've got a Drafter. It's just such an interesting little bit of tension there.
Yeah,
that I think is really neat.
And I think it's overall such an efficient package too. Strength 3, 2 subs on a 3-cost ice is pretty up there in terms of rates on ice go. And even if it gets ban hard or something, that's still 2 net damage for a 3-credit investment. Yeah, you're not getting the sub value, but you're getting some value, and that's why you see so many drafted reses even into Banha server targeting, because you might as well spend 3 credits to do 2 net damage. That's like anemone without having to discard.
All right, so we're on table 14 now.
Yep. Zomzraff versus Fridon. I assume one of these is a Norwich player. Yeah, we got Hoshiko versus PD, and I see an MIC over here on R&D.
Yeah, MIC. So there is a Unity on board, which thankfully breaks for only 4 credits, which is about as good as you're gonna get for a single program. I'm just thinking about if in this spot you have something like a buzzsaw, which would be 5 credits, because of the somewhat prohibitively expensive 3 to pump. And forbid that you are even running something like Abasi. I don't even want to calculate how much that is to pump that to break this.
I think that's only 6,
7
yeah.
credits. I think it's 7.
Abasi starts at 1 strength, doesn't it? Or does it go 2 for 2?
2 for 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's not great.
But with 4 icebreakers installed, including a Unity and a Buzzsaw on a Baba Yaga, you could get through it for a mere 3 credits.
We are approaching levels of value that I heretofore thought impossible.
The value's off the charts.
Here there be monsters.
Unity is amazing for Baba Yaga ratings. It's the single best strength
One
boost,
of the
and
strongest pump abilities, yeah.
Close. Oh, barring the stealth abilities, but those are stealth and.
Right. So we did see Zomdraft go in and take out the Analytic Void the turn after the score, which is probably the best time to do it, rather than waiting for when the cop is ready to go with another agenda, and in which case they are probably confident enough to defend it. So that's dealt with, that particular defensive upgrade, but here we go, another Banha hitting another drafter seems to be happening a lot these days.
So one interesting thing is this is a Stargate run, and Zomdraft has no clicks left. If they see an agenda off the Stargate, they can trash it, but they can't go fetch it.
Yeah, so that's correct. Oh, and MIC trash to stop that Stargate run. That's expensive. Of course, MIC only being able to end the run if the runner doesn't have any clicks remaining, but Zomdraft running on last click just to be able to break that MIC for cheap, only spending the 2 credits to pump and break ETR. Of course, doesn't have the clicks to lose, ends the run, but I can't imagine that he's too unhappy with that, considering that he spends 2
6
credits
cost
and 2 net
ice.
damage. Yeah, to trash a 6 cost ice. That's pretty value. Oh, did I say that?
Yeah, it's all good. We got Tranquility Homegrid giving us 2 more credits here. Hid behind this Hagen coming off of the Tranquility Homegrid.
So one interesting, nice little tech piece I'm looking at is Zomdraft. He's included Solidarity Badge, which is a new unique piece of hardware. Just the first time each turn you trash a corp card, place 1 power counter on it. And it's any trashing as long as you're doing it. It's not like Glue, where it's, trash a card you're accessing. No, you can. It works with Stargate. You can Stargate things and then get paid back with Solidarity Badge.
And,
You can hit both things and get paid back with Solidarity Badge.
Yeah. And it's quite cool because normally I think most people would normally associate playing this card in a freedom deck, but here we see in a Hoshiko, and it's not like regular Anak doesn't have plenty of ways to like trash corp cards. You've already touched on like 2 main offenders, right? Stargate, Hippo, and this is not to mention even just trashing things off the table for their regular trash cost.
Mhm.
That's perfectly fine as well.
Or you could even run, Parasite and not Parasite, Chisel and Devil Charm. If you really want to commit to the let's just trash all the ice, then trash
Chisel
all their
Charm,
things.
what a classic.
Chisel Charm, yes.
Double drafter bonus.
All right, and it looks like another drafter res on R&D. What is it with like Banhas and drafters? It feels like we've seen so many.
It's
like so many like
they're 2
combinations
really
of
good
Banhas.
cards for their respective side. The fact that they happen to run into each other, that's just averages.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like I just did some quick math. Looks like this was a 50 card Hoshiko list. So slightly larger than the minimum, but still a pretty small deck, I'd say.
I believe we have seen Hoshikos over the day. We've of course got the
Is this not only 45?
regular Hoshiko with 45.
No,
We have
on my
seen
count, this was
45.
50.
We have seen 45. We have seen 70.
We've seen a
And
variety
you
of
see
numbers
all
in
manner of
between.
cards in between. Yeah, 55, 50, 48, 47. There doesn't seem to be a consensus.
We
The
got
consensus seems
20.
to be play Hoshiko.
We got 22 in the heap. Yeah, don't get me started. We got 22 in the heap, plus the 8 on board. Not this. For 30. Plus this for 35, plus stack for 45.
I think I counted grip twice, actually. I think I counted grip in the top left and then also
It gets
on the
me
ID.
so frequently.
Okay, so here we go. Finally, we get this Stargate off from Zomdraft after being stymied by double drafter last turn. And there is an Architect deployment test hit off the Stargate. And is this a Spin Doctor in server 1?
Nope.
Seems like not.
That's
not.
game.
All right.
That's game. Good game.
Congratulations to Zomdraft. I hope I'm not pronouncing that name wrong. And I mean, I believe this is the ticket that they need for.
It looks like they
I'm
have
not
another
sure.
game, actually.
Yeah, looks like we have another
Oh,
game.
it's game 2. All right. They're playing game 2. Okay, amazing.
We lucked out.
All right.
Just be a second while that comes up here. We have 32 tables still going. I want to say we had 49 tables paired this last round, so still just under 100 people playing the whole. Where's my stream timer? Oh, it's on Twitch actually, yeah. The whole 10 hours? The whole 10 hours?
Then
it's tough. It's a lot. But it's so worth it.
Well, I have a.
I'm tired and I've been only talking, you know.
Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. This is got to be a good one, right? Where's my
Dole versus Asa.
Oh.
How do you feel about core damage?
Yes.
I think this game's going to be very fast.
Yeah, I mean, we have been talking about this matchup for a number of occasions. Finally, and what may be the last game of the entire day, we will get to see it. That's hype.
I'm ready for Freedon to flatline, or to not be able to discard down to hand size at the end of turn 5 after having taken 9 core damage.
Yeah, I dig it.
All right.
I'm just thinking, what are the ways for Thule to inflict core damage on the corp turn? Hypoxia is like the big thing I'm thinking about.
Yeah, hypoxia.
Scoring on Group Grid is the obvious thing to me.
Or
you
riot suppression.
Or salvo testing.
Although the runner can elect to lose the 3 clicks.
Yeah, and then if they try to run and steal an agenda, where are they going to get that last click? From wheels? Probably from wheels.
Probably from running hot.
Or Asa just takes 1 core damage because Asa.
Yeah, why not at that point? Okay, Rashida Jahim going off turn 2. If it feels like it's been a while since you see like a turn 2 Rashida go off without like any kind of contest or the weird Hermes play by the runner.
So let's while we're getting the initial board set up. Salvo testing? Is salvo testing getting played here? Ontological has to be 6 of the 20. Salvo testing?
Question mark?
I hope so. Everyone's so down on salvo testing, and I want to see someone
Hear me out. This is going to be Stegadon Hakarl.
Ooh, the shark. Oh.
I mean, I think Stegodon is like just an interesting agenda to put in Thule deck to begin with, just because like you are likely going to be on Harmorix because of Bloop, and just to be clear, because the text on Stegodon reads whenever when you duress a card during a run, the icebreakers take -2 strength. It doesn't have to be attached to the actual first half of the card, which lets you duress. So the act of Bloop duressing a card by resing itself will trigger the -2 strength on runner icebreakers, which notably is relevant for cards like Carmen, which will have to pump in additional time to match Bloop strength. And also cards like Slap Vandal, which suddenly go to 4 strength vendors, like unable to interface to break any of Bloop subs, which I think is extremely cool interaction, and I think definitely underexplored in Thule.
All right, would you see one of the new icebreakers coming down?
Shibboleth being imported from Criminal. That 1 cost for a base 3 strength early game This is exactly what I wanted when I said I want cards that get worse as the threat level increases. This is exactly what I want. There's I don't necessarily think it would be played in this deck now that stock buyback has rotated, but Hangeki is still legal. If you Hangeki into hello Luminal Transubstantiation. If you Hangeki into one of the Hendrik triplets, turns out on your turn the runner doesn't have any remaining clicks to lose.
Oh.
To double check, I think there's some very odd corner cases that can cause the runner to end up with a click that they can't spend otherwise, but there's certainly esoteric corner cases if I'm remembering correctly at all.
I mean, as with all jank combos, it starts with an offer you can't refuse. And hypothetically speaking, maybe there's a Pishakao on this ice that you're running.
Yes, that might have been it.
Oh, Ablative Barrier being rezzed as a 1 strength and the run.
All right.
I mean, Stegadon hopefully...
So if this protects the server and there's something worth protecting in the server, which there is, because otherwise you wouldn't res the Ablative Barrier, I think it's very hard for the runner to come back. Install a Fractor.
Whoa! That is a res. That is a Chestushka third click. That is an extremely cold read from Fridan, saying, I don't believe you have any ETR ice on specifically this outermost on HQ, and I don't believe that innermost is a magnet. No, that is an extremely cold read, and
it's going through.
Freedom day off.
It's getting away
4 from R&D.
with it.
4 from R&D.
What a read, honestly. That was stone cold.
So we haven't seen a lot of sabotage in a little bit at this point. What's your take on the HQ R&D debate? Where do you first look to sabotage?
General consensus is from R&D, and I think the main reason for that is you're not discarding cards that you've already drawn. Which is even more lost tempo, right? That's the trade-off that you have from being able to choose the cards in HQ. You can choose them because you already drew them, which I think is just like an excellent little design aspect of sabotage that I just really love. When Sabotage X, any mechanic that is followed by a number needs an X. I will die on this hill.
You know what? I mean, that could be an extremely cool...
Threat X, Sabotage X. There we go.
Yeah! Come on.
Yeah!
That's good design.
Honestly...
You can have that one for free, NSG.
Quest Sabotage X for X's threat is interesting.
Oh, and fully operational in Thule. All right. I mean, you got to get your economy from somewhere. This is influence-free. Can't do. You could do a lot worse. Is what I mean to say.
I mean, fully op at this point could have been 1 credit draw for, if that's what Zom needed. Any card that has a choice on it is always made better.
The flexibility of drawing, I think, really elevates it. It's a pile of money if you need a pile of money, but also if you for instance, if you just sabotage from hand because you know hand is safe and just hold on to a fully operational, and next you just fully off and go, okay, I'm drawing 6.
I mean, what you're describing is an Asa group deck from a couple of years ago, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we saw fully op. I think D played a fully op, but took 6 credits, which, okay, that's a Hansei that you get to play at 1, and also you don't have to discard.
That's a good card.
That's a government subsidy, but costs 9 less.
Advance. Take it on!
Oh, there we
Yeah.
go. The game is afoot.
Which also makes this ablative barrier res earlier look much more appealing because we can just rinse and reuse the barrier.
Yeah. And let's not
And-
forget, Threat 3 is activated, so that res ability is online.
And continue getting that res value.
So any run on a server other than server 1, and you'll almost certainly see Zomsraf pop this, de-res this ability for value. And all right, Marrow install, 1 more core damage, please.
Light Spectre is asking if for X credits, Threat X, Sabotage X, would that be better than Chistushka? And my answer is, it doesn't have to be. It's just got to be cool. I always appreciate the transition from cards that are very powerful to cards that are very cool and also powerful.
So there is a interesting thing about all this sabotage that's going on from the runner deck. It in a way, it's just giving more ablative barrier targets. So I mean, sure, you do have to execute the game plan, but there is a world where you're just making the cop stronger by giving them more options to pick from.
Yeah, you also want to be very careful in this matchup because there is an actual, plausible issue with allowing yourself to take too much core damage. We've got 1 down, so we have probably some 3/2s hanging about. And you typically want to wait until at least a couple of those are out of the game before you start going hog wild with the core.
So one thing to note here is Friedan accessed a Tranquility home grid, which means that Zomsraft is probably not on Drupstad. So that's probably not a threat you have to worry about.
That's a good shout. 1 region per server.
There's nothing that stops you from having multiple regions in your deck, but slots get tight, server space gets awkward.
Yeah, and it turns out, like, Gipstad feels like a good card, and it could be, but then every time you want to use it, you're like, 4 credits? Ugh.
It's so much money. Especially compared to Tranquility, which gives you money.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And
one costs 4, 1 costs -1. That's not a contest. And speaking of which,
say the Tranquility getting res, card coming
Ice
down
going
on
down on server 1.
Ice going down. We still do not have a full Breaker Suite for Friedan. He's still looking for a killer.
You know what? I'm calling it. This is going to be a drafter.
Well,
like,
we can find
Ban
out.
House on server 1, it's got to be drafter. There's no other card it could possibly be.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Okay, so that goes into another server. Doesn't have to be a remote.
Could still be a drafter.
It can't be an agenda. Put up an unseen
saying it's been
card.
installed to the root, it is probably not a drafter that has just been installed.
I don't know.
So, interesting question here. Do you take the 1 net damage or pay 1 credit for this corroder for ablative barrier? You're already paying 1 credit for the second one. And it looks like the call is just to take the 1 net. So that opens up like a few more things that you could possibly trash out of server 1. It could be like another Skunkworks. It's like the biggest thing.
I think I paid the 1 on the first ablative barrier because I know there's a Tranquility, and I'm not trashing that if I go through the second ablative regardless.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the I think difference for me would have been like, could I have paid the tool tax
Oh,
upon
oh,
getting into
that's a
that?
Rashida.
No,
That's a Rashida god.
I was about to agree. Frank Feta in the Frank Feta 420 in the chat had called it as a spin doctor, and I was gonna say, yeah, sounds right.
And I guess we were all wrong. Everyone was wrong this turn. On the drafter, on the spin dog. Man, it is getting late, huh? Yeah, and yeah, of course. Good shout in the chat. Uh, that was the one chance so far that Zom's draft has gotten to actually duress one of these ablative players, because so far Freeland has only been interested in running the server one, right? And
Yeah.
to be fair, why wouldn't he? It's like the only server which he knows that he can definitely get through all of this ice because of this corroder and the fact that these ablative players are so paper thin at this stage of the game.
Freedan is looking pretty broke, although he can crack the fermenter and run server 1 again if he wants.
Just to clear up in the chat, it says has to be on a different server. This was the ablative res on the run on server 1 pulled a Rashida into server 2. So when when Freedon made the run onto server 2, that should have triggered the timing condition on Stegadon.
Freedon with bunch of clicks here. Looks like
I think Freedan's thinking about money
yeah.
and
So
what
of course
his best ways
this
of getting it are.
fermenter, yeah.
I keep on getting confused because like you're still very audible, but the slight bit of compression, I'm like, no, that's ESO. That's not freedom.
Yeah. Okay. So the call is to trash fermenter 6 credits.
Is enough to get up
Not the
to
most
short
value we've
gamble
ever seen from
range.
fermenter, but still reasonable. And oh man,
4 credits wasn't enough. How about 6?
4 credits was not enough for Zom to res the outer ice here.
7 credits.
Magnet.
Ooh, well.
so it was a magnet on Outermost HQ previously. Now we're pulling over this Botulus. And you still can go through this with Shibboleth, definitely.
If Freedan has the 3 credits required to break,
Now
going
you're
through.
gambling that second HQ ice is not visible. Yes.
Or not an end of the run,
oh
we've got
boy,
a drafter.
here we go.
That's a problem.
So drafter fires, and man, I think like drafter firing like on a developed court board is like super sick, right? Just because like on these HP boards, sometimes you have a trend grid like sitting around, you get free you get like 2 credits just for existing and putting a card in the server on the runner turn, which is not your turn, so you get to go again. And there we go, Rashida from archives into assume server 1. There we go.
Trashing a
Over
card.
installing whatever
Okay.
was there. Yeah, getting 2 credits, no biggie. And yeah, and it's probably fine to just sabotage 4 here, given the amount of value you'll be getting. And like maybe in this spot you consider sabotaging from HQ, just because your Rashida is going to be firing soon.
Yeah,
because it doesn't seem like Freedan is able to contest this Rashida on 0 credits with 2 clicks remaining.
So I will note this is Nerves of Steel from Zomdraft. That was a Rashida that we know is in server 1, which means that no agenda got pulled from
from the
Archives
drafter.
on the drafter.
Yeah, the fact that
So-
it was a face-up Rashida is
And the face-up fully operational.
yeah. To have, I think at the time there were 8, 10 face downs.
And now there are 12.
Now there's 12. And yeah, as Spectre is calling out in the chat, previously the Magnet didn't get res because Shibboleth was at 3 strength, could have broken it for 1, but with the Stegodon here getting the D-res in, that puts it down to -2 before it hits the threat 4.
Right, of course. And we're running hot for 3 clicks.
Money.
It's going to be credit, and run server 1.
Okay,
Of course.
just want to trash the Rashida. Rashida needs to die.
So you definitely take the 1 net damage from Banha on this one because you're just enough to pay through second ablative and trash this Rashida.
So what's this ablative gonna fetch?
I mean, there is another Rashida in Archives. You can ablative a Rashida into a new remote, and this is Freedan's last click. That's a pretty cool play.
Yeah, I mean, if
It's
one
not
Rashida is gonna get
uncommon
trashed,
card, though. Yeah, why not? We just whack them all. Okay. So the 3 and breaking with Corona and accessing, trashing Rashida, of course. And in return. And is it? It is not another Rashida. Wow. Right, then what could it be then? It's probably Spin Doctor, if that's the case.
yeah, can't be an agenda. I also did not. Yeah, here we go.
That's the spirit.
All right, Marrow causes a sabotage here. So Zama's 1 ontological away from the win. That's an install. Advance.
True, with the Tranquility Upgrade, you can do it from 1 credit.
You can do it from none,
Or even
right?
from 0 credits.
Wait, you can do it from 1 if it's derized.
Yes, but
Yes.
this particular Tranquility Upgrade is rezzed.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
Zom
who
perhaps
knows,
needs to
could
find
be
some
another
way to spend
Tranquility.
that credit. Can you pump the runner's breakers? Here comes
Can we get
finality.
another sabotage? And now ontologicals like scoreable from 0-4, sure. Tranquility or no tranquility. Just go install credit advance, and that's it. And here go finality. Once more with feeling and R&D. 1 credit on zombie.
Is this another ablative? Ah!
Oh man. What?
Rough.
I mean, to be fair,
There's Rashida.
it's another Rashida, and Freedan is on 0 credits, but there is Banha is on R&D, so you can't just get through this with 1 net damage and see 4 cards.
Also, this
But,
poor
I mean,
Shibboleth.
it's such a tough. Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough sell, though, right? If 6 points from 4 cards doesn't seem like quite feasible. Given
Well,
the
there's a
agendas
quick left to
that
run
we've seen.
Archives.
Oh, that is absolutely true.
And there's only 2 cards in HQ. Like, there can't be that many agendas hanging out in HQ because there just can't be that many agendas in HQ. There's not enough room.
Yeah, there's straight up not enough space. Something going on in the chat. Some Joff wanting to ask for a change in the ablative install.
That's one I think would be a little difficult, if only because finality does core damage. So,
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's fine to ask for a rewind, but of course, this is absolutely the kind of thing that you would have to ask your opponent about. But there we go. The click is taken back regardless, and it is an ablative res, same as before. And here we
Right.
go. Zomdraff deciding what card he wants to install from archives. And this is the, of course, third ablative barrier that we've seen. And if it so happens that there's a card in some, oh, what's this? Install an unseen card from archives in the root of archives. That's very interesting.
Managarm can't be rezzed.
Hendrik.
Hendrik. Doesn't Hendrik take 2 to
can't
fire?
Yeah. 100 costs 2 to fire, and Zomdraff is at 0.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, we might find out here.
I mean, it's.
I must admit that I'm very curious about this.
I can't think of any punish to be like to have an upgrade on archives from 0 credits, and if Freedom can't think of one as well, we might see a last click run archives.
Ganked, but there's nothing to ganked into.
Yeah, Server 3 could be a spin doctor, of course. We haven't seen any this game. And there it goes. And shuffling 2 unseen cards, of course. And but what is the upgrade? I think we're all very curious to see that. And there are no
It is
agendas.
Managarm.
There's an Adrian Sace in
is
this deck.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
And there we go. The 1/2, as agenda should be, 1 advancement requirement, 2 points.
Eat your heart out, Astroscript.
Regulatory capture. Good job to the players. That was a really nice game to watch. That's not a matchup that I've had the opportunity to sit down and observe. So I enjoyed the tenseness of it, and some interesting imports from both of the players. The Shibboleth for the early aggression, and the Adrian for the tempo, I guess you would say.
Asa already wants to go so hard early and then close the game by just trading archives for like 4 points. So going from like threat 3 to winning in 1 turn is very, very plausible for Asa.
Yeah, quite realistic, I'd say. Yeah.
Let's see here. We still got a couple games going. I don't think.
Time left in the round. Looks like 9 minutes left in the round.
Cool. Got permission from this game, which is, I think, just getting underway. 12 minutes, but nothing scored yet.
Sorry, which table?
I don't remember. It's Melig versus Hyperbolic Mess.
Right. Table 28. Here we go.
Tree line! Okay, I'm totally on board for this because I'm a big Veal main, and let me tell you, I'm seeing Prov, I'm seeing advanced tree lines. I'm thinking we're looking at Big Beal.
Big Beal. You think we've got some couriers coming?
Red Planet couriers, get your biotic.
Yeah.
Just Beal for 7. It's that easy.
I played RPC Beal for Crown of Servers at Worlds last year. It didn't that didn't go well. Masvingo is a cool card though. And Priority Construction, that's also a card.
Oh,
there we go. That's what I was thinking.
Advanced trick is Trick of Light. Famously easy card to mess up in on JNet, because you have to pick the card you're targeting first and then move the counters onto it. You're not supposed to pick the card that you're moving counters from. But there we go. That's all settled, and that's a Bellona. All right. Back
Yeah.
up to 7 credits on Hyperbolic Miss.
I have to give credit to Hyperbolic Mess here. I did not consider putting this in Provdivust, but I saw Tree Line and my mind went immediately to Trick of Light. TL? TOL? TL? TOL?
Trick of Light's good.
Total.
Nice.
TLTL. Yeah, sounds about right.
Unfortunately, this sets back the Red Planet Courier's plan, but...
Well, yes and no. I mean, yes, you are losing counters, but now you need less counters
But
to
now
win
you
the
need
game.
fewer counters. You only need to score 7-4.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then what's the point if your Beal's only worth 4?
I
Do
mean,
you
fair
do
enough.
you
Like,
really
getting
are
it
you
so
really
good.
a winner if you score a Beal for less than 7? Like,
Yes.
take away all of the people, like all of the victories, all of the championships. If you played Beal and it didn't score for 7, asterisk.
Plus, this opens up. Also, with the Trick of Lights in, it's really hard to find the influence for the biotics, for the biotic and the Red Planet Couriers, because that's 9 by itself. So you can maybe fit 1 Trick of Light in with 3 tree lines.
And a Tree Line, of course, like an amazing card to splash specifically in this ID. 1 influence, and importantly, very importantly, an advanceable ice, which, as we all know, Pravdivos is kind of wants pretty badly. I mean, they have cards like what was it, Mesny Chessvo is the
Chessvo.
pronunciation. Yeah, but I believe that is it for Advent Advanceable Ice, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think Master Chefno is the only.
Yeah, and then the rest of the advanceable ice in standard format right now is all Wayland, and other than Ice Wall, the OG, of course, Tree Line, I think, is the only other advanceable ice that is a 1 influence card.
Yes, that is correct.
Ooh.
And okay. Tomorrow's headline score: bounce that ice on server 1. Really good timing on that steal, I gotta say.
Yeah, just real quick, I gotta talk about Tree Line because I love this card. As an expendable, click 1 credit, reveal and trash the card face up in archive from HQ. 3 advancement counters on an installed piece of ice. I'm just thinking, like, here's the Mosvingo. Here, let's just go ahead and Tree Line it. I guess I'll go ahead and restore this now. Oh, we got a double ice on server 1 and an advancement. Is there a second Trick of Light?
So it is quite expensive, but Triple Advanced Colossus is a lot of Sentry.
That is a big Sentry, I agree. And here we go. Diversion of funds off of this Boomerang. Strength, obviously doesn't matter to these the B&B Boomerang and Botulus back in the day,
And
of course.
Banhar, which I'm
And
actually going to touch
Banhar.
on for a second, because Treeline has a very, very sort of polarized layout and stat profile. And there's a bunch of breakers
Whoa!
and remastered edition. Cool. So this is like AstroScript threat at this point, because like remastered edition and Trick of Light, like you're just scoring 4/2s.
Yeah, and I mean, now just 2 credits could possibly be the game, right?
Like any
Just
4/2 wins. I mean, once Hyperbolic Mess has slightly more credits to play the Trick of Light.
Well, a
Uh,
3-2.
I mean, just a Beal wins. The Beal wins just instantly, right? With 2
Yeah,
credits.
install advance, pop the remastered edition, score.
And even now that I think about it, I think a Beal and Trick of Light wins from 0 credits. Because you just go install credit trick.
Install Trick.
Yep.
Remastered. Yep. Beal wins from 0.
Yeah. So that puts like on an extremely tight clock right now. You have to find those the rest of these 2 pointers. You've got one already in that tomorrow's headline, but there's still 3 more lurking around somewhere. You have to assume if you're on remastered edition, you're also on Beals.
Mm-hmm. I would certainly expect 3 Beals in the Corp deck here. But going back to what I was saying about Treeline for a second, is there's a bunch of stuff in the format right now that's really good against single sub or sometimes 2 sub ice, but like Botchless, Banhar, Boomerang, all just breeze through it for almost free. Slap Vandal breezes through it for almost free for a while and then stops working entirely. Because there's also a bunch of like really played breaker suites and breakers that just look at strength 7 and go, wait, I can't count that high.
All right, I think I'm gonna pivot to a different server here.
Like, do I want to cleaver? Do I want to spend 9 breaking this 7 strength tree line with a cleaver? Not really.
Just play Lucky Charm at that point. It's like, all right, that's fine. Make it as big as you want. Just you can have your credit. I'm gonna go now.
or on that note, the new pseudo breaker banner.
Oh, is that game?
Oh, is that it? That looks like it. Oh,
that looks like it.
A game. Good game.
That's the deal.
Yeah, but it was only for 2 points. So congratulations to Melig for actually winning that one. No.
It was a big enough deal.
It's the tiniest Beal. It was basically a 2-2. Good job to both of the players, to all the players, to everybody who played today, especially y'all who still are going. Like I said, incredible. Gave us a bunch of fantastic games. That
was a really neat corp deck, and I'm glad to see Prov with Beal, even if it's not quite the RPC I love, but Prov with Beal, lot of fun, so many lines.
Yeah. Let's check in then on the I don't think we have. Yeah, all the tables should be finished, so once we get these reports in, I think we can have an idea of our top 16.
Looks like all the pairings are in, but not implemented into the standings yet. Our current standings in Cobra are only up to round 6. We should be updating them to round 7 very shortly.
I believe so. I'm going to stop refreshing. Say what?
It looks like time's been called and all the tables are done, so we should have results pretty soon.
Cool. Well, so while we're waiting on that, stick around while we find out the final numbers here. But just want to say thank you. First of all, thank you to Jai and to Thrantar for all the commentary. Jai, you've been here the whole day. Thrantar, you showed up about halfway through. You were ready to go immediately, but too many cooks. But yeah, I appreciate y'all taking the time to commentate while give me the time to run the stream. Your analysis is always super thoughtful. Everybody who comes on, if you're playing Netrunner, it's because you're good at Netrunner. Don't let anybody fool you. Thanks to the tournament organizers / judges, Princess Space Kitten and Yusengrin came in at some point during this, as well as Kror, Ruben Peters, and NB Kelly, I believe, were the other three.
Yeah, sounds right.
Yeah. Just don't forget again. Do I have a tab open for it? No, let me get one.
And of course, let us not forget, thanks to you all, dear viewers, for sticking around and making our Twitch chat a fun one to be around. Whether or not you're playing the rounds, and whether or not you're here the whole way, it's always a pleasure to interact with you guys, girls,
Y'all.
and y'all. That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
And
That's
interacting with y'alls.
That's a crucial word. The one good thing the South did.
I'm gonna start using that one more often.
It's good. It's good. Let me just okay, no, never mind. Pull up from intermission. Just wanted to talk about 2 weeks from today we're going to be doing the Intercontinental Championship, in which the top four players from each of the three continentals will enter a triple elimination tournament. Starts at 10:30 a.m. UTC. I think that's an hour after we started today.
I think an hour earlier, possibly. Wait. Math is hard. Yeah, it's an hour earlier. Yeah, right.
Yep, as Ben is asking in the chat, triple, and yes, I also did a similar, not with P's, but with a different letter that's not really rollable. So yeah, that's going to be fantastic. We're going to see some great players. Where we might see one commentator there from right now, who might have placed very highly in APAC 2 weeks ago.
No idea what they're talking about.
And it's a shame we'll never know. And also because it was called out by Jeff here, just the World's tickets currently are sold out, but there is still time to put yourself on the wait list, because some of the tickets may end up being released for various tournament winners and whatnot. Just go to the Eventbrite page, and when you go to click tickets, join the wait list, and yeah, you should be notified if any of those tickets become available for y'all. If you're on the wait list, you have 2 days to buy them. After that, they are gone. So
I do believe our top 16 results are out, actually.
Are they? Let's take a look then. Standings after 7 rounds. Okay. I don't believe that they pair anything for tomorrow yet. But I think it runs by seeding anyway, so it's not necessarily an issue.
Correct. But the deck list will only be released tomorrow, shortly before the event proper starts.
Yes. We love having the deck list available. Makes the theorization of that much less intensive. But yeah, let's see here. This is your top 16 who will be playing in the cut tomorrow. Russ Rider, Bridgman, Rotom Appliance, Veronica, Beans, Socia, Captain Nice, very nice. Shout outs, very cool. D, also very cool. Mortimer, Oslet, Saka, I don't know who that is. Václav Perkomis, I believe the rules manager for NSG, so not surprising there. Nichan's girl, woman golfing emoji, hitting a blue heart emoji at you. It really does.
Gen 2, no?
Yeah, it looks like there's this optical illusion where it's it's getting closer to you because it's been hit towards you. Golfing love towards you.
Now that you mention it,
yeah,
driving the heart, huh? That's cool.
Take my love. 300 yards down the green. And of course, let's not get too distracted before we mention the king. Always super impressive how well he places, having to play through an Oracle. I can't remember who said it earlier, but apparently he just goes super fast. And actually, now that I think about it, well, first, shout out to Sanjay and Miles for also being on and commentating earlier today. No longer here, but I think one or both of them might be back tomorrow. And thank you to, I think it was Larea, who was the Oracle for the King today. That's always a very important job, and it's super cool to see, you know, I see like many different people like taking on that role, and it's just always endearing to see. But yeah, and let me just real quick before we sign off here, I just want to see 33, 33, 31. 30s all the way down.
All the way down to 24.
24. There were 8 people who got bubbled out by strength of schedule. That's wild. And again, let me just real quick, 145 of you, everyone who entered, again, just thank you for a great day. And we hope to catch you tomorrow morning, tomorrow time zone, to see the top cut, fight it out.
Yeah, of course.
Either y'all have any other?
Congratulations once again.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just congratulations to our top 16 and commiserations to the 17 through 24. We just got bubbled out. Shout out to Test Running, Blue Shifting, Pokebolo, Reina Murata, Jinsei, Barem Wu, Zomsdraft, Tradon, and Zhat. Zhat on 28 points.
No condolences for that. No, nobody here should feel at all disappointed about their performance. Even, you know, as you're going down the list, like you think like, oh, I got 30th, 40th place. Like that's not too great, but this was big enough to merit a top 16. 150 people came to play. Like, and here's another thing for even the people at the bottom, because I'm one of the people who rides the bottom tables a lot. Netrunner is a game that, because it doesn't have a lot of like monetary prizing, right? You can't make a living playing Netrunner. Let's say it. It's what makes it better, right? Because people are more inclined to play the game for the game, and they play because they want to be good and they want to get better. Everyone who comes to one of these events, they know what's up. Just because they didn't win any games doesn't mean they know what's up. Doesn't mean they don't know what's up.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, have I forgotten to shout anyone out? Either of you have anything that you need to that you want to plug?
Not today.
Yeah, I think that should be all.
All right. Well, thank you again, one and all. I appreciate everybody who participates in any regard with these events. Much love, and we will see you tomorrow for the top cut. Peace out and stay safe.
And always be running.
Always be running.